Well, good evening and welcome to New Orleans, the magnificent, multicultural beating heart of the Gulf Coast, and the host for the final chapter in another remarkable NFL season, Super Bowl 59. But, oh, excuse me, I've got again immediately. Tonight, two of the most evenly matched sides in recent memory. In a rematch from 2 years ago, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles face off in a titanic clash for the ages. Front and center, two competing footballing behemoths staring down history. So who will blink?
How many Super Bowls do you want to win?
I want to win as many as possible.
That's their vision, is like, we need to build a dynasty here.
Do you really think he's not going to get it done?
No, I know that he's going to get done.
He goes into the end zone near side. Touchdown, Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes.
A third opportunity to make history.
3P hasn't really been talked about. You know, we know it's a goal, but each week sets its own new opportunity to go out there and play.
If they win it, they'll accomplish something no team has ever done.
Opportunity to do something that's never been done before, to be put on the Mount Rushmore of greatest teams.
You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
Now the Chiefs are on the doorstep of history.
4 quarters away from winning it all, the greatest that's ever been.
We are going to remember the greatness of Saquon Barkley.
15, 10, 5, touchdown, Saquon Barkley.
I always dreamed about it, but the dream wasn't just getting there. The dream was winning this.
Goddard shoulders his way inside the 15, stiff arms to the 10, inside the 5, touchdown, Eagles.
Greatest coach of all time, greatest tight end. And then all I have to do now is just go out there and be me.
What a team, what a season, but it's not over yet.
Yes, Patrick Mahomes and Saquon Barkley will be two names we discuss in plenty of depth today. One, a quarterback, just the third in the history of the NFL to start in 5 Super Bowls. He could win his 4th, and he's not yet 30 years old. The Kansas City Chiefs on the cusp of the three-peat, the first team in NFL history to do so. But on the other side, Saquon Barkley, who arguably, not even arguably, has already had the best running back season in the history of the NFL. If he does it tonight, I think we're going to be putting him up there with the all-time greats. But there's so much more to get into with this game as we welcome you into the magnificent Superdome in New Orleans. I look around the pitch in front of us, the field. I apologize for our American friends. Resplendent. I mean, this stadium is designed for occasions like this. New Orleans has hosted this game on 11 occasions. Here at this stadium on 8 of those. And already, 66 minutes from kickoff, the crowd is starting to build up and bubble up. When the Kansas City Chiefs, who are currently huddling down on the field in front of us and being broken down by that superstar quarterback Patrick Mahomes, came out onto the field, a chorus of boos. There was a feeling all through this week this was going to be a Philly crowd here in New Orleans, and it certainly feels that way early doors. To our right, the Philadelphia Eagles huddling up for the final time, going through a few final drills, trying to stay loose as they build up to what could be the biggest night of their careers. I'm Will Gavin. I bring you play-by-play for this evening's game. But, you know, it takes a village, and we've got an unbelievable team alongside me tonight. First of all, UK broadcasting legend, coach, and, I mean, a man who even just spending the last 48 hours with one of the most laid-back men in a city of laid-back people. Jeff Reinbold is here. How are you doing, brother?
Well, I don't know if I'm laid back right now, Big Red, because it is Super Sunday, and these are two really good football teams that are going to mix it up today.
And alongside him, from NFL Daily, but a huge personality amongst the UK fan base, someone who has helped us growing the game our side of the pond so much, and we're delighted to say, joining us for the first half of tonight's game, Greg Rosenthal is with us. Greggy, how we doing?
I am so fired up, and I don't think of this as a laid-back town. They know when to party. They know when to get loud. Like Jeff Reinbold, he would have fit in with me in college at Tulane here in the great city of New Orleans.
I mean, you've been here for a week now, Greg. You know this city incredibly well. This is a city that is designed for these occasions. This is a city where, with everything in walking distance, with some of the greatest and kindest people in the world, you feel so welcomed in, and everywhere you turn, a party is ensuing.
I can't believe we've gone 12 years between Super Bowls. I think about that game. It was 49ers and Ravens, and I think about this city, and they have something called Lagniappe in New Orleans, and that's just something a little extra. With a Super Bowl in New Orleans, expect a little extra. On that night, we had the power go out, and we had almost the greatest comeback in the history of the Super Bowl before the Ravens stopped it. So tonight, expect a little lanyard.
Louisiana has been a wonderful host this week, undoubtedly. And I feel like maybe has informed the teams a little bit in their approach. Because when we first spoke with the Eagles on opening night on Monday, they felt, I couldn't tell whether it was businesslike or whether they felt tight. But as the week went on, they felt like they loosened up. They felt like they got more into it, Jeff. And I mean, for the Chiefs, who have been here 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls, that's never been done before. 3 straight, only 4 teams in the history, and the first team with a chance to win 3 straight. And yet, wandering back to his hotel, big grin on his face. They seem so ingratiated and ready for this.
Well, the first time the Philadelphia Eagles came here under Dick Vermeil, they had gone through decades of life in the wilderness in the NFL, and Dick got him to a Super Bowl. And you talked to him today, and the thing he felt that he did wrong was they were too tight for the game. They over-practiced, they over-prepared, and they came in and got blown out by the Raiders. And I don't think this Philadelphia team is going to get blown out by KC. I think we're going to have a great football game tonight.
If you are listening to us on talkSPORT, I hope you stick with us right the way through the night. It's very easy to sync it up with your TV pictures, but you can also watch us doing the commentary as well as part of our watch-along live on talkSPORT's dedicated NFL YouTube channel, talkSPORT End Zone. And all of this week we've been out on Radio Row, we've been at the team availabilities, we've spoken with almost as many big names as Greg did on NFL Daily and brought them to you across our channel. And there's so much great content there that you can still feast on after the Super Bowl, particularly for those out there who are maybe a more casual NFL fan. This is your chance, this is your moment, because this is going to be such a huge game that I think you watch this one, you're going to get hooked, Greg.
There is no question. It's almost been overlooked or not talked about enough of what a historic team this Kansas City Chiefs team is, that tonight they will cement themselves, I believe, as the greatest team in NFL history. And you can say that's for one season where they're only going to go through with 1 loss as they finish 3 straight titles, or you can say over 5 or 6 seasons what this quarterback and coach and defensive coordinator and Chris Jones have accomplished together. Those are the 4 pillars to me of this Chiefs organization. And yet, you go around the city and everyone thinks the Eagles are maybe the more talented team, that they're the better team, and that's why it's such a great matchup. The Chiefs 1-point favorites. It couldn't be more even.
You know, and you talk about immortality, and that's what Kansas City has on the line tonight, something that's never been done in the history of the National Football League. 60-some years they've been playing a championship game of the National Football League. The Vince Lombardi Packers couldn't do it. They won 2 straight, couldn't make it 3. You go to onto the Dallas Cowboys with Jimmy Johnson, the Chuck Norris Steelers, all the way through the history of the NFL, and no team has been able to do what the Kansas City Chiefs are capable of doing tonight.
Just to let you know, the noise in that stadium was as Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by sensational running back Saquon Barkley, was shown on the big screens as they begin to make their way off the field with an hour to kick off. And I'd say if I looked around the stadium, I see plenty of patches of red, plenty of patches of green as well, but the noise right now is definitely favoring the team out of Pennsylvania.
Maybe the Chiefs fans are just veterans. They're like, don't waste your energy too much early. It's a long night. But this crowd so far, it's reminded me a little bit of Patriots Eagles, which was one of the more one-sided crowds for the Eagles, and I think helped them over the top that night.
I think you're exactly right, and you look around and there is plenty of red, especially across from us, but the green has dominated the scene all week. And you know, Philadelphia fans are renowned for their passion. They even booed Santa Claus once upon a time, so you know that they'll be loud tonight.
Look, we're just going to mention the inactives quickly as well. No big surprises on there from a Chiefs perspective. Wanya Morris is on the inactives, which suggests to us that there was a little burbling, a little mumbling later in the week that maybe Andy Reid would surprise us, kick Joe Tooney back inside the all-pro left guard, play DJ Humphries. But I think without Wanya Morris there, you can expect Joe Tooney to start at left tackle. We'll get into the battle of in the trenches. Don't you worry at all. And you just heard Greg mention one of the great Super Bowls of the last decade between the Philadelphia Eagles and those New England Patriots. And Brandon Graham is officially back is officially active, and that day he made the only defensive play of that game.
Yes, he finished Tom Brady off with that chop that I still see in my nightmares. Weirdly overlooked. I mean, they could have made a statue out of him instead of Nick Foles and Doug Peterson, and it's really fascinating to me that he's playing in this game because this is a really great four-man pass rush. If they can get pressure with just four, that's huge. And while he was healthy this season, Jeff, he actually was their best edge rusher. So they have a $20 million man in free agency, Bryce Huff. He's inactive tonight because they have so many good pass rushers. I expect Brandon Graham to be a factor.
And Greg, that's going to be an absolute key to this matchup. Creed Humphrey, the center from Kansas City, is the best center in the National Football League right now. And you can slide him one way to help Caliendo, the guard next to him, who is a free agent. That means he was never drafted. No team in the league thought he was good enough. Kansas City gave him a chance. Now he's starting a Super Bowl. But you've got to believe Vic Fangio is going to try everything in his power to get Jalen Carter on him so that you can't slide Creed Humphrey to help him. And I think Marshall's a big, big key in this thing. And you can't even understand what he has announced his retirement. This is his last football game as a Philadelphia Eagle. How big would it be to have him come in and dominate this game?
One of my favorite moments from 2 years ago was waiting for the locker room for the Kansas City Chiefs and seeing Brandon Graham come out of the media availability, come down to their locker room, hunt down Andy Reid and just give him the biggest bear hug outside the locker room. And as much as obviously Brandon Graham gutted to lose the second of the two Super Bowls that he's been in, being a winner back in 52, he was so delighted for his head coach, the guy who spent so many years in Philadelphia, took that team so close, but just not quite there. And tonight, he's on the cusp of making history. We'll get into that shortly. We'll also have Lift Every Voice and Sing as the pomp and circumstance of this Super Bowl gets underway. We're live in New Orleans. We're live on YouTube and on your radio across the UK. This is Super Bowl 59 live on talkSPORT. We're back with NFL Live on talkSPORT, and we're back at the Superdome in New Orleans, where right now Arik Armstead is receiving the award for Walter Payton Man of the Year. 5-time nominee in his time in San Francisco, first-time nominee in his first year in Jacksonville, and a first-time winner. We caught up with him about this on the red carpet at Honors, and you know, when you're nominated for something 6 times, which is an award for your off-the-field work, then clearly it must be something that means a lot to you. But he got quite emotional talking about it, and he hadn't even won it at that point. So wonderful to see him finally win this one. And now we turn our attention to the field, where 5-time Grammy-winning singer Ledisi will sing Lift Every Voice and sing a NOLA native.
Originally performed by 500 school children in 1900, we welcome 125 youth choir members from the Greater New Orleans High School Chorale Collective, directed by Dr. Jeffrey Reddick and Jessica Harvey. Please welcome Grammy Award-winning vocalist and New Orleans native, Ledisi.
A sensational rendition of Lift Every Voice and Sing, seen as the Black National Anthem by Ledisi, NOLA native. And actually, Greg is a man with a Louisiana link. Everyone performing tonight in the pre-game is a Louisiana native and a Grammy winner. It's a wonderful city of music. I mean, we only experience the kind of Frenchman Street nature of it, but wherever you go, wherever you turn, there's somebody playing something live.
It's in the spirit of this city. I got goosebumps listening to that, because this is a musical city. This is a black city. This is a city with so much passion, so much feeling, like in all the music. I thought halftime show would be Lil Wayne, a New Orleans artist. Who knows? Maybe he'll pop out and surprise us. But instead, it's my new homie. It's Kendrick at halftime. But I can't wait for the rest of these pregame songs.
I'm putting my vote in for Mystical, because he was actually Mystical was actually a high school cheerleader in New Orleans.
I thought I'd done a huge amount of work in prep for this game stats-wise, but you bringing that one out is absolutely sensational. As the lights in this stadium turn red, a hype video comes up showing you the history of the season for the Kansas City Chiefs. And let's start on that very front. This team, in so many occasions this season, managed to just eke one out, whether it's the toe of a tight end, a blocked field goal late on. So many occasions, they just did enough to win, and now they find themselves, Jeff, on the cusp of history.
Yeah, you know, there's an old saying in pro football, they never ask you how, they just ask how many. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won 15 of 17, and that's a lot no matter how you win them. They find a way to win.
Okay, you can talk about how they weren't at their best early in the season and they're finding ways to win. Tell me, out of the last 5 games where they were trying to win, the game that they didn't thoroughly look like the better team. When they had to go win 3 games in 11 days to get that week off in week 18. And then these 2 playoff games, which I know the Bills were close. They were the better team that day, I thought, by a good amount, and the Bills were lucky to stay close. This is not the team from the first 12, 13 weeks. They're healthier. I think they're playing better, especially on offense.
Well, you know what's interesting about that, Greg, when you talk about dynasties and you talk about the greatest teams in NFL history, it sounded like you were talking about the New England Patriots, because that was the New England Patriots almost every year. You didn't really know who they were until Thanksgiving, and then it's what you do at the end of the season that matters most.
So much of the focus has been on Patrick Mahomes, and understandably so. And you talk about a team who raised their level in the right moments. How sensational was he down the stretch after the season, which was probably up until week 14, week 15, the lowest performing of his career up until that point. But it's the other side of the ball that I think really stands out for me, and previously there's been this adage about Steve Spagnuolo defenses that they grow into the season. They started very strong, they wobbled in the middle, but the way that they have turned up in these playoff games, and that Steve Spagnuolo has scored exactly the right play in the right moment, time and time again. That side of the ball is the one, I don't know, Greg, that makes me, that's the matchup that gets me all hot under the collar.
Yeah, and when I say they're not the same team, I also mean health-wise, some quiet changes from some of the middle of the season. Charles Omenihu, very important 4-man pass rusher for them. Justin Reed, their safety that missed some time in the middle of the season. Jalen Watson, who's starting at cornerback. And so these are different players that have come in and kind of replaced guys that weren't up to the Chiefs standard. And just like the Eagles defense, there's not really a weak spot on this Chiefs group.
No, and you mentioned Watson, and I think that's the key thing, because he's what Spags calls his travel corner. He's the guy that will match up with whoever they feel is the hot receiver, or in a particular down where they have to take a guy away. And you're right, Greg, he was injured and missed some games in the middle of the season. He came back in, and all of a sudden, the Chiefs' pass defense improved.
There'll be plenty of opportunity to talk about this defense, but I can't remember who I heard say it this week. But when you want to talk about that New England Patriots team and Bill Belichick being the anchor to Tom Brady, because you always knew that defense was going to play up to a certain level, the fact that Steve Spagnuolo is an older coordinator, hasn't attracted those head coaching opportunities, hasn't been the one to take on other opportunities elsewhere, and has been that consistent on that defensive side, is what's helped carry them to certainly these last 3, and you could argue for all 4 of the last 6.
It's such a big part of their secret formula to have maybe the best defensive coordinator in all of football, but he never leaves. I think he is at the point, I mean, this is a legacy game for everyone involved, but if he wins this Super Bowl, tell me the defensive play callers in the history of the NFL, other than a Bill Belichick, that has a resume like Steve Spagnuolo. What he has done, of course, with the Giants first, and then with this Chiefs team, is just remarkable.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, you think about Steve's background. He comes out of Division III, which was the smallest division in college football, and he fought his way up through the ranks. He's earned everything he's gotten along the way. And it was amazing to me to hear this. And you talk about hyperbole around the game and all of it, but last week I heard Spags referred to as the greatest defensive coordinator in NFL history.
can they contain Saquon Barkley? That is going to be the big question, and that's what we're going to get onto shortly as we talk about the Philadelphia Eagles. But first, when we speak with the great and the good, we should bring you those conversations, and when that person is a future Hall of Famer, maybe the greatest quarterback of all time, and our writer for talkSPORT.com, Brian T. Smith, went along and had a conversation with Patrick Mahomes, we should probably bring you that conversation, because there's been so much discussion over what this game will mean for Mahomes' legacy, and where leading a Chief to a three-peat, a fourth overall Super Bowl tonight, some comparisons to one of the only other players to win 3 straight MVPs, which he could do tonight as well. Michael Jordan's success in basketball, and it's a comparison that Mahomes actually welcomed.
Well, you know, when you're a great player and you know you're a great player, this is the thing that's amazing. This is the thing that's amazing about.
Go on, Jeff. No, go on.
No, this is the thing that's amazing to me about Patrick. He grew up in an athletic family. His father was a major league pitcher. So none of this is too big for him. And that's really incredible. Could be, you know, Tom Brady's legacy. And that's incredible.
Right, let's hear now from Patrick Mahomes speaking with Brian earlier this week for talkSPORT.com.
Oh, 100%. I think at any level, to have that much level of success is crazy. And so for him to be able to win the three-peat, take time off, come back to basketball again and do it again, I mean, something that probably will never be done again in any sport. And I'm going to try to continue to win this game this weekend and continue to have success, but I couldn't even envision being able to do that.
There you have it. Patrick Mahomes speaking on that conversation. You can see the full 6-7 minute conversation with Patrick Mahomes on our dedicated YouTube channel at talkSPORT Endzone. Go and check that out now. Subscribe. You can watch us doing this commentary live on there as well. And the vibes are starting to pick up in the Caesars Superdome. If we came back soon enough from that video, you might have even got to see Greg Rosenthal just having a little boogie off to my left. The lights are starting to go. The stage is set up for the national anthems. Drums up there as well. John Batiste, I think, could have something a little bit special planned for the national anthem as the flavor of New Orleans absolutely, completely immerses itself in this Super Bowl. Colleen Wolfe, friend of the show, friend of Greg Rosenthal from NFL Daily, on the big screen, getting this crowd hype as you're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 888 Sport, made to excite, made to unite, and made to play. 18 plus, be gambleaware.org. We'll talk Eagles up next, and the players will start to make their way out of the locker rooms.
the American spirit of courage, generosity, and unity.
You're back live on talkSPORT. Super Bowl 59. Will Gavin, Greg Rosenthal, Jeff Rosenbold. Trying to make you one man, if only. And right now, a special performance from Lady Gaga in celebration of Nova Strong.
Tonight, we come together because that's who we are and that's what we do. Welcome to Super Bowl 59 on Fox.
Thanks, Michael Strahan, and here on talkSPORT. Lady Gaga performing in the middle of Bourbon Street, surrounded by all the Fox talent, including Tom Brady, including Michael Strahan, as you heard there, Roger Goodell, and now we've got Harry Connick Jr. out here to keep it going.
Now we welcome everybody to our city for Super Bowl 59. So, today when somebody asks me, how you feeling, I can honestly say I feel great to be home in the Crescent City, New Orleans, Louisiana. So how y'all feeling, baby? Let's celebrate some New Orleans music and culture at Super Bowl 59.
Ladies and gentlemen, now at center field, New Orleans own Terrence Blanchard.
Wow. Like, this is absolutely sensational, right? This is all additional stuff that they've added in on the day. Surprise performances from Lady Gaga. Absolute jazz legends, as you see all over New Orleans. And the lights in this stadium, that stage in the middle, like, after what happened here just a few short weeks ago, and you also had Tom Brady wearing the LAFD, you had Roger Goodell wearing the LAFD hat as well, after everything that happened in LA. Greg, as an American, as someone who was there in Los Angeles, who knows this city so well, to see this city really embracing.
Oh, and now we're gonna get it really New Orleans. We got Master P up in this. Let's go!
The Southern University Marching Band. Yes, sir.
This is absolutely astonishing stuff. Master P is just walking across the field to an ovation, and I'm completely fine with it. I don't need more than that going on. A stunning marching band, they're making their way out into the middle. I adore this city, and I'm just a visitor, Greg, but just how much of everything they're thrown into this, the parade that they did on Saturday as an additional event for the Super Bowl, this is absolutely superb. Should we have expected any less, really? Let's be honest. Should we have expected anything but an absolutely sensational performance? And what you've got is people have got wristbands all the way around this stadium, lighting up in addition to the lights you're seeing on there. Now we've got the marching bands. We've got dancers in the middle. We've got the full brass band still up on the stage, making their way round. We saw the Town Hall Preservation Band earlier on, making their way around the outside of the stadium. Like, this has been the introduction to all introductions, and we haven't even got into the usual pomp and circumstance of the Super Bowl.
It's like Vegas is cool, and Phoenix is cool, and Minneapolis is cool, San Francisco next year, but they're not New Orleans.
No, and they can't be, because New Orleans is an animal unto itself.
I hope some of this atmosphere is really coming across for those listening on radio. We are stood here with our jaws aghast, seeing everything that is going on the field. There have to be 200 members of the marching band, cheerleaders. We've now got the brass band making their way off the stage and the podiums being set up ready for the national anthems. We haven't even had a chance to talk about the Eagles, which was the original plan for this section of the show. They're going to be about as explosive as this performance, I hope, today. But I just can't take my eyes away. Now, making their way to the middle of that stage where John Batiste is setting up ready. Harry Connick Jr. is out there on his piano, Louisiana native, New Orleans native himself as well, getting ready for a performance. This is just absolutely magical. And it's, you know, we've been talking about this all week, that when do you get an event like this in other sports? The World Cup, 64 games, 32 teams, the Euros, never anything like this. The Champions League. We've come out here and spent 8 days here with huge events, with concerts, with parties, with so many big names in town doing interviews, doing media, all to build up to one game of football. The NFL does this better than anyone else, Jeff.
No question, and New Orleans does it better than any other city, as Greg said. When you come to New Orleans, and you can see it in the stadium right now, the Super Bowl is a participation sport. Everybody is involved.
I don't think I've ever seen the stands so packed with still over half an hour until kickoff.
New Orleans said, you didn't give us the Super Bowl for 12 straight years. We're going to make sure that you give it back to us. My son is in this crowd, and he just got in last night. I'm so happy he's getting to experience this. Just as a father, I'm happy that he's getting to.
He's going to be asking you, hey, Dad, was it like that when you went to Tulane games? Hey, does the halftime show have any chance of topping this?
I mean, Kendrick Lamar is going to have to pull out something special if it's going to be anywhere near this celebration of New Orleans. As the cannons go off, smoke blasts into the air, costumes and marching bands and brass bands, and just an absolute spectacle for the ages, lighting up the Caesars Superdome with the heart and soul of one of the great American cities, of one of the great world cities, a city that you can just stroll around on your own, get so immersed in, find so many interesting people, so many wonderful people, a city that's gone through so much. Again, I mean, this stadium's had a $500 million glow-up over the last 12 months, but how many other stadiums in this country have existed since 1975 and they aren't looking to tear it down and rebuild it? Buffalo are going to have their second new stadium in this millennium in the not-too-distant future, and yet this place, with everything it meant during Katrina, when it was the home to so many people who were displaced during that time, this has just been a wonderful celebration, and we've still got a game of football to watch.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the same atmosphere when I was announcing the Tulane football team in front of about 5,000 people and 60,000 empty seats back in 2000. I think, though, they will have a new stadium at some point here, so if this is the last Super Bowl in the Superdome, I think we're going to go out with a bang.
You know, I remember coming in here to play in a Sugar Bowl, and the roof of this place had gotten ripped off by Katrina earlier in the year, and they patched it up, and just like the city always finds a way, they made that Sugar Bowl something to remember.
As always, the stars are out in force. Rodri's here today, the current Ballon d'Or winner. Lionel Messi is here right now, and as you've just seen on the screen, Paul McCartney is in the house. The Eagles fans are in the house. You can hear them now. A little bit of positive support for Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes as their entrances were shown coming in. And we'll be back shortly as we just continue to build up to this monumentous occasion, this history-making event, Super Bowl 59, live here in New Orleans. You're back live here on talkSPORT. Super Bowl 59, Bradley Cooper being shown on the big screen. Jason Kelce alongside Kylie in the booth, both looking incredibly nervous ahead of this game. Adam Sandler, who almost ran over our producer earlier on in the bowels of the stadium while we were coming up to bring our equipment up, is here as we get ready for the teams to make their way out onto the field. Pete Davidson is out there with the Philadelphia cheerleaders. I thought he was a New Jersey guy. I didn't realize he was a Philadelphia guy.
You know, South Jersey.
And, I mean, probably the two biggest names in the world right now, for good or for bad, are in the house. Taylor Swift is here. And we're now seeing the arrival of Donald Trump as well. Fair to say, divisive figures for very different reasons, but they are coming into the building, and it just still shows the scope of the occasion, that, you know, even those who maybe aren't going to be as warmly welcomed in this world are making their way to the city. Gents, just as we wait for the Kansas City Chiefs to be introduced onto the field of the designated road team, we did promise we'd talk a little bit of the Philadelphia Eagles. We will get into it. For you guys, what did Howie Roseman effect, right? Everyone keeps saying this roster is better than the roster from 2 years ago. It's the first time in NFL history that a team has signed 2 free agents and both have been made All-Pros in the same season. And as you hear that absolute cavalcade of boos raining down from the Superdome seats, that's because the gates have opened and the Kansas City Chiefs are beginning to make their way out. John Hamm is out on the field. John Hamm might have a microphone, but he has to scream into that with the noise going around this stadium.
Oh, listen to him now, baby. Listen to Chiefs Nation.
The tomahawk chop begins to rain down. The KC flags are flying, and they're led out by their legendary quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, by Travis Kelce making their way out onto the field as Mahomes goes all the way to the yellow-red painted end zone to our far left-hand side and goes down onto one knee as we see for the first time in their tunnel the designated home team tonight in those dark green unis, the Philadelphia Eagles, and definitely getting the warmer reception right now.
From the city of Bradley,
It is Bradley Cooper in the house.
2024 NFC champions,
And it's the big boys leading the Eagles out onto the field. Jalen Carter and Mekhi Becton coming out there first. I think they're going to run out of puff by the time they get to about the 30-yard line and be overtaken by the likes of Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts.
They might get lapped. That's 700 pounds of human being right there.
Marching bands flanking them either side. Steam cannons going off as they make their way to the sideline directly below us here in the Superdome.
Remember the reputation the Super Bowl used to have of like, oh, it's quiet and it's corporate and the real fans aren't there. Well, they're here and they're rooting for the Eagles.
And they are loud.
And listen, the cheapest face value ticket for the Super Bowl is $950, but we know there weren't a lot of those flying around this year. On secondary ticketing websites, to be up here in the gods around the top here, where the view is still sensational, by the way, not a bad seat in the house, but they're going for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a pop, and those Eagles fans are happy to pay it, because the fact is that to go to 3 Super Bowls in 8 years, Greg, is a really big achievement. It's just we live in the Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady eras.
In 2 in 3 years, with one of the most disappointing, possibly franchise-altering losing streaks to end last season, where they didn't just collapse, they lost track of who they were. They were getting beat down week after week after week. And I think this season was in part set up by Howie Roseman, not with the players that he brought in, but with the very interesting decision to keep their head coach Nick Sirianni at a time when most of Philadelphia did not want to keep him and did not think they would keep him, but to replace his 2 coordinators really at the ownership and general manager level, bringing Kellen Moore on offense, bringing Vic Fangio on defense, let Nick Sirianni continue to run this team, and now you've got a lot of the same players back, and they're better than they've ever been.
Yeah, and you know, what Howie did was he brought veteran leadership to the coaching staff. Sirianni, you got to remember, he's got maybe the best winning percentage in football right now, but he's a young coach, and he has now Vic Fangio on defense, and Kellen Moore, as you mentioned, on offense. Kellen played in the league. He's been a successful coordinator in the league. And Vic Fangio, you can say what you want about who's the best, but Vic Fangio, he's gonna say, hold my beer today, Spags, because watch me dial up a few.
With that Vic Fangio conversation, right? Obviously a legendary coach, probably the most talented defense he's ever coached. But his kryptonite over the years has been Andy Reid. He has gone 0-8 against Andy Reid offenses when he's faced them in his career. Can he dial something up to shut down a 2-week Andy Reid game plan?
Well, I tell you what, he's not the Lone Ranger in terms of guys that have gone 0 for Andy. So I don't know, Greg. What do you think?
I think his defense makes you stay patient, and we know Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are more equipped to do that than any team, so could be a game with not a ton of possessions. Chiefs games in general have had very few possessions this year, so it makes every play count.
Just seeing Ron Talbot, seeing Andy Reid on the sideline greeting the officiating crew. I'm going to say that that's a chosen shot by the TV to choose to show Andy Reid for the first time as he's shaking the hands of zebras. No comment from me on that one. Ron Talbot will be our official tonight. AJ Brown and the Eagles guys looking quite chilled out on the sidelines, because when we've spoken to players about this, there's a lot of focus always on the half-time, but this build-up is wild. You're coming out onto the field nearly half an hour before a snap is going to be taken. If you're not the first unit onto the field, you might not play football for an hour after you've most recently warmed up, got ready to go. So it takes both mentally and physically something very different to keep yourself up in a Super Bowl.
There's no question about that. You know, these teams have practiced this during the course of the week in terms of their tempo during practice, where you have to stand around and wait. Halftime is the real challenge, because these are the longest halftimes that these players have ever gone through. You know, before we say anything else, I gotta make a shout out here to your father, Chris, who's convalescing back in England, and I know he's proud of his son, and he's got you on YouTube.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Live on YouTube, talkSPORT End Zone. Go and check it out there. We're also on the talkSPORT main channel, talkSPORT 27, and now talkSPORT has launched its own smart TV app as well. So plenty of places to come and watch our commentary of Super Bowl 54. Sync us up with the action that you're seeing on the TV. And I promise, with the two men alongside me, legends of the broadcasting game, they will bring you the best analysis you're going to get absolutely anywhere. No shade on Tom Brady, I promise you.
Maybe a little bit of shade.
Hey, wait, you're a New England guy. What's up with
I'm a Greg Olsen guy, too.
There will now be a minute's silence held ahead of the national anthems for Virginia Hallis McCaskey, who passed away at the age of 102 this past week, the owner of the Chicago Bears. One of those who has been in the league for such a hugely long time, inherited the team from her father, the legendary George Hallis. And we will take a moment's silence to remember.
Thank you.
Now to the center of the field, ready for more Louisiana flavor to the two anthems that will be brought. Lauren Daigle, Trombone Shorty, bringing us America the Beautiful.
Both from the great state of Louisiana, Trombone Shorty and Lauren Daigle.
Absolutely sensational flags by a trombone player, a guitar player, and just 2 platforms right in front of that Super Bowl LIX logo off to the far right. And up next, another New Orleans native, a 22-time Grammy nominee, and recently releasing Beethoven Blues, the brilliant John Baptiste will be joining us with the marching band on a beautiful white grand piano in the middle of this field.
To honor America and perform our national anthem, please welcome 7-time Grammy Award-winning artist and composer, New Orleans' own, the maestro, John Baptiste.
Well, we might be inside a dome, but we still get a flyover because, of course, we do. At the Super Bowl, live here on talkSPORT from New Orleans, bringing you in-stadium coverage of a sensational rendition of the American national anthem from jazz musician John Baptiste on a beautiful white baby grand piano, painted all the way across it, again with a bit of flavour of New Orleans coming to it. The flyover coming from the Marine Corps, the obligatory shot of Chris Jones with a tear rolling down his cheek, a mix of cheering and booing when Patrick Mahomes came on the screen. And now we're almost ready, Greg, for some football.
I mean, you might have seen a little tear in my eye when Trombone Shorty was out there. That was a young kid who was just playing bars around me at Tulane at the time, about the same age, and here he is on the biggest of stage. I love the entire build-up. I think it somehow has me more hyped for this game than I would have been already.
You know, you think about this, and take, for example, a guy like Devontae Smith. You know, all of this gets lost, I think, sometimes because of all the food in New Orleans, the music in New Orleans. New Orleans is a football city. Mm-hmm. You know, Devontae went to Alabama, won a Heisman Trophy, indicative of the greatest college football player in America. And he's from Amite, just very close to New Orleans. So can you imagine what it feels like for him to play in this game, really in his home city? That's storybook stuff.
As the captains line up to come out to midfield for the coin toss. And again, obviously we've got, I say the usual pomp and circumstance. It's never usual with a Super Bowl. Cheerleaders on the sidelines, fans getting rowdy in the crowd, but just that little bit little bit extra to it. The punt's going up in the air, by the way, and hey, maybe a punter will change the game, much like they did for the New Orleans Saints the last time they won a Super Bowl. I feel like the special teams has been a little bit underspoken about this week amongst all the trench discussion, running backs, great quarterbacks. Well, let's talk some kicking and punting, guys.
You know, both of these kickers have struggled a little bit down the stretch. Bucker hasn't missed a ton, but if you watch him, he hasn't been the same kicker he used to be, and Jake Elliott's missed quite a number of kicks over 50 yards this year.
Yeah, and, you know, Dave Tobe, who's the special teams coordinator for Kansas City, is one of the best in the National Football League. They historically have played extremely well in Super Bowls. If you remember, there was a big return that got them the chance to win against Philadelphia the last time. I expect Kansas City's special team will be the edge in this game. Kansas City's a master of playing situational football, and that's big in your special teams game.
You're listening to Super Bowl Live on talkSPORT with 888 Sport, made to excite, made to unite. It's just made to play. 18 plus. Be gambleaware.org. Plenty of articles and stories, of course, across talksport.com. The website team have been out here this week reflecting on a host of big names and guests and so much Radio Row content. Definitely worth checking all of that out. As the captains make their way to midfield for the Chiefs, Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, Nick Bolton, House and Bucker, and James Winchester, one of only 5 members who, if they win tonight, will have won all 4 Super Bowls with them. On the other side for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, of course, the great Australian hope, the huge left tackle of that team, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, and Jake Elliott, and now Cam Jordan.
In the face of a Super Bowl loss, we mourn 14 lives that were taken too soon. Tonight, we come together not only to remember, but to celebrate their lives and honor the brave heroes who rushed towards danger, embodying selflessness and courage. Please join me in welcoming the dedicated members of the New Orleans Police Department, New Orleans Emergency Services,
Photos of those 14 victims of the terror attacks here.
welcome our Super Bowl honorary captains, representing the families of the 14 beloved victims and the many more still recovering. Virginia, Jack, and Sophie Besh, his brother Tiger played wide receiver at Princeton University. Kathy and Louis Tenedorio, whose son Matthew fulfilled his dream working here at the Superdome as part of the Saints Game Day production team that was scheduled to work tonight's Super Bowl. Also joining us here tonight and watching from the stands are many other family members of the victims.
As I say, the photos of the 14 victims being held by members of their family, members of the local services who rushed into that dangerous situation and made sure that no further life was lost.
And the families grieving the loss of loved ones in the tragic plane crashes in Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. Together, we rise, together, we heal, and together, we will carry your memory with us forever.
And Cam Jordan, a man who's so important to this city, so important to the team here for so long. Let's go down to Ron Torbert for the coin toss.
My name is Ron Torbert. I'll be the referee tonight. Here's the coin toss. The sign of the Super Bowl 59. The sign of the Kansas City and Philadelphia team logos is tails. Kansas City, you are the designated visitors in tonight's game. What's your call? Tails is the call. Tails is the call. It is tails.
Chris Jones calls tails. Tails never fails on this occasion. They win the coin toss and they elect to defer. So the first units we'll see out onto the field are Steve Spagnuolo's defense. Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown, and all those superstars on the line for the Eagles offense as the players hug, shake hands, and show one last display of respect to each other at midfield before they get out there and get on with it. Super Bowl 59. We've been building up to it all week long. We've been building up to this all season long. History is truly on the line tonight. The Kansas City Chiefs stand on the shoulders of so many teams who have got here 3 times but unable to win 3. To dynasties, whether that's the Cowboys, the 49ers, the Steelers, of course, the legendary New England Patriots. So many of those teams amongst the all-time greats, but none of them ever great enough to win 3 back-to-back Super Bowls. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce and Chris Jones, the surviving members alongside James Winchester of this squad from the Super Bowl 54 victory over the San Francisco 49ers, which started this dynasty. And so many of the players tonight involved 2 years ago in a 3-point victory over the Philadelphia Eagles on the other sideline. For those Eagles returning to the second time in 3 years, everyone saying it's a better roster, everyone saying more defensive talent, more offensive talent. They went out and signed 2 free agents this offseason. Both became first-team All-Pros. It's the first time that's happened in NFL history. They have built a team to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're here to try and do that tonight, to stop that legacy, to stop that history, to play the spoilers and to play the underdogs at an underdog city. Greg, I cannot wait.
I cannot either. You mentioned those 2 free agents. How about your first 2 draft picks end up being finalists for Defensive Rookie of the Year? Watch Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean tonight. That's secondary for the Eagles once the Chiefs do take the field. That's the biggest difference to me between them today and them 2 years ago in this spot.
Yeah, Mitchell's a great player at corner, but to me it's Cooper DeJean and his ability to play the hardest position on defense, which is slot corner, the inside corner when they go to nickel. He's an amazing kid. And what a great story. He comes from Ida Grove, Iowa, a town of 2,000. And here he is, a rookie, playing in the biggest of all games.
And of course, the thing that they do this whole thing to win. 7 pounds of sterling silver, as our friend kept telling us on Monday night from Tiffany's. The Lombardi Trophy held outside the stadium in the gates, now being suspended on an animation as the Super Bowl 59 logo, beads flying, New Orleans ready, the fans absolutely pumped, and the Chiefs special teams out on the field getting ready to go. I look down on the sideline in front of us, a final huddle up for those Eagles fans, a final chance to see fans on the screen, encouraged to make some noise. Nick Sirianni pacing that sideline, looking a little tense, but very, very much ready.
Big Red, what did you say that trophy weighed?
7 pounds, apparently.
7 pounds. And Coach Vermeil said it to us in a team meeting at the start of the year. Men, it's going to take 53 men to lift it.
It's going to take 53 men, it's going to take dozens of coaches, it's going to take practice squad members, it's going to take all those people behind the scenes that make everything work at these organizations. Heck, even the people on the radio call get themselves a Super Bowl ring nowadays.
That's true, they do, and I know the Eagles broadcast crew will be wanting a fast start, and yet I've now seen enough Chiefs Super Bowls that I know it's not all about the fast start. They only get warmed up when they're down 10 points, and yet you feel like these first possessions, especially for Jalen Hurts, to show he's the guy that he was 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, that he was 2 weeks ago in the NFC Championship. I thought the best he played all season. You'll know he'll want to get out to a fast start.
I don't think there's any question about that. And, you know, just to get their confidence, this is a football team that does play well from ahead. And if they can run the football with Saquon Barkley, and he has proven he can run it against anybody in the league, and if he can do that against Kansas City, watch out, those Eagles just might fly.
All the Eagles fans, I'd say if we look across the stadium and see patches of each. I look to my immediate right, where maybe some of the people can see on the live stream here on talkSPORT, and I see almost nothing but Eagles jerseys, because the Eagles fans are all up on their feet. All the talk is done, all the pouring over every moment from this week as Harrison Butker, a controversial figure in his own right this past season, places the ball on the 35-yard line. The first indication of the Super Bowl about to get underway. Kenneth Gainwell is back for this one to return alongside, it looks like possibly Jahan Dotson back there, and it's going to go all the way out the back of the end zone, and the Eagles will start Super Bowl 59 from the 30-yard line.
First ever dynamic kickoff in Super Bowl history, and like a lot of kickoffs this year, it was a bit of a letdown. It still annoys me.
The ball will be placed on the right hash mark, just above the L of the Super Bowl logo on that side of the field. The Eagles playing from right to left as the home team in those green jerseys, white pants, white socks, going the other way. Chris Jones right over the ball, that Chiefs defense, and first snap out. Jalen Hurts in the gun. Saquon Barkley behind him. 2 receivers left. 1 receiver to the right. Stomps his foot. The Chiefs showing blitz on the opening play of the game. And the ball immediately goes into the gut. Saquon Barkley outside the numbers. Down to the 32. Out to the 34-yard line. Just a 4-yard pickup for Saquon Barkley. You say just, because 4 yards should be the standard. And yet, anytime he doesn't break off a huge run, you're surprised.
Well, if it's 4 yards, it's 4 exciting yards. Because I think he is lightning. And when he touches the ball, any play, he's got an opportunity to be a big play.
Playing quick here.
Yeah, exactly. Straight back up to the line. 2nd and 6 from the 34-yard line. Hurts in the gun this time. Barkley alongside and offset. 2 receivers to the right are A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. Grant Casatera moving across the line. Heavy set line to the left with Dallas got out there as well. But it'll be a straight 3-step drop back instead. Hurts goes out of the pocket. Out to the sideline. Right-hand side. Devonta Smith. First down, Eagles out to the 42-yard line.
Yeah, great play for Devonta Smith there. As you mentioned, Jeff, the hometown kid didn't love that Jalen Hurts immediately leaves a good pocket, but the great news is he had a great pocket. No pass rush there for the Chiefs.
Absolutely, and Smith did a great job of coming back to his quarterback on the sidelines. That's what great receivers do.
Trent McDuffie in coverage. We won't, I don't think, see a huge amount of 2-3 linebackers on the field, but they had 3 linebackers on the field for that play, the Kansas City Chiefs. And Jalen Hurts decided to bail out into a run. Now he's got stacked receivers right in the gun. Does put the ball into the gun. Saquon Barkley looking to run off that right edge. Bakes a man miss, but gets up only for about a 2, maybe 3-yard gain on that right-hand side as the Chiefs defense absolutely swarmed to the ball.
You know, it's interesting to see what Kellen Moore is doing in his first 15. He came out in 11 personnel the first play, then comes out in 12. Kansas City counters with the 4-3, a standard formation on defense. They throw the ball. This is a chess game between the coordinators tonight.
It was what we were so excited to see this week, and we're being treated to it. Jahan Dotson and Dallas got it to the left, got it now moving back in line with the formation. Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown to the right. Hurts in the gun, stomps his foot. Barkley alongside, and this will just be a 5-step drop back. Looks for Barkley as the leak out. He is closed down, and he's absolutely wrapped up and thrown to the ground. Sensational tackle from Nick Bolton for about a 4-yard loss, and that's a huge play for the Chiefs defense.
You want to make a list of the hardest things to do in football? That is cover and tackle Saquon Barkley in the open field. Nick Bolton, great job there in coverage.
Philadelphia going fast again.
Fast again, 3rd and 11 from the 40-yard line. Chiefs showing blitz off the right-hand side. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Hurts drops to the gun. He's going to scramble, make it over the middle. Out to the 45. He might have the angle here. Out to the 50, down to the 51-yard line. He's going to be a 1.5 yards short. And we're going to have an Eagles 4th down at midfield. I'm not expecting a punter anytime soon, guys.
No, this is what the Eagles do. I thought the Chiefs had a chance to take him down. Usually when you get Jalen Hurts moving side to side, it does not end well. But what they did, not letting the Chiefs blitz there by playing fast, was key.
Had an angle on the play, got out to that sideline, Mahomesian almost, in that kind of run, the way he found that space as they huddle up. Ball on the 50. They officially call it a 4th and 2. Chiefs with the big men over the centre. Mike Pennell, Chris Jones showing over the A-gaps. It's going to be a straight drop back from the gun for Jalen Hurts, who goes through all down the side of A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown holds it in at the 21-yard line. Flags on the play as well. And with Trent McDuffie in coverage, a huge play for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles, if they're offensive interference. Unbelievable.
Another chance to see that. It was a stutter step off the line from A.J. Brown.
There it was,
Make
right
his way
there.
down that sideline.
A shove right there. Separation gained by shoving the DB. Can't do it.
Got a hand in his face, and despite making the catch, Trent McDuffie goes to ground under that pressure.
You know,
that's an easy flag early.
That was not a lot of contact. I know why they called it, because he fell. It was a little bit of a push there. I do like the play call. I like the confidence from Jalen Hurts. I thought him needing to be aggressive in the biggest of moments and trusting himself going to be a big factor of this game, but obviously you wish you didn't get that call if you're the Eagles.
Braden Mount out to punt. Rick Lovato with the snap. Hold is good. Ball is up out to the 8-yard line, and it's going to be brought back by the excellent, exciting Nico Remigio, but he's unable to get anywhere as he is swarmed by about 8 Eagles players. Jenkins in there on the tackle, and it's about a 3-yard gain. We'll see the Kansas City Chiefs offense starting from around the 13-yard line, possibly the 12. And Patrick Mahomes out onto the field for the first time. A huge win for them to keep the Eagles scoreless on their opening drive. And I mentioned that unbelievable record for the Chiefs and Andy Reid against Vic Fangio. Just to add to on top of that, of the 8 times they've faced, they've scored a touchdown on their opening drive 7 of those 8 times.
And it'll be interesting to see, because as Greg said, Fangio, he's going to make you work for every yard down the field. They play a lot of too high coverage. I expect them to be in 4 down most of the time. Even though we're a 3-4 team, Kansas City's going to live in 11 personnel, so that's going to lock Philadelphia into their nickel scheme. And how successful are they going to be stopping the run? Because Kansas City can run the football like with a 4-down front and your nickel on the field.
They only call that a 10-yard penalty, but when the completion is 32 yards downfield, it feels like a lot more than 10 yards, Greg.
It also is a missed opportunity because, like I said, there's only going to be so many possessions in this game. You get a great ball from Jalen Hurts. He had it on the 4th down, and so it's up to their defense to show they're not like those previous Vic Fangio defenses, that they get a stop, and if nothing else, you got good field position after that punt.
Surprised to see Hurts in the gun there instead of under center, threatening potentially a sneak, a push, whatever it could have been.
Well, you know, that was a really tough down and distance because they couldn't get in the tush push because they were too long, and you got to expect man-to-man coverage in that down and distance. So put him in the gun where he has a chance to see and has a chance to have a little bit just extra time.
And it's interesting, Trent McDuffie's the man out there. He's their best quarterback. He's going to move inside quite a bit. Played on the outside a lot this year where he's not maybe as good, but ultimately he's the guy they are trusting against A.J. Brown, and he got it done.
Looking at the Chiefs' offensive line, as I said, there was some speculation earlier this week about Joe Tooney, whether or not because the strength of the Eagles' defensive line is on the interior, right? Those absolute game wreckers in Jalen Carter in particular, but Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, and they decided we're not going to have an all-pro interior of our line. We care about the left tackle that much, we're going to kick Joe Tooney out to that side, play Mike Caliendo. That looks like it's going to be exactly how they line up. And I do have some concern about that interior pressure from the Eagles.
I think you've got to, because Caliendo is a rookie. I mean, he's a kid out of Western Michigan that didn't even get drafted. Now, that doesn't mean he can't play. It just means that all 32 teams passed on him 7 times in the draft. He's going to have a big night tonight, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what, you know, that not only what Mahomes does, but what Andy does to help him in protection.
Right, Mahomes will start in the gun. Isaiah Pacheco offset to his right. 3 receivers right with an X. The outside is Xavier Worthy. Travis Kelce lined up just off the line of scrimmage to the left. Mahomes comes in, changes the play call, brings Worthy in alongside him, sends him in orbit motion to the right, and it goes in that direction. Caught out to the 20, down to the 22-yard line, wrapped up and tackled. Absolute gang tackle going on from the Philadelphia Eagles. Juju Smith-Schuster with the catch, with the run, and with the first down pickup out to the 23-yard line.
That's a great little concept. That's a run and shoot concept. They bring the motion, run a bubble and a slant. DeJean took the bubble, and he zipped it right to Schuster.
That's another offense looking to go quick. They did huddle, but they're out there already. Empty set. Mahomes in the backfield, stomps his feet. 2 receivers right. He sends Pacheco now in motion, brings him back in alongside him, now offset to the left. So 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Travis Kelce on the right-hand side of the line. Fakes the handoff to Pacheco, goes to Worthy on the outside. Excellent tackle on the outside there, and it's one of those rookies we talked about, Greg. Cooper DeJean stopping Xavier Worthy from getting a big pickup, maybe a yard out to the 24.
The Eagles' season changed during their bye week when they put Cooper DeJean in at the slot position, so versatile for them.
So ball again, quick from the second and 9 from the 24-yard line. Motion again from this offense, sending Pacheco out wide to the left, trying to see what this defense is going to offer. Just a 3-man rush from the Eagles. Ball over the middle to Travis Kelce, and a rare drop from Travis Kelce. A miscommunication between Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. And who was the player getting in Kelce's face immediately afterwards? GJ, a man who in this building on many occasions has wound up wide receivers. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson just giving him a little bump after the play, which Kelce was not happy about at all. Right, Mahomes in the gun again, 5 wide. Huge noise from the Eagles fans in the stadium for the 3rd and 9. Mahomes brings a man inside alongside him. Yet again, it's the running back Samaje Perine, who they love using on these 3rd downs. 3 receivers right. In a mild bunch formation. Travis Kelce is available over the middle. Mahomes is scrambling. Mahomes is outside the pocket. Had to go all the way around to the right. Nearly goes down. Throws the ball past the 30-yard line. Big bump from Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Will there be a flag on the play? Targeting Hollywood Brown down that side. No good. And the Chiefs are going to have to punt. Huge moment from the Eagles defense.
Yeah, there's the recipe right there. Tampa Bay did it a few years ago when they beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. You got to keep Patrick Mahomes on the run, and you got to plaster in the secondary.
Milton Williams slipped on that play just as Patrick Mahomes pulled back around the outside. I think if he hadn't done that, he'd have taken Mahomes down. And, well, a multiple sack Mahomes game is a rarity, having won this early doors as the punter stands on the 10-yard line. Azaria, ball up into the air, a long high end over end punt down to the 20, fielded there by Cooper DeJean, who fields it and brings it out to the 30, makes a man miss out to the 31-yard line before eventually being pushed out of bounds on that far side. And it's the punter who's in on that tackle. Azaria's covered the whole field to get down there, pushes him out of bounds, and the first 2 drives of the game are scoreless. Exciting stuff from these defenses, and we talked about the matchups here. Already an intriguing chess match between the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles, live here on talkSPORT, where we're bringing the Super Bowl with 888 Sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18+, begambleaware.org. Well, you're back with us live on talkSPORT, and you might have just caught the tail end of the Taylor Swift boos there ringing down from the crowd here in New Orleans. Super Bowl 59. We've just had the Nigerian nightmare, Christian Okoye, in the Chiefs' end zone, geeing up the Chiefs fans in the stadium, because whilst the Eagles might be the designated home team, both teams getting plenty of pomp and circumstance here. And yet, Paul McCartney, a second viewing for him. He's not getting booed by either sets of fans, Jeff.
Little English flavor to the house tonight.
After Cooper DeJean's 11-yard return, they'll start with the ball at the 31-yard line. The Eagles just a yard up from where they were on the previous drive, only picking up 20 yards on that previous drive in 3 minutes 39 off the clock after the big loss on Nick Bolton tackle on Saquon Barkley. And twice now we've seen a defensive play blow up a drive.
Yeah, that's 3 touches for Saquon Barkley. They kept them all under 5 yards. That's a major win, and I think really going to be the focus in terms of what the Chiefs defense is trying to do. A lot of guys on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, 4 down on the line of scrimmage, but also both Justin Reed and Trent McDuffie up on the line as well. 3 linebackers in base formation. We've got Jalen Hurts under center, offset eye behind him, and it's going to go to Saquon Barkley, who's going for a run up the middle, wrapped up by Leo Chanel right at the line of scrimmage, taken down for maybe a yard and a half, and that's going to be 2nd and 9 from the 32.
You know, it's interesting because the Chiefs are playing a too-high shell and trying to disguise where their 1-and-1 is and which safety's dropping in. This is going to be an interesting game for Philadelphia. They're going to have to get them out of this too-high shell.
Saquon Barkley loves a loaded box. He's fine with having 7 or 8 people in there because it means he makes one man miss. He's probably going for an 80-yard touchdown. So they've got to find a way to mix that up. Hurts in the gun, stomps his foot. Barkley goes out in an option route to the outside. Instead, they go deep over the middle, out to the 50. Dallas Goedert outside the numbers, down to the 52-yard line. A huge pickup on 2nd down, 21 yards, and Dallas Goedert gets the Eagles into Chiefs territory, a crossing formation, and honestly, just a blown coverage on it.
Yeah, and again, there's a guy that they brought in to replace Zach Ertz, a legendary tight end, and he's been really good towards the end of the season.
They've gone quick again. They're from the 53-yard line. Hurts in there. He's bringing Jahan Dotson in motion from left to right. Zone is shown. The ball goes into the gut of Saquon Barkley. Nearly manages to make a man miss, but again, just a 2-3-yard gain from him. Right now, this Chiefs defense are handling business.
They are, and yet they have a lot to do because the Eagles are playing so fast. They're snapping the ball with about 15, 16 seconds left on the clock, and it forces the communication to be on point. On that Goddard play, I think they really didn't communicate where they were with the zone coverage.
There's Mike Dana in on the tackle, ball at the 45-yard line, 2nd and 7 to go. Hurts calls for the ball at the 50, gives it to Barkley again. Barkley rumbling for just another 2 yards on that, and you saw as Chris Jones took Saquon Barkley to the ground there. It was Sean Wharton who brought him to the ground there. He was absolutely pumped to be forcing them into a 3rd and 5 from the 42.
Yeah, this isn't a down and distance that Philadelphia wants to live in. They want to live in 3rd and short, not 3rd and 6.
So they're going to call it 3rd and 5, ball on the 42. Hurts in the gun, 4 split wide. Barkley alongside him, offset. It's going to be a straight drop back, looking to the right-hand side. Ball over the top, over the hands of Goddard, who's hit by Trent McDuffie as the ball sails over the top. Laundry onto the field, and I think they're going to call that a hit on a defenseless receiver, Jeff. I'm not sure on that one.
Well, you know, the officials are going to always protect. You know, the earlier call was because the receiver from Philadelphia had his hand in the DB's face. Now, this one, you've got to give an opportunity for a defenseless player to defend himself. Watch the hit to the head right there by McDuffie. That's an easy call for the official.
Yeah, that's one where it didn't hurt Dallas Goedert, and yet it was a clear call, hands to the face, and it's good. We can get some of the conspiracy theorists on social media to calm down a bit, because you weren't looking, Will, but I saw that a lot of people thought that first call was a little favorable to the Chiefs, so this one evened it out. That was not a good throw by Jalen Hurts. You cannot have unforced errors. He got absolutely perfect protection. He had an open receiver, and he missed him. You can't have that if you're Jalen Hurts.
You can argue that Dallas Goedert, it was in and out of his hands, but he was jumping a good 15 feet up in the air, it felt like. Hurts in the gun, 3 receivers to the left, heavy set line to the right, man in motion. Ball does go to Barkley, who stutter steps and this time slips at the 30-yard line, falls forward back to just about the line of scrimmage, maybe even loses a yard, and right now Saquon's struggling.
Well, let's be honest, right now Kansas City is winning the battle on the line of scrimmage. The Eagle offense came in here with what many thought was the best offensive line in football, but early in this game, at least for right now, Kansas City is winning the battle up front.
Saquon Barkley, 5 carries, 14 yards, his longest so far, 4. He can pump those stats with a nice 60-yard run at any point, it feels like, though. Hurts in the gun. This time it's going to be 2nd and 11 from the 28-yard line. Hurts calling for it. 3 receivers right, 1 receiver left is A.J. Brown. Barkley stays in, picks up a big blitz pickup. Ball goes down the right-hand side, into the arms of Jahan Dotson, and that will be an Eagles touchdown! Huge play down that right-hand side to the former Washington receiver. Saquon Barkley picking up the blitz, left in man coverage down the field. Dotson just beat his man on the outside and a simple throw to open the scoring.
First big blitz that Spagnuolo sends. Saquon is ready for it. Jalen Hurts is ready for it. And how about Jahan Dotson? One-on-one coverage. We haven't seen him make a big play in months, and he gets the first touchdown for the Super Bowl.
He was saving it for you, Greg. He was just saving it for you.
Jalen Watson in coverage on the play. It was Shamari Connor in on the block. But none of that matters because it's Jahan Dotson with the 28-yard touchdown grab. Huge.
Spags tried to hide behind his two deep shell, bring the linebacker and bring the nickel in what we call a trailer blitz. And, Greg, really a great observation. It was Saquon Barkley all the way from the other side of the formation, scanned back to the nickel, and was able to go over there and pick up the blitz.
And I make a joke about Dotson. He's a good young player that hasn't had a lot of production for this team lately, but I've been watching him. He has not left the field yet. He is the one on the outside in general, while Goddard and Devonta Smith are on the inside. He is going to have that matchup often against the worst Chiefs guy in the secondary. If he can take advantage of that, they can keep going to him.
Now we are just waiting on a call because it looks like his knee may have been down and he may have been a yard shot. After we gave it all of that look, it's still a huge play. It still gets them to the red zone. It still gets them to the 1 yard line. And guess what, gents? When you're the Philadelphia Eagles and you're at the 1 yard line, I think we might know what's coming. Ruled down by contact. A good play by Jalen Watson in the end to make that tackle after he was beaten on the outside for pace by Jahan Dotson, a quick receiver, but managed to get him down, and it's now going to be first and goal from the 1. Scrape off that celebration from us. Scrape off those points. We're going to be going back out onto the field momentarily.
All right. Kellen Moore. How many ways can you say tush push?
But, I mean, they do vary it up. This is the difference. Sometimes Dallas Goedert will come inside and run it. The problem for the Bills, when they run their version of the tush push, they did it against the Chiefs on, 3-4 occasions in that game. And every time it's the exact same play. Josh Allen always went to the left. The Chiefs had it scouted. They knew what they were going to do. At least with the Eagles, who feel like the originator of the tush push, they know that they need to mix it up. They need to do something different every now and again.
And maybe that's something different is, I don't know, hand the ball off to the best running back in football. I was Saquon Barkley's fantasy owner this year, and I would get frustrated in these spots, but sometimes they would try it with Saquon for one play before they go to the tush push.
Well, just remember, too, Jalen Hurts is a 500-pound squatter as a quarterback. He's one of the most physical quarterbacks in the league, so he's made for these short yardage situations.
Yeah, and I just love the aggression. That's twice now, Hurts, where he's had a one-on-one situation in a big spot, and he's thrown a dime up the sideline. That's what he does well, and he's doing it so far.
A 28-yard touchdown ruled out, turned into a 27-yard completion down to the 1 yard line this year. This 2 weeks ago in the NFC Championship game, the Eagles went to the red zone 7 times. They scored 7 touchdowns. Look at that mass of men on the 1 yard line. Every single Chief, every single Eagle within about 3 yards of the ball as the tush push is executed to perfection. And Jalen Hurts has another postseason touchdown to add to his sensational resume. Touchdown Eagles.
To all you rugby fans out there, what a great contribution your sport has made to the Philadelphia Eagles offense, because the tush push originated from a rugby coach who they brought over to teach them how to be better in short yardage.
And in that AFC Championship, we didn't see a lot of push. On this play, Jalen Hurts isn't the only one that scored. Landon Dickerson is 2 yards into the end zone. Cam Jurgens is 2 yards into the end zone. They won that battle up front.
Saquon Barkley, Dallas Goedert, the ones providing the proverbial hands-on tush as we get ready for the extra point for Jake Elliott. Snap from Rick Lovato, hold for Braden Mann. Hold is good, kick is up, and kick is good. 7-0. The Philadelphia Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs. It took a play longer than we expected it to, but who doubted Jalen Hurts with his 10 rushing touchdowns by a quarterback, and it's First Blow Philadelphia live here on talkSPORT.
passed off Kelsey and that they did a good job. I think Mahomes went to him early in the progression and then went back to him. He wasn't open either time, but he was protected well, at least got a gain.
Oren Burks in on the tackle eventually, picking up 5 yards on the play. It'll be now 2nd and 5 from the 38. Mahomes, the pistol now, with an offset back alongside him, sends Worthy in motion again. So give the ball to Kareem Hunt. Hunt bumps into Travis Kelce right around the line of scrimmage. Kelce was going on a little jet motion, trying to do a little pin-pull action going on. And the miscommunication there for the Chiefs offense holds that to just a yard gain out to the 40.
There's a matchup brewing right now that I think if you're Kansas City, you want. It's Xavier Worthy against Cooper DeJean. That's not a good matchup for Philadelphia.
40-yard line, 3rd and 3. They made it 2. 5 minutes left on the clock in the first quarter. Mahomes stomps his feet. 2 receivers to the right, receivers to the left. Are Juju Smith-Schuster and Travis Kelce. He moves Xavier Worthy out to that left-hand side in a motion. Has to step up in the pocket. Nearly gets wrapped up by Nolan Smith. Misses his man on the outside. Hollywood Brown on the numbers right around the first down marker. Under pressure from that man, Cooper DeJean. And it's going to be another Kansas City Chiefs punt.
So we talked a lot about Brandon Graham in the pregame. They haven't even brought him on the field because they don't need to. I am watching this 4-man pass rush, and they're not all winning clean, but they're all winning. They're all creating pressure between Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter. They are not allowing Patrick Mahomes to be comfortable.
It's a brilliant shout from you, because what made that Eagles defensive line so good at 52 and again 2 years ago was the rotation. As we've gone on in these playoffs, Vic Fangio likes to leave those 4 on the field and let them play deep punt all the way to the 8-yard line. And in fact, Cooper DeJean is going to let it bounce all the way out into the end zone, and the Philadelphia Eagles will start their next drive from the 20. A lot of talk about how they needed a 2-score lead in this game. The defense stepping up right now,
Yeah,
Jeff.
and you know, you talk about learning how to win. Well, first you got to learn how not to lose. And those 2 plays right there, Mahomes had a guy open. Normally he makes that throw real easy, and then Ariza comes on and punts the ball into the end zone, which creates a field position advantage for Philadelphia. They needed that ball fair caught inside the 20. Instead, they're going to scrimmage from the 25.
This is why I love having this special teams coordinator, Jeff Reinbold, in the booth. Let's go.
When we come back, 4:36 left in the first quarter. Eagles up 7-0 on the Chiefs. Obviously, I talked about the fact that all that play from the defense has been so huge for the Eagles so far. Getting pressure with 4. Excellent coverage thus far. Mahomes being forced to scramble outside the pocket. A couple of plays already off schedule that haven't worked out for him. When it comes to the offensive side for the Eagles, though, yes, a big shot play which got them down to the 1-yard line. Big penalty that got them out of a 3rd and mid. But they're not running the ball well at all yet, Jeff.
Not yet, but I'll tell you what, Greg made a great point. They're aggressive on the outside, and that's going to back Kansas City off a little bit. I think it's critical for Philadelphia to keep putting the ball in 26's hands, because he's going to make a play.
They are a team that they're not consistent offensively throughout the course of the season. They're not a station-to-station offense. You'll see them go a handful of drives and not move, but then they're explosive in the running game and the passing game. So to me, they have to love how this game has started, because it just reminds me of a lot of other Eagles games.
No question. They're a team that wants chunk plays. They've already had 2, one taken away by a penalty, but they've had 2 chunk plays in the passing game. And if you keep giving Saquon Barkley the football, he's going to make chunk plays in the run game too.
8 plays, just 23 yards so far, 2.9 yards per carry total in the rushing game. But 10 of those yards are coming from Jalen Hurts, including the scramble that he had earlier in the game. And look, they're 5 first downs. If you told me at this point the Eagles would have 5 first downs and be up 7, I wouldn't imagine 3 of them were passing and 1 was a penalty, that's for sure.
Well, and that's absolutely true. And you also wouldn't think, at least I didn't, I said there's not going to be many drives in this game. They're starting their 3rd drive here. There's 4.5 minutes left in the first quarter.
You're right, Greg, because usually there's 12 in a game. That's what you count on as a coach. You're going to have 12 drives, 12 possessions with the ball. What I'm anxious to see is Kellen Moore, who's a hot candidate right now for the head job right here in New Orleans, if he doesn't get the quarterback run game going a little bit.
Interesting signs on the screen. Chris Jones is just having his neck worked on by one of the athletic trainers, showing replays on the screen. As he's having that almost like massage given, nerve pinched, he is screaming out in agony. He is on the field right now. His helmet is on. He will be out on this down, but just one to look out for, as the Chiefs have 4 down linemen but two corners all at the line of scrimmage. Jalen Hurts is under center. Saquon Barkley fake the handoff, looking for Barkley to the outside as he rolls out to the 10 and finds his tight end over the middle, who drops the ball. Dallas got it. Are they going to call that a fumble and recovery? Nope. Incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 20.
Not what Jalen Hurts majors in, just creating while he's on the move. He actually made a nice throw there. Goddard just drops it. Would have been about a 5-yard gain.
As they line up over the X of the LIX on the Super Bowl logo to our right-hand side. Now Hurts will be in the gun. 2 receivers to his right, Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown, tight end to his left. And John Dotson out there as well, but gives the ball to Saquon Barkley. Barkley again making the first man miss as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Mike Pennell couldn't get hands on him, but he goes down right around the 2-yard mark. And again, Saquon just having no fortune against this Chiefs defensive line.
Justin Reed, one of the really good tacklers from the safety position in the NFL, right up on the line of scrimmage, because Saquon is the guy they have to stop today.
Defensive substitutions from Steve Spagnuolo, bringing Charles Omenihu onto the field and potentially showing a little bit of pressure. Instead, they're going to line up looking like man on the outside. 3 receivers to the right, sending Devonta Smith in motion now in the gun. Jalen Hurts stomps his foot, receives the ball. Barkley stays in to pass protected, goes to Devonta Smith out to the 30, and that looks like he's going to be just enough yardage outside the numbers to pick up the first down. Beautiful play design on that one to get just what they needed.
Well, you saw the impact of the chunk passes. Now it's 3rd and long. They go into a too-high shell, play cover 2, and a great job by Devonta Smith to find the opening in the zone.
Hurts in the gun again. One running back alongside him is again Saquon Barkley. Fake the handoff. He's got space and time in the pocket. Finds Stockton at the 35. Out to the 40. First down out to the 45-yard line. He's eventually pushed out of bounds by linebacker True Tranquil, but a chunk pickup about 14 yards on the play. 16, in fact, they're going to give it, and that's going to be another Eagles first down.
Somewhere in one of these booths, Howie Roseman is saying, now you see me, this 3rd-round pick I gave up for Dotson was worth it.
6 of 7, 75 yards so far for Jalen Hurts, who's in the gun again. This time 2 receivers wide right, 2 wide left. It's a design run. It's Saquon Barkley up the middle, over the shield of the NFL, out to the 45-yard line, eventually taken down at the 2nd level, but picks up 9 on that scramble.
That's why the quarterback run game is so key to Philadelphia, because when you play too high, you've got run numbers in the box, and that was a great call.
Watch Saquon Barkley pick this one up, but it's the center Cam Jurgens who comes around the outside to get Nick Bolton, and that gets an extra 5 or 6 yards on that play. This time another handoff to Barkley. Barkley does break through, picks up the yardage needed. Only 4 on the play, but it'll be another Eagles first down right down the center, out to the 41-yard line of the Kansas City Chiefs.
And you see where the tempo, I think, is having a little bit of an effect on the Chiefs defense. They're not getting to do all the special spag stuff that they love to because the Eagles are playing so fast.
2 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
How about this formation, fellas?
Wild
the lonesome
formation.
polecat. This is an old high school formation. Take a tackle, take it out of each side. You play 3 guys inside with 2 backs. Man, we are seeing some great coaching going on in this game. Kellen Moore, that was outstanding.
Kenneth Gainwell with only about 3.5 yard, maybe 4-yard pickup on that play, but one of the wildest formations I've ever seen, and thanks to Jeff for calling it for me, because I'd have had to have been Googling the name of it, I'm not going to lie. Hurts now with a slightly more traditional formation. They are in 11 personnel, 1 tight end, 1 and the running back is Gainwell alongside Hurts, who comes up and changes the play, calls kill on it. Got it to his right. A.J. Brown's that round side as well, and they go to Gainwell again. Just a short yardage gain for Kenneth Gainwell, taken down by Deshaun Wharton, and that's going to now be them finding themselves in a 3rd and 5 situation, right around where they were previously on that Dallas Goddard play.
Here they go, going fast again. Kansas City having a tough time making their substitution.
A.J. Brown on the outside, on the numbers. 2 receivers stacked just close to the formation, and a further in Jahan Dotson out to the right-hand side up against Jalen Watson. Hurts in the gun. Charles Omenihu, hand in the dirt, looking to rush him on the outside. And Hurts is brought down. Huge blitz from George Karlaftis. But a flag down right around the 42-yard line, and it's going to go against the Kansas City Chiefs. Karlaftis is still celebrating at midfield, but Ron Talbot confirms that one is going against the Chiefs.
That was an unforced error, I believe, by Charles Omenihu. He did not line up at the right spot. He was in the neutral zone, I thought, from the very beginning. I think that's why they threw.
You know, I called it before the play. Hand in the dirt. He looked far up. I didn't quite think neutral zone, but
you're seeing the effect of Philadelphia going fast. They can't make substitutions. Chris Jones literally walked onto the field in that third down situation. He's trying to rest him on second down to have him as a pass rusher on third, but Kansas City's body language is not good.
20 seconds left on the clock, but 10 on the play clock. They'll have to snap it once more before the end of the quarter. Jahan Dotson in motion. Stomp from Hurts. Gives the ball to Barkley. No, keeps it on the RPO. Running to the outside. Absolutely swarmed by Chiefs players. Blown up nice and early. Shamari Connor read that one like a book and takes Jalen Hurts down for a 3-yard loss as we head towards the end of the first quarter. The Eagles on top 7-0 on the Kansas City Chiefs thanks to Jalen Hurts' 1-yard tush-push touchdown. But that doesn't even begin to tell the story of the quarter. So much intrigue already here in New Orleans for Super Bowl 59 as we bring it to you live and exclusively in stadium here on talkSPORT. You're back with us in New Orleans, in the heart of this wonderful city. And Super Bowl 59 already come to life for you. Just 15 off the clock, just 7 points on the board for the Philadelphia Eagles as they're driving 2nd and 14 with the ball on the Chiefs' 34. Right now, they're presenting the Hall of Fame class for 2025. Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, Eric Allen getting a huge response, of course, from both the Saints fans and the Eagles fans in attendance here. And now we're back to the action on the field. Gents, what does this Chiefs defense need to do to slow down this slightly wild Kellen Moore offensive call?
Well, I think right now they're doing a good job in the run, basically. However, it's the chunk plays that have hurt them. And, you know, Spags, he's putting people at the line of scrimmage and giving one-on-ones outside. And as long as Jalen Hurts can make those throws outside, they're going to have a tough time.
They're getting a 3rd down sometimes, and it's 2nd and 14 here, so they got to get off the field. But this first quarter could not have gone any better for the Philadelphia Eagles. They have 21 plays to 7 for the Chiefs. They have 115 yards to 19 for the Chiefs. They are dominating so far.
2nd and 14 then. They've gone 5 wide, looking to pick up some of those yardage. Goddard, Dotson and A.J. Brown to the right, to the left. Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith. Barkley now comes in a jet motion behind Hurts, who's in the gun. Hurts just has time on the spot, instead rolling out to the right, goes to Barkley on that side, who got a chance to make a man miss. He just instead tries to run through Nick Bolton around about the 30-yard line. Bolton staying strong, assisted by Karl Loftus, and holds him to about a 4-yard gain. 3rd and 10 from the 30. They need to restrict Philly to a field goal attempt here, Jeff.
Again, Kansas City late to get their defense deployed, hard to get the signal in. Philadelphia is working so fast.
And you know, if it's 8 or 9 yards, it's a 4-down situation. Jalen Hurts in the gun. Saquon Barkley now offset alongside him. A.J. Brown to his right, 3 receivers to the left. He looks to A.J. Brown, deep to that right-hand side, and he's picked off! Picked off down on that right-hand side. Called by Jeff Reinbold before the ball was anywhere near Brian Cook's hands. And Jalen Hurts went for it all in a play, and instead, the Chiefs will take over at the 5-yard line. That's one way to stop a field goal attempt.
Absolutely, and you think about this, 10 points to nothing if he doesn't make that throw, because this is it, you're in field goal range. Two things as a young quarterback you never want to do, as an old quarterback either. Take a sack or throw an interception when you're in the scoring zone.
That was Spagnuolo, who we said was not winning, was not getting his guys through, winning with the quick pressure. The way they sent rushers up the middle, Nick Bolton basically got ignored there by Cam Jurgens, the center for the Eagles. He let him go, and Jalen Hurts panics and throws it, trying to anticipate what his receiver is going to do. Easy interception there.
How much of that can be a tightening up? Because I think Jalen Hurts has made fewer mistakes this year compared to last season, and certainly down this stretch. In that situation, yes, the sack puts you into a long field goal situation, but at least it doesn't turn the ball over. As soon as he went for that deep down that side and there were two men out there, I mean, you called it when the ball was halfway through the air.
Well, I think the biggest thing for Hurts in that situation, he's outside the pocket, so all he's got to do is throw the ball in the dirt across the line of scrimmage, and you get a chance to go out, kick the field goal up 10-0. As Greg said, you're dominating time of possession, you're dominating plays, you're dominating the line of scrimmage. Just take what's there and don't try and force plays. That really was a big mistake.
So entering this game, Patrick Mahomes had the longest stretch without an interception that any quarterback's ever had entering the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts was actually third. These two guys have not made any mistakes, and for Hurts to blink like that when they're in a nice position, that's a relatively early trouble sign for the Eagles.
Yeah, and I think Vic Fangio right now is telling his guys, all right, put it away. Here's what you got to do. You got to get a 4 and out. You got to get them to punt the ball down here. We'll get the field position back and get the 10 points or a touchdown. This is big for the Eagles. If the Eagles dominate this series and they can force Kansas City to punt from the end zone, that's a big win for Philadelphia.
Only 6 interceptions thrown this season by that Philly offense, third in the NFL. They're plus 11 on the turnover margin on the season. This is an area which has been a huge strength for them, more so than it have been for the Kansas City Chiefs if you take the full season numbers. But as Greg alluded to, just 2 turnovers since that Week 10. The interception against the Bills and then the fumble on the snap against the Bills last week. It's not something that the Chiefs do, and if you start doing it as the Eagles, you're going to find yourself behind the 8 ball. It's what we've seen in this playoffs. It's an obvious thing to say. The turnover battle is important, right? But in this playoffs, the number of times that the team with the better success rate, yardage, everything else has lost because they've lost the turnover battle has been astonishing. Right, Mahomes is in the end zone. He's got Kareem Hunt alongside him. He's sending Noah Gray in motion from right to left. He's going for the quick pass to Noah Gray out to the 4-yard line.
Nice
Gives
play.
him just a little bit of breathing room. Big hit coming in on the play. But that one will be about a 3-yard gain out to the 4.
You know, I think this is going to be one of the things that we talk about when we discuss the game at the end of the game. This drive right here for Kansas City. Can you muscle it up and get it out from the shadow of your own goal line?
Quinyon Mitchell in on the tackle, out to the 4-yard line. Mahomes still under the shade of his own goalpost. So Kareem Hunt alongside him. Bunch receivers to the right. Single receiver going streaking down that left-hand side. Mahomes forced to roll out to the left.
Job.
Finds Kareem Hunt over the middle, out to the 9-yard line. And as Greg Rosenthal said, nice job, Patrick Mahomes. Under some pressure, Milton Williams on the tackle.
Yeah, they tried to send a blitz, maybe create a big play for the Philadelphia Eagles defense. They picked up Zach Bond. Mahomes was very under control. Makes a nice play across his body.
3rd and 3, deep in their own territory. The Chiefs need to pick this up to take a bit of pressure off, but the Philly defense, 3rd in the NFL on 3rd downs. The Chiefs offense, 2nd in the NFL on 3rd downs. These two teams love to live in this down. Maybe not this distance for the Eagles as they go 5 wide on the line. Mahomes gets out quickly, throws it low, looking for his tight end out on that right-hand side. And for the 2nd time today, a wild throw from Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce goes incomplete on an important down.
Kelce is having a nightmare game so far. He basically had 2 plays where he could have had a drop, if you want to call it, where he wasn't on the same page. He also ran into Kareem Hunt, and then there was another where he was a primary and heavily covered. Not the normal Travis Kelce Super Bowl we're used to seeing.
Well, it's really interesting because initially they had the nickel over there on Kelsey. Then they motioned and put the linebacker out there, which is exactly what Kansas City want. But Greg, he just couldn't get away from anybody.
Matt Ariza with the punt out of his own end zone. It's only going to go to the 38.
He's got a chance.
Will look
He's
to go
got a
out
chance.
to the left. He's skipping past the man, out to the 45. He's absolutely gang tackled in the end. It's Joshua Williams, special teams corner, who gets in on the first tackle, but there were 5 or 6 white jerseys before another green jersey anywhere near him.
We talked about Kansas City special teams and really, really good disciplined coverage. DeJean had yardage. As soon as he caught the ball, there was nothing but grass in front of him, and all of a sudden, a whole host of white shirts were right in front of Cooper DeJean.
Well, right now, the Eagles' offense has had the better of the game, despite Jalen Hurts' interception. They're going to have excellent starting field position from the 43 when they start this next drive. And what do you do if you're Kellen Moore here? Jalen Hurts, you want to calm him down, steady him. Is it a case of, well, let's run the ball, let's keep it simple, let's try and get back on track, or do you give him an opportunity early doors to throw?
I think what you got to do is keep getting the ball to 26 because he's your best player. And now, we talked about the importance of Philadelphia playing complementary football. Get a stop and get field position. They did that. Now it's the offense's turn to go out there and turn this into points. This good field position, and I think it's your fourth, one of your key possessions of the second quarter, maybe your fourth, you really need points out of this field position.
Yeah, your defense is playing lights out. Patrick Mahomes has dropped back to pass 9 times. He's got 24 yards. You're in the Super Bowl. Like, you got to take advantage of what your defense is doing, because you can't expect 4 quarters of making Patrick Mahomes, throw the ball about 4 yards per attempt.
But on that side, yes, your defense is playing lights out, but you talked about Saquon Barkley. 8 carries, 19 yards, 2.4. The opening carry of the game where he took it 4 yards, and I joked that 4 yards isn't very long for Saquon Barkley, is still his longest carry of the game.
Yeah, and you know what? Kansas City's doing a great job. I mean, let's be honest about it. But great players find ways to make great plays in big games. And I certainly believe that if Philadelphia will stay with their identity and stay with what got them here, stay with what helped them win 14 games in the regular season, that they're going to come out of this and Saquon's going to have a 100-yard day.
Absolutely sensational animation going on in the big screens comparing Saquon Barkley to Forrest Gump with the amount he's run this season. First Eagles player with over 2,000 yards, most postseason rushing yards ever for an Eagles player, and actually he only needs 12 rushing yards to break Terrell Davis' single season record, including the playoffs. So maybe the Chiefs have got an eye on that record and said, we're not going to let him get to 12.
Well, yeah, I think he's getting there on this drive. And look, they're all big drives. It's a Super Bowl.
So what you're saying is, Greg, run, Forrest, run.
The offense so far, 40 rushing yards, 79 passing yards. They've outgained the Chiefs, 119 yards to 26. 12 minutes 25 in the time of possession, but they just had that turnover, which has kept this game close. Now they start this drive, best field position to start the game, 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line. Hurts in the gun, Saquon Barkley alongside him. He sends a man in motion, gives the ball to Barkley, who looks to go up the middle, and immediately Drew Tranquill hits him a yard behind the line again, and that's going to be a 2nd and 11. Yes, they should keep going at Barkley, but it's not working thus far.
This game so far has reminded me of why the Chiefs are the Chiefs, because in so many big games over this entire run, one side of the ball is not playing well, but the other side of the ball always has a knack of picking them up. Their defense did it last year for a good chunk of that Super Bowl and waited for the offense to catch up.
In a bunch receivers to the right-hand side, Jahan Dotson and Devonta Smith. He's got Dallas Goedert on the heavy side of the line to the right. Now sending Jahan Dotson in motion. Saquon Barkley is alongside Hurts, who goes for a straight drop back. Does have options, has to roll out of the pocket. Being chased down by big Chris Jones. Rushes all the way out to the 46-yard line, picking up maybe 3 on the play, but real chance that was going to be a negative. And a big run to the outside to gain just 3 yards.
Ran out of bounds by Drew Tranquill, who is a connoisseur of radio analysts, and he pointed at you this week and said, you know the game, big fella.
Oh, wow, Big Red in the big spot.
That did happen. I didn't put it out because I'm British and I don't like praise being heaped on me. Jeff, of course, saw it and, of course, had to mention it. Hurts now in the gun again. Saquon Barkley alongside him. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left in a spread wide formation. Chiefs have spread their line, and they're looking to bring pressure with 4. Hurts,
man
ball
to man.
over the top, looking
Great
for A.J.
throw.
Brown,
That
picking it up
is
at
a
the
big-time
31,
throw.
playing it to the back shoulder. A.J. Brown comes back to it with Trent McDuffie draped all over him, and it's a first down, Eagles, all the way out to the 31-yard line of the Kansas City Chiefs.
You talk about contested catches, and that was a contested catch. Brown is one of the strongest wide receivers, and Hurts put it just where he needed it.
And they're going quick again. Hurts snaps the ball, gives it to Barkley. Barkley off the right tackle, this time outside zone, and again, this time it's 4 Chiefs it takes to bring him down, with Drew Tranquil leading the line. And Leo Chanel said it to us on opening night. One of us can't tackle him. Well, that's fine, because so far you've had 3 of them tackling him every time.
Yeah, but if they keep hitting on 3rd and longs, the Eagles are going to win this game. They hit a 3rd and 8 to Devonta Smith last drive. They had that penalty take away that long yardage to Brown before, and then that one. Those are big plays you don't necessarily expect to make.
It's a good defense at not giving up explosives, and yet a 22-yarder for A.J. Brown. Now a swing pass. Barkley, open field, makes a man miss, gets out to the 26-yard line, picks up maybe 5 on the play to make it a 3rd and 3 situation, but another good defensive play out on that right-hand side. Nick Bolton this time.
Yeah, these Kansas City Chiefs tackle extremely well, and that's a lost art in the NFL today. They don't practice with pads on anymore, so it's hard to be a good tackling team. Kansas City's outstanding.
Slightly longer than expected. They must have had a knee down earlier. 3rd and 5. So Barkley is stacked as a receiver with Devonta Smith to the left, 3 receivers to the right in a 5-wide formation. Jalen Hurts in the gun. No blitz being shown.
There you
in fact,
go,
it's going to be an
quarterback
RPO. Quarterback run to the outside. An absolutely swarming tackle coming down in the box from the safety, Justin Reed, and they're going to keep him short of the sticks. It's going to be about a 4th and 2 situation, maybe a 4th and 3. Something for the referees to join in on.
Looks like they are going to stay on the field and go for this. A really interesting decision here by Nick Sirianni. The tackling, you mentioned it, has been great in the open field by the Chiefs, but they've been aggressive on 4th downs all year. They're going to stay that way here.
4th and 3 then from the 25 of the Kansas City Chiefs. Huge down here in Super Bowl 59 live in New Orleans. 2 receivers to the left stacked. Bunch to the right as well. Dallas Goedert goes in motion to make it a 3-receiver bunch to that left-hand side. Lots of communication. It's Kenneth Gainwell in the backfield alongside Jalen Hurts. Hurts maybe just trying to draw them off sides and eventually does walk off the field of play. Did think they were going to snap that one, had some hopes they were going to snap that one. Instead, timeout Philadelphia.
I think that's the right decision because you need points. Now, everybody might say that, well, you're going to have to score touchdowns to beat Kansas City. Right now, the way their defense is playing, you want the lead and you can get it to a 2-score game, get it to a 2-score game. Don't give Kansas City a chance to make a play and get emotional momentum.
Jaden Hicks on that 3rd down play, rather 2nd down play to Saquon Barkley. He had to get Saquon down on a one-on-one situation in the outside. I'm thinking that's going to be a big play. That's going to be a first time. He gets him down. The very next play, Justin Reed, another unheralded safety. It's tackling. It's fundamentals got them to this point.
No question.
It's a 43-yard attempt then for Jake Elliott. Not his best season, 28 of 36 from the field, and on 40-yarders. 40 to 49 yarders. He has had a miss this year.
Oh, there's
42
movement.
This time.
Movement on Kansas City. Encroachment on Kansas City. This is going to be a first down.
That is absolutely huge if that goes against Kansas City. Men on both sides of the lines pointing at Landon Dickerson and Mike Pennell, both at each other's faces, pointing in the other direction here in New Orleans. Andy Reid is convinced it's going against the defense. What have we got to say, Ron Tolbert?
Oh, my goodness.
They're calling it a false start, not just a full start by long snapper Rick Lovato. I'm not sure I've seen a snapper call a long start. He dips his head the tiniest little amount, which causes, according to them, the Chiefs to jump. It is the slightest duck of the head. That one is going to get poured over.
Oh, I think the Chiefs moved first.
Time and time again.
I'm going to tell you something. I know officials have a tough job, but the game is for the players, not for the officials. That was a absolutely, I won't even use the words that call was right there.
Well, the 48-yarder is up, and it is good for Jake Elliott. The 5 yards didn't matter in the end. There'll be a lot of discussion about it being called in favor of the Chiefs, but Jake Elliott said, No matter the pressure in the biggest game of the season, here in the Caesars Superdome, live exclusive in-stadium coverage for you on talkSPORT. 8:38 left in the second quarter, and with those 3 points, it's the Philadelphia Eagles 10, the Kansas City Chiefs still scoreless this deep into the game on talkSPORT. Shades of a little bit of Munich with the game in Germany now going to Berlin this year. I know it's a country song from this country, but it's a traditional song for them to play in the beer halls of Oktoberfest. And the real moment that I fell in love with this song, as I never really enjoyed, was hearing the German fans sing it in fine song. And now we get a bit of John Denver here, a little bit to the east of Denver, a little bit to the south of Denver, as we bring you live and exclusive in-stadium coverage from New Orleans of Super Bowl 59. The Philadelphia Eagles, with 8:38 left on the clock in this second quarter, lead the Kansas City Chiefs 10-0, but the Chiefs get a stop. Big question marks will come over that penalty, which would have gone in the Eagles' direction and continued the drive. And Greg, a 10-0 lead against the Chiefs, when they get the ball back to start the second half as well, doesn't feel like much of a lead, unfortunately.
No, it sounds like a couple Super Bowls that they've won against your 49ers. Sorry to bring that up, Will.
He was waving me down for that entire intro because he wanted to say something, and all he wanted to say was dig out the 49ers. And the kickoff is going to be taken as a knee in the end zone, and we'll see that Chiefs offense come out onto the field starting from the 30-yard line. Patrick Mahomes is 3-1 when down 10 points in a Super Bowl, right? This is not an unassailable position, and like I say, he gets the ball back to start the second half. They need something on this drive. Mahomes on the eye of the LAX at the 25-yard line, stomps his feet, fakes the handoff. He's under pressure immediately. He's brought down immediately. 4 Eagles around him. Penetration up the middle, and the man who is scrambling away from the play in the end is Josh Sweat, the outside linebacker, bringing Mahomes down. It was pretty much a gang effort, though, Jeff Reinbold.
Well, they had Travis Kelce was chipping him and then going to release in his route, and it's just not fair. Sweat is so dynamic off the edge. Kelce barely touched him.
And you know what, though? It's a group effort because Mahomes wanted to get out to the other side. But Jomo and Jalix Hunt, not household names, get some pressure. He gets sacked.
4-yard loss, 2nd and 14. Again, Mahomes forced to scramble, forced to move up in the pocket, and is sacked yet again, brought down right over the middle. Unbelievable back-to-back plays from this Eagles defense. Jalix Hunt in on that sack just after he's called out by Greg Rosenthal.
He is coming off the best game of his career, barely played in the regular season, and Vic trusted him for about 35 snaps, and he showed up in the NFC Championship. Now he is on the biggest stage in sports.
Mahomes is attempting to step up in the pocket, Just a 2-yard loss in the end, but a 3rd and 16. Time for Mahomes to try and make some magic. A night where he's trying to establish his legacy. Steps his foot, has some RJP right, rushes out to the right-hand side, has a man down, throws it at the 39-yard line, returning out to numbers 25, 20, Cooper DeJean down to the 10, down to the 5, touchdown Eagles! Cooper DeJean goes all the way across the formation, returns the ball, and the rookie has picked off the superstar.
The second rounder out of Iowa. Many said he couldn't play corner in the National Football League. They gave him a chance early in the season to be their slot corner, their nickel corner, and he's paid huge dividends for Philadelphia.
The Eagles season turned around the minute they went to Cooper DeJean, and this game, which was already going in one direction, saw Patrick Mahomes make the mistake that he never makes. He forced it in a big spot, now down 3 scores.
On his 22nd birthday, a 39-yard pick 6 for the Cooper DeJean, the superstar rookie, and with the extra point lined up, Jake Elliott waiting, puts his boot through it, up and through the uprights, and it's a 17-0 lead for the Philadelphia Eagles. Absolute scenes in New Orleans.
Well, let's find out who we are, Kansas City. You are down now, and you are going to have to get yourself off the mat. We'll use a little Rocky for you right here. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up.
We've talked about how hard it is to win 3 in a row. We talked all week about how this matchup was strength on strength. In theory, this was going to be a tight, impactful, back-and-forth Super Bowl, and right now the Eagles have every bit of momentum.
I swear, before that 3rd down, that they, again, played really fast. They got up to the line of scrimmage very quickly. I swear I was going to say, this is starting to remind me of a different Chiefs Super Bowl memory where they were also down 10 points, and that was after the 2020 season, because their offensive line is not playing well enough right now, and if they don't turn it around, it's not even extra rushers from the Eagles that are winning. It is that 4-down rushes winning snap after snap.
Now, I understand the reason why they kicked Joe Tooney out to left tackle. They did not trust Wanya Morris. They brought DJ Humphries in, didn't feel he was game fit. But when the strength of this defense is the interior of that line, why would you not want to have the best centre, right guard, left guard combination in the NFL going man for man with them? I think they could have trusted one of those tackles to come back into this team and been a stronger offensive line, and instead they're getting absolutely manhandled.
Well, I think that's something we'll never know because you don't know the health of the guys. I know this, that Tooney has spent the whole season playing left tackle. So if you make the change, put him back inside, now you're making 2 changes. And, you know, I think they were looking at continuity. Here's what's shocking to me, and I don't know if this is true, but our computer's telling us that the Chiefs have run the football once in the first half.
Uncle Vic Fangio, 0-8 against Andy Reid in his career. Right now has held the Chiefs offense in 4 drives to 3 punts, an interception, 1 first down, and just 20 yards on 13 plays.
You know, this felt like a very one-sided matchup before that play. But sometimes you need one of your best players, happens to be a rookie in this case, to make the big play, to have the scoreboard start lining up with how you feel and the confidence that this Eagles team must have after DeJean didn't just break on that ball. He took a house call. He beat everyone to the corner. What a moment in that kid's life.
Yeah, that was not a rookie play. That's a veteran play. His man went on an outcut. He saw that he was free. He just laid in the weeds in the zone and picked Mahomes blind.
First player in NFL history to score a touchdown on his birthday in a Super Bowl. Yes, we bring you every stat you could possibly want here on talkSPORT.
Well, is it possible that we could get 2 today if Saquon can get 1 in?
I mean, that's why I think it's significant he's the first, because Saquon right now being held, and yet we're seeing a dominant Philly performance without it being about Saquon Barkley.
And it feels like an Eagles home game. It's got to feel so great for these players. The Chiefs fans that are in here are just silent.
Kick goes out the back of the end zone, and the Chiefs will start from the 30. Look, the Chiefs right now aren't handling that full-down rush. And if you watch the receivers on the outside, they're just not getting off the line of scrimmage. They're being jammed constantly, meaning that Mahomes doesn't have the options out there. This is such a physical performance by this Eagles team so far. And, you know, the only problem is they're going to be on the field again so quickly afterwards. They are showing 4 down again, as Mahomes, with a little bit of trickery, tries to give it off to his running back, and instead he's hit in the backfield, smashed and brought down by Moro Emojo, the second-year man out of Texas, tackling for a loss, and it's going to be a 2nd and 12.
This is a feeding frenzy. It's almost like every guy, and it's coming off the bench, and we see Brandon Graham coming into the game, I believe, for the first time. They want to be the guy that makes the play, and they're all winning their battles up front.
6:37 left in the second quarter. Philly lead Kansas City 17-0. 2nd and 12. Mahomes stomps his foot, brings his man across the formation, then sends Xavier Worthy back outside. This time Worthy does have space on the right, but they go for the run. And he is brought down almost immediately in the center of the field. Jalen Carter not letting Isaiah Pacheco get up either. Little bit of argy-bargy afterwards. And you like to see that little bit of tastiness from that Eagles defense. 3rd and 9.
They're a salty bunch, and he's the saltiest of that crew. He plays the game right on the fringe.
0 of 4 on 3rd down so far, the Chiefs. Bunch formation to the right. Now brings Samaje Perine in alongside him. Travis Kelce is solo to the left-hand side of the line. Mahomes goes in, changes the play. 4 down lineman yet again. Cooper DeJean out on that side. Brockovich Worthy, they try and get a bit of a natural pick, but again Mahomes is under pressure. And again Mahomes is brought down in the backfield. The first man who gets to him, not quite able to bring him down, but eventually Milton Williams brings a man down, and after getting the first sack of his postseason career last week, Milton Williams is wrecking shop up front.
You know, Greg said it is a feeding frenzy. They're just taking turns beating the Kansas City offensive lineman off the punch. This is a great move by Williams, and what a job of staying with the play longer than the Kansas City Chiefs.
That sound you heard are cash registers ringing for Milton Williams, who's about to make a ton of money in the open market as a free agent. What a time to go crazy in the Super Bowl.
5 minutes left in the second quarter. The Chiefs are down 3 scores and haven't put a point on the board. End-to-end punt. Cooper DeJean under it. He calls for a fair catch. Nearly has one of his men running into him in Tristan McCollum, but manages to keep hold of the ball. And the Eagles will come out and start on the 34-yard line with 4:49 left in the quarter. You're listening to live and exclusive in-stadium coverage of Super Bowl 59. An unbelievable Eagles performance so far for you here on talkSPORT with 888 Sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18+. BeGambleAware.org. Yeah, you're live here in New Orleans where the Philadelphia Eagles are putting on an absolute show. 17-0 up on the Kansas City Chiefs with 4:49 left in the second quarter. The Chiefs have been down in every Super Bowl that they've won over this stretch. But they're not an explosive offense in the same way they used to be. And this, I think, is a troubling situation for them. With the Eagles on the field looking to add points here. I'm not saying they're going to kill the game here, but a touchdown here is real trouble for Kansas City.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to me to see how Kellen Moore plays this. It's basically 4-minute football, which, again, in coaching, what you're saying here is you're going to use the clock. You've got possession of the football. You want to get at least 3 out of this and force Kansas City to have to score 3 touchdowns to beat you. It'll be interesting to see what he comes up with in this situation.
Of course. Most importantly, Cardi B was shown on the screen and got a really good reception. So let's give some love to the celebrities who are out here at Super Bowl 59. Right, Jalen Hurts in the gun. Thompson's foot, hands it off to Barkley. Barkley running to the outside. This time does make a man miss. Out to the 40, down to the 43-yard line. Now for the first time today, a 9-yard carry for Saquon Barkley. His biggest of the day by far, and it's going to be a 2nd and 1 at the 44-yard line.
I almost feel like this is a late game situation where every first down is going to be so crucial because they want to score here. They do not want to give the Chiefs much time to score in return. A couple first downs will get that done.
He ran off the right guard there, Mekhi Becton, and going to do exactly the same again. Quarterback
missed
up the middle.
Manages
to just about pick up the first down there, Jalen Hurts, but on his initial run did miss the hole over the right guard. Saquon Barkley luckily sprung him open, and yet the Eagles will pick up the first down at the 45. Mekhi Becton was questionable to return with a knee injury after the last Eagles drive, but he is back into the game, and they've run those inside zone runs off Mekhi Becton on back-to-back plays. He is a man mountain of a human being, and if you can get someone like that moving men off their spot on the other side, then it's a huge advantage for your offensive line. Jalen Hurts at the 40-yard line, stamping his foot. 45, 1st and 10. Sends a man in motion, has Saquon Barkley alongside him and hands it off to Barkley. Barkley makes a man miss initially, and they do get about 3 yards on the play, but there is some laundry on the back end, and it's going to be holding against that Eagles deep offense. 69, that's going to go against Landon Dickerson. Tough penalty to give away in this situation because it takes you all the way back to a 1st and 20, back at the 35-yard line, and now a lot of yardage to pick up on your 3 downs.
It changes the math. The Chiefs will think about maybe even using their timeouts depending on how these next couple plays go. But one thing I noticed was that the Eagles snapped that ball with 1 second left, so they're already thinking
4-minute offense rather.
Well, I'll tell you who is noticing is Steve Spagnuolo absolutely stalking the sideline on the far side. Hurts in the gun, sends Grant Calcaterra in an orbit motion back to the outside. It's going to be just a straight 3-step drop for him. Loads of time in the pocket, steps up eventually and is brought down in the end. Great coverage from that Chiefs defense. The man who puts him down, to Sean Wharton, who is having a good game considering there are a lot of Chiefs who are, and that's going to go down as a sack for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that was really exactly what you called it, Red. Well, that was a coverage sack. He had no place to go with the football and wisely tried to get up in the pocket and eventually took the sacks.
Landon Dickerson did a brilliant job of actually blocking Wharton, but it was only when Hurts peeled forwards he was able to step off his man and bring Hurts down. 2nd and at the 26, 2nd and 26, back at the 26. Little screen, little tunnel screen looking for Saquon Barkley there. Been one of the favoured plays of the season since the Seahawks started running it early in the year, and there is some laundry on the field with 2:25 left in the second quarter. Which way is this one going?
Oh boy, what a mistake, what a mistake.
The automatic first down being the real killer there, because they were in 2nd and very long in that situation. And as Nick Bolton just lays the wood on Saquon Barkley after the ball's already gone away, it wasn't a particularly heavy hit, but it was very, very late. And Steve Spagnuolo let them know he wasn't a happy man.
I haven't seen an expression like that from Steve Spagnuolo since he was the Rams coach back in St. Louis. It's been a while.
Both teams given 3 penalties, had 3 accepted penalties in this game. 35 yards the Chiefs have given up on those. Hurts in the gun, man from motion from left to right, gives the ball this time to Kenneth Gainwell in the backfield, and again that Chiefs defense getting to them, but he breaks 2 tackles and eventually gets back up to the line of scrimmage. Nick Bolton brings him down right on that far sideline from us. Was it illegal? Should it have been a horse collar? Either way, Kenneth Gainwell should have lost 4 on that and gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Kansas City taking a timeout.
2:08 left on the clock before the 2-minute warning.
Look at that.
The Chiefs electing to stop the clock. Greg, what do we see on the replay?
That was a terrible no call. I mean, we got a better official up here in the 500 level with Jeff Reinbold. He saw.
It's another day of box office football here on talkSPORT. So let's have a quick rundown of today's blockbusting lineup. At the back and in the black, Caped Crusader Sven Batman.
Get heroic coverage of every epic clash.
Also, Kyle Skywalker.
On the radio station that knows, with great power comes great responsibility.
And Tyrone Mings the Merciless.
From zero to hero.
Up front, Bruce Wayne Rooney and the boy wonder, Robin Van Persie.
It's a world-class free kick. Supporters assemble. Captain Fantastic.
talkSPORT. The stars come out to talk on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
England, Manchester United superstar Wayne Rooney joins us. What did teammates call you? What did Benty call you? Benty's a friend. Sorry.
How about
Mr. Rooney?
Yeah. The biggest names in the football galaxy.
Alessia Russo joins us live in the studio.
We all can't just walk down to Zara and Tesco's like we could before.
That's not your Red Ferrari out there, is it?
Triple A rated opinion.
He's Jack Grealish. Good morning, Jack.
Morning, guys.
I think Pep Shop's a top shop with some of the gear he wears.
No, I don't know if we could pull that off, to be honest. Just me and you, Al.
Massive games, massive names on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Linebacker is going to make a diving catch for an interception, but that's what he went out and did. That's what he did all season. That's why he was my choice for Defensive Player of the Year. He didn't quite win it, but he got close.
You know, at Sky, we did that. We said, who's your defensive MVP? I said Zach Bond. Everybody laughed. Well, I'm laughing now because he is a baller.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to Ollie Connolly. Ollie Connolly, about week 12-13 of the year, good friend of ours, the brilliant Read Optional, said Zach Bourne could be Defensive Player of the Year. He wrote a huge piece about it. He even admitted it was slightly tongue-in-cheek, and yet there's maybe a call that he's been the best player in this postseason run from what has been an unbelievably dominant performance from this Eagles defense. Right, the Chiefs are going to start this drive from the 30. 1:35 remaining, a timeout in their pocket. Mahomes dropping back, he's under pressure, he's going to scramble up the right-hand side. Nolan Smith gets to him. Holding call, though, on the field by the looks of it. Laundry in the backfield, and whilst Mahomes picks up 9 yards, an absolutely puffed out Trey Smith, I think it is, in the backfield, is going to get holding called against him. One of the best guards in the NFL, but you cannot guard against this Eagles line.
Not against this line, and when they know that you have to throw the football, you got 1:27 left. They don't care about the run. They're going to pin their ears back and come, and they are dominating, and I mean dominating up front right now.
That was Jalen Carter who got the hold. That should be a stat, by the way. Holds drawn.
1st and 20 from the 20. Mahomes in the gun. Samaje Perine alongside him. 2 receivers to the left in Noah Gray and Xavier Worthy. Is forced to just throw the ball into the ground right around the line of scrimmage because he's under pressure. Yet again, there is a flag on the play. It's going to go against the Chiefs again. There's just nothing going right for this team right now.
Now remember a year ago when this Philadelphia Eagle defense, when Matt Patricia was the defensive coordinator the second half of the season, and they just absolutely imploded in that streak you talked about earlier, Greg. And here comes Vic Fangio, and they are a totally different type of defense.
I heard all week how the screen game, that's the one way that the Chiefs have a big advantage. Eagles numbers against the screen, not great. Chiefs awesome on screens, not tonight so far.
That's the first one, and it went no place.
2nd and 20 then from the 20. Mahomes in the gun. Quick pass over the middle, finding Hollywood Brown out to the 29-yard line, getting back most of those penalty yardage, but it's going to be 3rd and 11. 0-5 on 3rd down so far this unit. Can they finally pick up their first 3rd down of the night and just their 2nd first down entirely?
I was wondering if the Eagles wanted to get really aggressive and take a timeout there to try to give themselves a little more time. But that might be, pushing your luck.
Cooper DeJean in on the tackle alongside Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. 3rd and 11. Mahomes stomps his foot, doesn't like what he's seeing from that Eagles defense. He hasn't all day. Gets up to the line, changes the call, stomps his foot again, gets it. 5-step drop, stepping up in the pocket to the right. He's going to scramble.
He's
got a man downfield, and Juju Smith-Schuster puts the ball into the ground. He is as wide open as a man we have seen all day long today. In fact, I thought that was Juju Smith-Schuster initially. It's DeAndre Hopkins, one of the best possession receivers in the history of the NFL, and he has gone down. And that's unbelievable.
When you watch this throw, the ball's right there for him to catch it. Again, he reaches out, drops it. Chris Jones absolutely collapses on the bench, goes to his knees. There is mass frustration in Kansas City.
If DeAndre Hopkins isn't catching that pass, I don't think you're winning a Super Bowl. I'm going to put it out there. Yes, we'd love to see a big second half comeback or at least a tight game, but that is absolutely wild as Cooper DeJean gets the punt at the 30 out to about the 36, 37-yard line. Nice little return. And the Eagles, with 2 timeouts, are going to have 23 seconds to see if they can add to their 24-point lead.
See, maybe they should have taken that timeout, They'd have like a minute left here.
But you need a job on the sideline, or at least up in a booth.
It was a situation where actually both sides, I think, were okay with that clock running down because, look, you're up 24 points. If you're the Eagles, you don't want them to have any extra time. But I am interested to see how they handle this here. 23 seconds. They do have a couple timeouts. That's enough time to possibly get into field goal range.
I think what would be a big key is they'll run the ball or throw the ball on first down. Either way, but you see what you got. If you get a little bit of a gain on first down, you go right on the ball and you get down there and try and get a field goal. If you're unsuccessful on first down, just go in at halftime.
24-zip. 24-0, and the Eagles have the ball. 25 seconds they put on the clock in the end. 1st and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Hurts stomps, puts the ball into the gut of Saquon Barkley. Little shimmy step, little step upfield, and it's another tackle from a man who has had a good Super Bowl on a particularly bad team right now. As Deshaun Watson puts Saquon Barkley into the ground, and they will walk off the field, and that will end this first half. It is the first time the Kansas City Chiefs have found themselves scoreless at halftime in a Super Bowl. That shouldn't be a surprise for most teams, but when you consider how many they've been in recent years, to find themselves in this situation is absolutely astonishing, Greg.
You mentioned 28-3, and that was a lead that the Falcons had mid-third quarter. That wasn't the same kind of beatdown that this was. That was a couple big plays. That was a team outplaying another one. This looks like a team in the Chiefs, for whatever reason, on this Sunday, on Super Bowl Sunday, doesn't belong on the same field right now. Now, they could flip it and try to get an advantage. Can they get 24 points of an advantage? That is going to be one tall order.
Yeah, I mean, if you just do the math, like we say, you've got basically 12 possessions a game. Unless they can steal some possessions in the second half with turnovers or a big play in the kicking game, it's going to be really, really tough for them to come back, because right now Philadelphia is just playing that well.
And yet, that was one of the most entertaining and thrilling first halves of football I have ever seen. I've always said the right blowout, and we don't know if this will be a blowout, but the right blowout can be extraordinarily entertaining. The Seahawks versus the Broncos, that was great football. What we're watching right now is the best team in the league showing up and ripping history out of the Chiefs' hands.
Yeah, and you mentioned that game in New York where we all watched Seattle come out and just destroy Denver. And that was a good Denver football game. That might be the only half as dominant as this Philadelphia half has been against Kansas City.
Look, we kicked off that first quarter. Back-to-back big defensive plays, 2 big stops, and then Jalen Hurts takes that team down the field, partially thanks to the penalty, the big completion to Jahan Dotson, and ends with that 1-yard touchdown plunge. And then the conversation was the Eagles weren't taking advantage of their opportunities. They were getting the Chiefs off the field. They had to settle for the field goal in the second quarter. Do you remember when about half an hour ago we were like, oh, they're going to let the Chiefs back in, and it's just collapsed from there. Cooper DeJean's 38-yard interception return on his birthday on a drive that went 3 plays negative 6 yards in a minute 35, and then A.J. Brown on the 12-yard pass from Jalen Hurts after a second interception of the game. Mahomes has been hurried, harried, pushed about, just absolutely manhandled by this Eagles defense. It's been astonishing.
The crazy part is, I think the Eagles offense will look at this half and say, we missed some things. That wasn't our A-plus effort. That was a good effort. That was a B effort. What we're seeing out of the defense is a historic effort against a great quarterback, the greatest of quarterbacks, and it's a great night for those who like to say defense wins championship, because this, to me, has been about this special Eagles defense.
Yeah, and I think back, Greg, and I got to go all the way to 1985 and the Chicago Bears dismantling the Patriots, and it was much the same thing. Great pressure on the quarterback. They intercept the ball for a touchdown, score on defense. You can't play much better than right now the way this Eagles football team is playing.
Yeah, and it's the subtleties, too. We talk about the 4-man pass rush and keep winning time after time, but sometimes Mahomes has had a little bit of time, and I'm not as smart as you watching how this all works, but I can tell that their communication and the way they pass off and zone coverage, everyone is doing their role perfectly, and Mahomes not only is getting harried, he's not finding any open receivers. That drop by Hopkins was one of the first times all night we've seen anyone open.
Yeah, and we talk about coordinator. What is a coordinator? Well, the coordinator, whether he's offense or defense, his responsibility is to make sure that the front, the back, that all sides of the situation he's playing, whether it's offense or defense, are coordinated, that things are done so that everybody as a team can have success. And I think that's the magic of Fangio, because you watch the way they play matchup zone. You watch they play the way they take away deep passes. They make you work for everything. They make you hold the ball so their rush can get there. They are extremely well coached in Philadelphia this year on defense.
So I was at the hotel earlier today, and I was watching Tom Brady, and he was talking about what what a big game this is for the Chiefs. Of course, it is big for both. But the one thing he started to realize after he lost a couple Super Bowls was those are the games that people bring up to you. Those are the games that stick with you. As great as all those wins were, you realize as you get older, and Patrick Mahomes might be having his 07 Patriots moment right now, that these games where you can't win them all, but where you're getting bludgeoned, those are the ones that really stick with you. And we haven't ever seen Patrick Mahomes in a situation like this. I'm fascinated to see what the second half of this game looks like, and if they don't come back, what the next era of this Chiefs looks like.
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting too. The Chiefs stars have just not played well. Kelsey has been a non-factor in the passing game. They haven't run the ball at all. Patrick's thrown interceptions. Their offensive line can't protect. There's nothing that you can point to right now if you're Kansas City in terms of your offensive play that you go, okay, we're going to build on that in the second half. They've got to wipe the slate clean, come back, and again, if anybody can do it, it's Andy Reid, because he's a master play designer and a master play caller.
Can we just mention, and I don't know if you did this while I was just away sorting out our technical difficulties, Jalen Hurts threw a terrible interception in this game, and they are still up 24-0. Like, even when the Kansas City Chiefs did get those big moments, they weren't able to capitalize on them because it was just so sloppy after the fact.
There was an offensive PI on a fourth down by the Eagles offense. Saquon Barkley has not gotten untracked. Hurts threw that interception, and yet because of the defense and because of taking advantage enough times, they're up 24-0. And that's why it's hard for me to see this comeback, because I think the Eagles can fix some things in the second half and possess the ball a little more consistently.
I think so too, and I think you saw late in the second quarter, there's starting to become some cracks in that Kansas City front. They are very, very tired. They have played a ton of plays on defense, and you can't ask guys to play that much, especially the big guys up front. And the Philadelphia front is starting to lean on them. That offensive line with all those big people that they have, Mailata and Johnson and Dickerson and all that crew, they are starting to push Kansas City around a little bit. This is one of the things that makes coaching in a Super Bowl toughest, is this long extended halftime. That plays in Kansas City's favor because it gives you more time to rest. It gives you more time to adjust. It gives you more time to get your wits about you. If you're Philadelphia and you're Sirianni, you want to get out here and play. Forget about the halftime show. Get the car off the field. Let's go. Let's line it up and get this thing over with.
But look, this is in theory, other than the offensive line, this was the offense that was meant to be best equipped to deal with this Eagles defense. That's what we heard all week from all the very smart football people that we spoke to this week, and I completely bought into it. How does Andy Reid make those adjustments? How does Matt Nagy make those adjustments? Like, what can they do to stop that pressure that's coming right down Patrick Mahomes' throat, unless he does and starts doing some very special things, which right now he's doing very much the opposite?
Well, I think the biggest thing, as I'm watching it right now, Greg made a comment that I thought was brilliant. The fact he's playing too high shell and they're getting hands on receivers, right? The one thing Kansas City lacks, with the exception of Worthy, is a dynamic guy, because Schuster's not a dynamic guy anymore. Hopkins not a dynamic guy anymore. Kelsey not a dynamic guy anymore. Those are guys that are going to work the ball. They have to work to get drives. They need chunk plays, and right now Worthy is the only guy that can make a chunk play for them. I think they got to get into some formations that make it harder for the Eagles defenders to get their hands on the receivers and let Patrick throw the ball quick.
They have run the ball 3 times in this first half, and they're not going to be able to run the ball, and that's a great position to be in if you're one of those Eagles pass rushers, knowing that they're going to be throwing play after play.
Now the lights beginning to dim around the Superdome as 20-time Grammy Award winner Kendrick Lamar is ready to bring us, I think, one of the biggest halftime shows of my memories. Goes up there with LA 2 years ago with Dre and with Snoop Dogg and with Eminem. Absolutely sensational stuff. His second appearance at the Super Bowl, when he did appear on that occasion, he sold more than 7.5 million albums here in the US. More than half of that number came from 2017's Damn, but his latest album, GNX, has dominated the Billboard 200, and he has ascended now to a global superstar. I cannot wait for this, gents. I absolutely cannot wait.
Greg, let me ask you a question. Big Red just gave us his choice for the best halftime show of all time. What's yours?
Oh, man. It was that Snoop and Dre show in L.A., and I'm a transplant Angelino right here. So seeing my guy Kendrick representing for all the short kings out here, 5'6" and under, and he's dominating. I can't wait for this.
You know, to me, I remember in Dallas when the Black Eyed Peas just absolutely rocked it. They did. They were awesome.
Right, Jeff, you're not on the call the second half. Greg, you're going to have to stay. I'm sorry. As the Apple Music halftime show gets ready to get underway, we bring you live and exclusive coverage from In Stadium here on talkSPORT. If you're watching on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, you'll see some highlights from our trip to the red carpet this week. But here on talkSPORT, let's go.
Darius Slayton, wide receiver for the New York Giants. First of all, how do you assess the season gone by? All right, Darius Slayton, wide receiver for the New York Giants. First of all, how do you assess the season gone by, man?
Yeah, it wasn't a great year for us. You know, it was a rough one, but you know, happened sometime, and you know, obviously, you know, plan to improve next year.
One of the big bright sparks in the year, though, Malik Neighbors. Talk to us about how good he's been.
He was great. You know, I think he played as well as any rookie played this year in the NFL, and it's hard to do. It's a long season. I think he only missed one game, so he played basically a full year. And, you know, I think he did a great job.
Did he ever surprise you? Were you surprised when he came into the building and saw just how talented that guy is?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hear stuff a lot about guys out of college, but you never really know. You know, you never know until you get to play with the big boys. But I think, you know, as soon as, you know, practice started and you got a chance to see what he could do, you knew he was going to be a good player.
And what about for you? What does next year hold? Are you hoping to be back in New York?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. You know, free agency hasn't started yet. I don't know, you know, exactly how that's going to pan out. But, you know, obviously I enjoyed my time in New York. I have a lot of respect for people at the organization.
And then finally, a little bit of a would you rather. The Super Bowl is on the line. There's been some injury issues, so you're having to play out of position. Would you rather have to tackle Saquon Barkley in the open field or block Chris Jones one-on-one with the Super Bowl on the line?
First of all, we're probably losing if I have to do either of those things. But I've played with Saquon, and I'm probably going to try to block Chris Jones, and I'm just going to hold on and pray for dear life, but I don't think I'm probably not going to get a Saquon down the open. But, you know, him individually, at this point, you know, I know him, he's a personal friend, so, you know, I hope he does well.
150-yard, 2-touchdown game in a loss. That's what we're looking for.
That would be beautiful.
So we got BTJ, Brian Thomas Jr., sensational rookie with the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. How do you assess that season?
Wait, what did you say?
How do you assess your season, your performance?
Yeah. I feel like I did pretty well, even though we didn't have the season that we wanted as a team. I feel like I was able to go out there and do pretty well. I was able to learn a lot from the older guys. And just learn a lot, just being able to be out there, going out there and get reps. So I feel like I did pretty well. But me myself, I always want more.
Watching from the outside, you were sensational, by the way. Just to let you know, talk to us about the relationship with Trevor.
Me and Trevor have a great relationship, and our relationship is steady building, whether it's on the football field or off the football field. So I just feel like we have a great relationship, and we're just looking forward to continue building on it.
We had Tony Baselli on Radio Row this week and really kind of nailing down on what it looks like this organisation is going to grow going forward. Sounds like Liam Cohen is going to be allowed to lead and be the real man. So I don't know how much you've watched, how exciting that offense was in Tampa Bay, but how excited are you to work with a guy who really throws some wild stuff into the offense?
I'm super excited just to be able to work with Coach Cohen. I'm just super excited, ready for the season.
Last one from me then. Look, the injuries have decimated your team. Super Bowl is on the line. Would you rather have to tackle Saquon Barkley in the open field or block Chris Jones one-on-one?
Definitely, probably. Gotta go with tackle Saquon in the open field. I would gotta go with that one.
You reckon you could chase him down?
I feel like that'll be my best chance, chase him down rather than blocking Chris Jones.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to ask you about the Walter Payton Man of the Year, multiple-time nominee in San Francisco and then nominated in your first year in Jacksonville. How special is that for you?
It's a huge honor to be, a nominee this many years. I take it with great pride. You're representing the organization, and there's a whole host of guys who try to do the right things and be examples for their community, and being honored alongside of them is great.
How do you assess the year that you guys had in Jacksonville, and looking forward, how excited are you for a new regime?
Not the year that we wanted by any means. I think we were capable of a lot more, especially with the talent that we had. but I'm excited for a new regime, excited for, you know, things on the horizon.
And look, you faced this Chiefs offense a couple of times in the big game. How difficult is it with Andy Reid's play calling, with Patrick Mahomes, to read this offense and keep them quiet for a full 60?
It's definitely tough. You know, I feel like they get better as the game goes on. Once Andy Reid and their, you know, their offense, you know, figure out kind of what you're doing. So it's definitely going to be tough.
Congratulations again, Eric, and have a great night.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Pat Stan Senior with us on radio. First of all, your son nominated for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yes.
How proud are you of that young man?
Oh man, it's an extremely surreal moment. Just a proud papa, because I've been there every step of the way, from little league to high school to college, and now for him to have this type of success so early on in his career, man, it's just a testament to the kind of player and the kind of person he is.
Obviously, having yourself coach him, that gives him that leg up, that momentum. You still have the talent. Was there a moment where you saw in him that maybe you thought he could go on to be this special?
It happened kind of early, like 10, 11 years old. I saw him, you know, just dominate the competition. You know, things just came easy to him. And then when he started growing into his body, I'm like, okay, he has a chance. And just being the #1 corner in high school, coming out of high school, and then having the success he had at Alabama, winning Defensive Player of the Year, and going to Pro Bowl the first 3 years out of 4 in the NFL, man, that's a great start to a tremendous career.
Now, how do you root this weekend, considering you're a former Chief, but they're in your son's division? Like, where do you fall on wanting the Chiefs to win?
One thing I'm going to leave you with this. One thing I would never do is bet against Mahomes.
Love that. Love
never
that.
do that.
I just have one would you rather quickly. If you're still playing, injuries have decimated your team, Super Bowl is on the line, you've either got to tackle Saquon in the open field or block Chris Jones for 1 down. Which are you doing to win that team the Super Bowl?
I'm going to tackle Saquon in the open field, because that's my position. That's what I get paid to do. So I'm going to get Saquon down short of the first down.
You reckon you could have taken him down in your day?
Oh, absolutely. Come on now.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. One of the very best young corners in the game. The best young corner in the game, Christian Gonzalez, joining us now. How proud of you of this season, of being an All-Pro, of just what you achieved?
I mean, it was fun. You know, glad I got the recognition, but I got a lot of room to grow, and I feel like I ain't even scratched the surface. So we're in for a ride.
How impressed were you with your quarterback this year, with what Drake managed to achieve in the situation you guys were in?
Oh yeah, Drake came in and went to work. I mean, we all knew what he could do. Happy for him that he had that year, and best thing about him is he always wants to get better. So he's excited to get back to work for next year.
Does he test you in practice? Do you test him? Who's coming out on top in that matchup?
Yeah, I tell him to throw my way every day in practice. I always wanted to throw my way.
Love it. And look, do you back going forward this New England Patriots new regime going into next year that you can pick up from where you've been?
Yeah, we're gonna get it rolling.
Love it, man. Last one, and based on your position, I know what you're going to say, but it's our silly social media question we've been asking everyone. One play to win the Super Bowl. You've either got to tackle Saquon Barkley in the open field or block Chris Jones for 1 down. Which do you reckon you could achieve?
I'm going to have to attempt to tackle. I got to.
So we've got Kobe Turner with us, now a regular with us at the Super Bowl.
2 years in a row, huh?
Hey, we love having you on, but when you joined us last year, you weren't Goo.
Yeah, I wasn't, but here I am. Goo, Kobe, the conductor, whatever you want to call me, man.
How much did you enjoy getting through that whole experience, man?
It was a ton of fun to be able to be up under that costume, to just let everything out, you know, and it was carrying a good amount of weight, but to be able to dance the way that I wanted to, just to be able to go out on that stage, to be able to sing with Mario, Boyz II Men, like it was insane. So it was a really cool experience.
Was the weight in that costume why Sean was so happy for you to do it? Was it like, well, it's technically weight training, right?
I mean, it was right after OTAs. They picked me in perfect shape to be able to do that. But yeah, no, they didn't know about it till the end, but once they figured out about it, they were super welcoming and they loved it.
I think I might have converted my wife to being a Rams fan because I showed her the video of you doing on the night of I think it was a Monday night football game, the dance from Wicked that you'd learned in the hotel room.
Yeah, it was actually, so we were here in New Orleans, and they had just come up with the choreography. I think the movie was released like a week or two before. I was like, why not just do it just for fun? Sent it to my fiance, and she's like, you have to post this. And I'm like, I mean, if you say so, babe, like I'll follow wherever you're going. And it blew up. It really blew up. So that was a lot of fun. And we'll see what happens tonight too.
Oh, hello, hello. Let's talk some football. Two really exciting rookies coming into your line to play alongside you. How impressed have you been with those guys?
Yeah, those guys are incredible. I mean, the work that they put in on a consistent basis, the way that they've matured and just continue to up their production throughout the course of the season is incredible. So I'm looking forward to hopefully one of those guys being able to bring home that Defensive Rookie of the Year last year. That was so elusive for me.
I mean, you and Jared Verse meeting on the red carpet might be one of the highlights so far. It feels like it's a really fun room. Do you guys have fun?
We have a lot of fun, man, and you know it's a lot more fun because we're all peers. I mean, I'm 1 grade older than, or not 1 grade, 1 year in the league older than those guys. We have a young group and we bring a lot of energy, so it's a lot of fun to be able to go out there to celebrate with those guys. Everybody has a unique celebration, and to just be able to share the field with those guys, man, it means a lot.
And obviously, you still need the veteran presence in the locker room. A lot of talk about what's going to happen with Matthew Stafford, whether he'll still be with the Rams. Are you hopeful that when you get back for OTAs that he's still your QB?
Definitely. I mean, 9 is my quarterback. If we go a different direction, then obviously we'll pivot. But at the end of the day, Matthew Stafford is my quarterback. I trust him. There's nobody else that I'd rather, go into one of those situations where you really need the quarterback to step up and lead a drive than Matthew Stafford. So obviously my opinion doesn't mean so much in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure they're going to work something out with him. I think he loves being a Ram, and the Rams definitely love having him, and we as a team, we rally behind him. So
I'll tell you, man, we saw Kurt Warner on Radio Row today, and he said he thinks you're in a Super Bowl window with your young defense, and he's like, I'm not letting Stafford go anywhere while we're in that window.
At all. I think we have a lot that we're going to be able to show. I mean, to have a defense that has played the way that we have over the course of the year and be the cheapest defense in the league, I mean, that's something within itself. So I think we're going to be able to put it all together, hopefully stay a little bit more healthy next year, and be able to put ourselves in positions to win the games that we need to do to get to the big one.
And very last one for me. Sorry, I've kept you a long, long time, Kobe. This has been good. Look, I'm not sure where you're going to go with this one. Normally defensive players I expect to go one way, but Super Bowl is on the line. One play. Do you back yourself to either tackle Saquon Barkley in the open field or block Chris Jones for a single down?
That's hard, man. I feel like, I play defense, so I have to go tackle Saquon Barkley, but in the open field, I don't know too much about that one. We might be losing that one.
You have to use some of your moves.
Right, yeah, I have to use all my agilities. But yeah, I think I take that one over blocking Chris Jones for sure.
I reckon you're stout. You can get under those pads. I think you got a chance.
I have a chance, but his arms are so long and he has a technique. I'm just going to bury my head and he's going to quick swim me, and it's going to be over. Matthew's going to be sacked and the game's going to be over.
Kobe, really appreciate your time. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The last time we spoke to Josh Metellus, we were in the winning locker room in London, talking Twins, talking Parent Trap, and you just took those celebrations and you went wild.
Yeah, that was just a warm-up. We were in London, time was right, and that set off a big chain of celebrations for the rest of the year, probably for the rest of my career, and Bynum's too.
Well,
this
is it. You've now got 8 months, or at least 3 or 4 months till OTAs. So come on, what's already on tape? What are you already checking out?
We already we didn't get to finish our last celebration of the year, so that one's still there. Can't tell you. It's Disney related, so we have one in the bank ready. And we got a couple more that we're throwing out there. Shout out to Friends, Ross and Monica Geller. That was one of my favorite parts of the whole series. So that might be a little warm up for that one, but we'll see. Go wherever the wind takes us.
Onto the football. How are you feeling about how the season played out?
I'm feeling pretty good now. I think it was a great year for our team, a great foundation. We did a lot of good things on all sides of the ball. And we built a good foundation to move forward next year and then go chase this thing.
When it comes to looking to next year, what do you think Beefalo is going to start throwing out there? How excited are you to just keep going with this defense and keep throwing those wrinkles that are throwing us all off every week?
Yeah, I think the possibilities are endless. We'll see what new players we bring into the building, what players we bring back.
Ryan Bowles, UK broadcasting legend, and Greg Rosenthal, NFL Daily, also a legend in the UK and just in the NFL in general. Before we let you go, Greg, because you know you've got to go get ready for NFL Daily, thoughts on the Kendrick halftime show?
I thought it was incredible. It breaks my heart to leave 2 of my favorite people in the world doing my favorite thing, which is calling this game on talkSPORT. So I hope you have me back sometime. But Kendrick delivered. I wasn't sure if he was going to do it, but to hear 65,000 people in this Superdome yell "A minor," I I just can't believe that happened.
I'm so glad you highlighted it again on national radio. Thanks, Greg. And look, Greg, really appreciate your time. Everyone, if you don't already, go and check out the fine work they do at NFL Daily. He's doing a show from the field later on. They're getting interviews down there. Yourself, who else is involved? Jordan, Nick, the whole team.
It'll be incredible, yes. And then we'll talk about this game. We'll see if the second half can make it a little more interesting.
All right, brilliant stuff, Greg. Thank you so much for joining us throughout this. Thank you so much for being involved in all of this through this season. And you'll hear plenty more of Greg, I'm sure, on our dedicated NFL YouTube channel at talkSPORT End Zone. We had an absolute wild time here in the booth. We were describing it to you. I know you shouldn't talk about technical issues on air, but the brilliant team, just to give a shout out to Joe Andrews, to Will Varney, to everyone back at base as well, Alex, Mark, Martha, the team back there, and keeping us going. We were barely off air. We missed the Zach Bourne interception, unfortunately, through no fault of our own, but we were the only broadcasters up here broadcasting because they made stuff happen. Well done, guys. So I wanted to give them an on-air shout-out. And then, Jeff, there were two for now. Charlie Smith will be joining us shortly, International Player Pathway Program kicker with these New Orleans Saints that play in this resplendent building. And off the back of that absolutely sensational halftime show, can the Chiefs come out with enough energy to turn this game around?
Well, first of all, let's go back to Kendrick's show. And what did he say? He said, turn the TV off. Turn your TV off, put your radio on, and listen to Big Red call the Super Bowl. Hey, it doesn't get any better than that.
It's absolutely sensational call from you. And the Chiefs, I'm assuming, will not have had their TVs on in the locker room. Seriously. It's Torrey Smith joined us this week, two-time Super Bowl winner with the Ravens and with the Eagles, and he won that game. He was part of that game with the Ravens here in New Orleans when the lights went out. Beyonce was the halftime show then, and they had a huge lead at halftime, followed by Jacoby Jones, rest in peace, returning that ball 108 yards for a touchdown to start the half, right? So they were very relaxed in the halftime, and they actually snuck off into the bathrooms of the Superdome home locker room and were sneakily watching Beyonce's halftime show on TVs that they had in the toilets until John Harbaugh caught them and pulled them all out of there. And he told us that sensational story on Radio Row. And look, they came out in that second half. Once they had the big kick return, we almost saw the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history from the 49ers. How do the Eagles approach this half to make sure that they are just business as usual?
Well, I think, again, what Sirianni's going to say to every one of them is, hey, it's 0-0. We won the first half. We got to win the second half to win the football game. Don't play not to lose. Don't play tight. Go out and do exactly what you've done in the first half, which is dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides, be opportunistic in the secondary, and tackle well.
What's your message to the Chiefs? What's your message if you're in that locker room, if you're coaching your guys, whether it's special teams, whether it's defense, whether it's particularly offense in that offensive line? How are you saying to them that they can turn things around in this second half?
Well, for the Chiefs, I think it's a little bit like eating an elephant. You've got to eat it one bite at a time, and it's a big task, but that's the only choice you have. You can't try and get to 28 points before you get to 1. And so for the Chiefs, they've just got to be the Chiefs and show what kind of resiliency and toughness and, mental awareness that they have.
We're now delighted to say that we are joined, and this guy has been so excited about broadcasting with Jeff Reinbold all week long. It's all he's talked about.
That's right, yeah.
Will Gavin, I'm here doing play-by-play. Jeff Reinbold, my colour guy. We've lost Greg to the field because he's going down to NFL Daily later, but we've got a man who knows what it is to kick on this field, because as part of the International Player Pathway, the brilliant Charlie Smith made New Orleans his home last year and now joins us on the radio call. Charlie, how are you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be doing this, and Jeff and my boys from home wanted me to give them a shout out. My first day were the ones that got me into the NFL, and you were always the honest that we always talked about. So it's great to be a part. Great. Thanks for asking me to do this as well. Yes, it's great, fellas. Thank you.
Hey, look, we're delighted to have you along, sir. And look, there's not a lot of special teams to talk about in this game, but you're a guy who knows football anyway. You don't need to just talk special teams.
Yeah. What is happening?
What has happened? What just happened in that last half an hour of football?
It just looks like the Eagles' pass rush is just absolutely ruining the game. The Chiefs just haven't got going at all, and it's really that's been the story of the game. Just Mahomes has had no time in the pocket, and he looks rattled. The first time in a long time I haven't seen Mahomes as rattled as this, and that's kind of giving similar vibes to the Super Bowl with the Bucs a few years ago in the 2020 season.
Is there any part of you, Jeff? And I tried to talk about this before the game, and look, you said something earlier that I think was mildly inaccurate. It's the only time on this broadcast you say it. But Joe Tooney was only kicked out to left tackle mid-late season. He didn't start at left tackle. It was a decision that they made after they signed DJ Humphries. He wasn't healthy. They just didn't trust Wanya Morris. Is there any part of you that goes, we need to do something different here? We need to change things up?
I think what they have to change up is they've got to find ways to get the receivers in space early in the down. Right now, what the Eagles are doing is just smothering the receivers on the line of scrimmage. They're redirecting them. They're flattening them off. They're not allowing them free access into the second half or the second end of the coverage. So if Kansas City can't find a way to use motion and formations and some of the things that Andy Reid is really good at, then it's going to be tough, because this Eagles secondary is really doing a good job of getting their hands on the Kansas City receivers.
Look, Charlie, your guy, Darren Rizzi, came in and took over that organisation, and on the outside he comes across as a bit of a Dan Campbell, a bit of a rah-rah guy, a fun guy, all of that. But we know he's a smart football coach, right?
For sure.
What do you think to those team talks that you've had from Darren Rizzi, that you've heard in that locker room at halftime? Is there anything you think you could be told at 24-0 down at halftime of the Super Bowl that is going to lift you and make you ready to take on the second half?
Yeah, I was actually off air. I was chatting to Lewis about this, and he obviously knows Coach Andy Reid quite well, having been there with the Chiefs, and he was saying that Andy Reid is very, very quiet, but he said to me he thinks that he's going to absolutely rip into their offensive line, and to be honest, it probably needs to be ripped into. And whether or not you shout at Patrick Mahomes or not is a different story. But I mean, what do you say? It's 24-0. It's been a disastrous first half for the Chiefs, and it's going to be really interesting to see, if they can make some sort of comeback. And if they were to make a comeback from this, like what a story that would be for Mahomes. And look, you still don't count Patrick Mahomes out. I remember a game in I think it was the divisional round in maybe the 2019 season against the Texans, where they were down 24-0 at one stage. They came back and scored like 40-something points straight. So look, you can't count out the Chiefs yet. There's still a lot of football to be played.
I'm ready to count them out. Is that? No, there's nothing in their history that suggests me to do so. I do totally understand that. But Patrick Mahomes, we're seeing some of the highlights back from this first half. Right now, Milton Williams getting to him, holds left, right and centre on the interception for Cooper Jazeen. One of the most flagrant holds I think you could ever possibly see going on at the same time. So they're going to lose yardage on that Jalen Carter. It's the decision makers from Patrick Mahomes. Like, he's getting a lineman forced into him when he throws that interception to Bourne. He's so desperate to get back in the game, he's just making really key mental errors.
Yeah, you can't press when you're down. That's number one. But like you said, it's hard to make decisions when you got 300-pound guys getting shoved into your face. I don't care who you are, you just can't do it. And the rush has caused him so much trouble, he can't find the linebackers. Vaughn's interception, he just laid there and read Patrick's eyes, and there's so much pressure on him, he can't look off the undercoverage.
As Jake Elliott booms a kick out the back of the end zone.
Smacking the ball today. He hit a PAT over the net. It was crazy.
As we begin the second half here on talkSPORT 2, the Philadelphia Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs 24-0. Patrick Mahomes has just 33 passing yards tonight, the lowest for any first half in his career. And now he's going to have one of his very biggest comebacks as he sends Travis Kelce from right to left, starting 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Hands the ball off to Isaiah Pacheco. Pacheco off the right side, scrambles up for about 8-9 yards on the play in the end and Oren Burks with the tackle, but a nice drive starter for the Kansas City Chiefs, getting them into a more positive down and distance, now 2nd and 4. Hurry up, unsurprisingly, considering the hole they're in from the 36. Mahomes, 5 wide, goes to Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy makes a miss, out of the volley, down to the 45-yard line, where Zach Bourne, outside the numbers, pushes him out of bounds. But just the second first down of the game for the Kansas City Chiefs. This is what you want to see more of from this offense early doors as they line up to go quick. Again, 3 receivers to the right. Xavier Worthy, the ISO, to the left. Running back offset alongside him. Mahomes is looking to that right-hand side and now looking to scramble, and now looks like he's going to go down yet again. May have got back to the line of scrimmage, so might not go down as a sack, but for another occasion, the middle of that line absolutely getting wrecked. Jalix Hunt is having a sensational performance. Jalix Hunt at the middle of that line is dominating the Chiefs right now, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the coverage again, they just cannot shake this secondary coverage, and Mahomes had no place to go, and it was a coverage sack.
Mahomes gun again, 2 receivers stacked right. Travis Kelce on the left of a heavy set 12 personnel line, moving Hollywood Brown in a little orbit motion. Now has no time yet again. The Eagles fans in this place absolutely rip the roof off as Josh Sweat gets to Patrick Mahomes. Another loss at a 3rd and 11 for Kansas City.
You know, right there, they had the matchup. Kansas City had the matchup. They wanted Xavier Worthy on Cooper DeJean on a crossing route. He's coming free and no time to throw the football.
It's huge play. Huge play. 3rd down, 3rd and 11. The Chiefs really need to get going here. They need something. They need to find something here.
Charlie, I'll be fascinated to hear if we've ever heard this stadium as loud as this. 5 wide, 3 to the right. Brings Samaje Perine back in line with the formation. Now going to the right. Mahomes, 5-step drop back, gets the snap. Time in the pocket for the first time in a while, but absolutely no options. Forced to scramble to his right, and eventually, potentially, he's cut back inside. How has he avoided that tackle and then taken down eventually at the 44-yard line? Very nearly a moment of Mahomes magic, but 6 yards on the scramble will leave them in a 4th and 9, and it's going to be another Chiefs punt. Charlie, you've been in this building many times watching games. The Saints, you think about that early season run, had a lot of pop. Have you heard the building this loud as it is right now with these Eagles fans?
I have not heard the building. It's absolutely, the Eagles fans are going crazy. Even at half-time, everybody's so upbeat, and here we go with the punt.
Big high looping end over end punt right down to the 6-yard line. If they can get some coverage on it. Unfortunate, Charlie, that wasn't it. It was a perfect punt and perfect position, but just nobody able to bring it back inbounds, and they're going to go out to the 20.
You know, we talk about small wins, slight edges. You cannot punt the ball into the end zone if you're a riser. That ball's got to get fair caught, so you take no time off the clock. Critical, and it's all little mistakes that are adding up against Kansas City.
And he's kicking the ball down the middle of the field there. You know, if you can use the sideline as your friend in these situations, pace the ball down the 5-yard line, but you know, he kicks it straight down the middle and it lands at the 1, unfriendly bounce, and you know, the ball comes out to the 20 now.
Charlie Smith joining myself and Jeff Reinbold, Will Gavin. We're here for you with live and exclusive in-stadium coverage from Super Bowl 59 here on talkSPORT. It's 123 yards, a touchdown and a rushing touchdown. And as we discussed with Greg at half-time, he also threw a terrible interception in this game. But right now, it's not costing them. 24-zip. They lead the Kansas City Chiefs, and they force the Kansas City Chiefs to punt the ball on the opening drive of the half. Not a 3-and-out for the first time in a while. They finally did pick up a first down, but right now with the ball on the 20, the Eagles offense come out looking to bury this game. Are we in must-have-a-turnover territory, Charlie?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like momentum's a huge thing in this game, and the momentum from the very first play has just been with the Eagles, and the Chiefs just need some oxygen. They need something to get going here. A turnover would definitely spark them back into life, and especially if they get it in the Eagles' territory.
So Hurts in the gun, back behind him, one on the offset I formation. Grant Cosatera and a 2 tight end set as well. 22 personnel with a wide receiver split out left. Hurts drops back, goes for the wide receiver screen. Saquon Barkley. Barkley out to the 20, down to the 24-yard line. Tackled down by Chamari Connor. Leo Chanel in on that one as well. But a nice little drive starter. 4 yards on that one. 2nd and 6 from the 24.
It was an interesting play. They had a fullback in the game, and he went on a flare release, and he was the lead blocker for Barkley. Another way to get the ball in Barkley's hands in space. Great call by Kellen Moore.
Of course, Saquon Barkley disappointing comparatively in this game, but I'm sure if he gets a ring out of it, he's not going to mind. Jahan Dotson going from right to left, another tight bunch formation. This time it goes into the gut of Barkley. Barkley slips again and only gets back out to the line of scrimmage. When running the ball today, Saquon Barkley down massively on his usual performance. But I think they've just got to keep going to him, Charlie.
Yeah, for sure. Even you're running the ball, you're burning the clock. You know, but the one positive thing about the Chiefs' performances has been their rush defense, and look, I'll keep giving them a chance, and look, you know, they need to get a stop here.
3rd and 5, 10:53 left. A stop for the Chiefs would be absolutely huge. Devonta Smith goes in from right to left in motion. It's going to be stacked receivers both sides of the line. 4 wide with Saquon Barkley in the backfield. Straight 3-step drop back for Jalen Hurts. Big pressure from George Karlaftis, and Jalen Hurts has stumbled out to the right, out to the 40, and finally down at the 42-yard line under pressure from Leo Chanel. But he spotted the hole, Jalen Hurts. He hit it hard, and he picks up a first down and plenty more for Philadelphia.
Great play by Hurts. Kansas City's in 2 deep, man under. They got 5 guys playing man-to-man. He saw it, immediately took off. Can't cover the quarterback when you're playing that coverage.
A 16-yard scramble on a 3rd and mid feels like a Patrick Mahomes play. Instead today, it's Jalen Hurts who's making those big plays with his legs, with his arm, has shown out. He's got eye back, and he's got Grant Cosatera moving in formation. Stacked receivers to his right in A.J. Brown, and he's going to roll out in that direction. He's on the naked boot. Devonta Smith up the field around the 48-yard line. Under some pressure from the safety out there, Justin Reed, but he was able to come back onto the ball and pick up a relatively easy 4 or 5 yards on that one. It's going to be a 2nd and 4 to the Eagles.
You know, you can see how physically exhausted this Kansas City defense is. Karlaftis had a chance to get to him, just didn't have any gas left in the tank.
And those first down plays are huge. You know, gaining 4 or 5 yards every play on the first down, that set you up well on 2nd down.
Keep you on script. Saquon Barkley makes a cut, makes a man miss, gets up into the 2nd level, and while they gang tackle him right around the 42-yard line, big completion, big move up the middle, and his longest run of the day gives the Eagles another first down out to the 43-yard line of the Chiefs.
Spags is trying to substitute. He's trying to get a fresh bunch of defensive linemen in there, but right now that front from the Eagles is just laying all over Kansas City up front and dominating the line of scrimmage.
Nick Bolton, who brings him down, a 10-yard gain in the end. Calcaterra again going from right to left in the formation. Heavy set, 12 personnel, 1 back in the backfield with Hurts under center. It's a crack toss play out to the right. Saquon Barkley making a man miss yet again, eventually taken down on that right-hand side. Trent McDuffie on the tackle. But a good 4-yard pickup out to the 40, and it'll be 2nd down. They're calling it 7 to the Eagles.
We talk about the number of possessions in a game being 12. That gives you 6.5. Right now, Kansas City's already used 1 in this half. They're still down 24, and that clock is ticking. This is a masterful job by Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator of the Eagles.
He might be in this building in the not-too-distant future in a head coach role rather than an offensive coordinator role, and having one of his best games of the season so far. Hurts in the gun, Barkley alongside him, single receiver to his right is AJ Brown. He scrambles again, up the middle, 30, 35, finds a hole, out to the 25-yard line, slides down, right on the eye of the LIX on the Super Bowl logo, finds himself getting up, dusting off the paint that is on the Lombardi trophy, and with this drive, he inches ever closer to a first Super Bowl title for him in Philadelphia.
At the end of that down, Chris Jones looked over at Steve Spagnuolo and put his arms in the air like, give me something that's going to stop him.
7:30 left on the clock, 1st and 10, all the way down to the 26-yard line of the Chiefs. It hurts with miles of time in the pocket, throws down the sideline, Saquon Barkley down to the 5, huge pickup, 20 yards through the air. He might not be running the ball brilliantly, but he got acres of space against Trent McDuffie on that right-hand side. We're into the red zone, we're down to the 4, and the Eagles are rolling, Charlie.
Yeah, their offensive, their pass protection has been unbelievable. Jalen Hurts is definitely having the game of his career, definitely looking up like he's going to in line for the Super Bowl MVP right now as we speak.
Drew Tranquil, who put Saquon Barkley down in the end, they found that matchup and they went for it. Barkley alongside Hurts goes to Barkley. He is swallowed up
again
behind the line of scrimmage. Chamari Connor gets in on that one and a loser yard back to the 6. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 6, Jeff.
When you watch this now, you see that the tackles being made by the Chiefs are all secondary guys and linebackers. Their front is absolutely gassed. They can't get off blocks, and Philadelphia is dominating them, as we said. But again, the pace of the game is completely controlled by Philadelphia.
Looks like 5 down linemen potentially. Nick Bolton was right up on the line of scrimmage. Spags showing something special. Note they're going to go back to 4. Leo Chenal right up on the line though, looking to defend against the run, and Jalen Hurts doesn't like what he sees on 2nd and goal from at the 7-yard line, and he's going to call a timeout, Philadelphia. I mean, if they weren't up 24, I'd say I hate taking a timeout in this situation, but kind of feels like it's all right, Charlie.
Yeah, in these situations where, you know, if there's a close game, you don't really want to be burning your timeouts, especially, you know, if it comes down to, you know, the last 2 minutes of the game, you know, and say, for example, the Eagles were, or the Chiefs were to, you know, burn the time on putting themselves in position, but they're up 24 points to nothing. You know, it just feels like if you don't like the play, you know, call timeout, take a smart move, and yeah, look, the timeouts aren't as valuable as it seems right now.
Jalen Hurts back in the huddle, quick timeout. Here's a defensive substitution. They go from nickel to a base defense by the look of it. The Chiefs on this 2nd and goal from the 7. Jurgens, ball in hand, heavy set line to the left. Saquon Barkley on that side, and Devonta Smith also goes from right to left. Man showing, and it's going to be a off right tackle run for Barkley. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. Leo Chenal in on the tackle. Drew Tranquil there as well, and Tranquil slow to get up after that play.
There's about 8 minutes.
Chris Jones also going down, holding the knee brace. He's actually taking the knee brace off at this point and fully readjusting it at the 10-yard line. This is going to have to be an injury timeout. And a Chris Jones, an absolutely huge loss. This defense looks really banged up, guys.
Yeah, they've been physically dominated. They've been pushed around. And let me just say this. For everybody involved, if you're on the Kansas City side, the hopelessness is starting to set in because you can't get off the field. You can't string first downs together on offense. You're not able to make a big play in the kicking game. All the things that were basically the signature plays of the Kansas City Chiefs have not been in this stadium today.
Sure, normally what the Chiefs' biggest strength has been throughout this season is their complementary football, and right now we're not really seeing a whole lot of that. It's just the Eagles' physical presence is just overwhelming for the Chiefs right now, and look, they're doing a great job, and yeah, it does seem to be that, you know, even right now, you look at this drive, there's probably about 8 or 9 minutes off the clock in this drive, and that's huge. Like, so that means that the Chiefs are all of less possessions then, even if they were to come back and make some comeback, you know, so.
They're dictating the tempo of the game. You're exactly right, Charlie, because Kansas City now has got to come back and get into no huddle, which limits you because you can't use the motions that you want to use. It's harder to get the plays in. It's harder to make substitutions. It is difficult to play from behind when this Philadelphia football team is like a boa constrictor. They're squeezing you and squeezing you and squeezing you, and eventually your eyes are going to pop out.
Yeah, also it limits your quarterback, you know, what the players Andy Reid can call. He knows he can't afford, you know, short run plays because you don't have the time. You know, if you want to make a comeback, you're going to have to, you know, score pretty quickly. So that just means that a lot of the players are going to be pass-heavy players, and that means for Vic Fangio, he knows what sort of defense to show them as well.
Hey, while we got a little break, I got to ask you this question. You have just signed a new contract to stay here with the Saints.
Yep.
Your agent is my agent, Paul from ProStar in Detroit,
right, yeah.
Denver rather. Talk about what it felt like to get to your second contract in the NFL.
Yeah, it was huge. The fact that the Saints wanted me back, it was a huge honor, you know. Obviously, I want to play, and the only team that was seeing what I was doing throughout this past year was the Saints. So they wanted me back, and obviously our kickers had a good year. But at the end of the day, I'm here. I have to keep focusing on myself. And whenever the Saints says, "Look, we want you back," it's like, yeah, let's do it. And look, I've had a good few weeks off now, and after this week now, I'll be ready to get back into it. And look, I want to be playing on Sundays. That's why I'm doing this, you know.
Well, when you get a new head coach in the NFL, you're able to get more OTAs, more off-season conditioning work, more time with your coaches. Are you looking forward to seeing who your new special teams guy is going to be and who your new head coach is going to be?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you know, it's been well documented now that it looks like it's going to be Calvin Murray. So, yeah, look, I can't wait to see, you know, the fresh start and stuff like that. So, yeah, look, really looking forward to it.
Right, 3rd and goal then from the 6. Hurts in the gun. Saquon Barkley alongside him. A.J. Brown to his way. He sends Barkley in motion to that right-hand side as well. That's where he's looking. Hurts. Scrambles, moves back to progresses to his read. Scrambles out to the right-hand side. Scramble drill is on. He goes towards the end zone, and it's batted down by Drew Tranquill. Really good coverage from the Kansas City Chiefs as Jalen Hurts is flushed out of the pocket. And I know they're a big 4th down team, but I suspect they might kick the points here, Charlie.
Yeah, this would make it a 4-score game now. You know, so if 24-0, you know, 3 touchdowns with 3 2-point conversions. Kick the field goal, you got the 4 scores. That's definitely the right move.
So here we go. Kick. Jake Elliott. Good day for him so far.
Great day.
Good day for the Philadelphia Eagles so far. Some questions over Elliott coming into this game, and when he had the 43-yarder earlier on, that was missed. That was hit, then forced to go back to 48 and hit it again. Now this one. On a short one, and they've jumped, and they could have jumped enough for there to be a consideration of going for it on a 4th down. This could be an Eagles situation. Flags came out. Let's see which way this is going to go.
A false start, okay. False start again. That's 2 in a field goal situation, which is you won't see 2 all year.
Yeah, that really doesn't happen. I don't think that happened with us. I think that made it happen with us maybe once all year, and that's 2 in the game.
It's against Rick Lovato again. So earlier on, he ducked the head early, and they claim that was against him. I thought the Chiefs went early, personally. Then they've given it against him again. We'll wait to see the replay, because it's very difficult to see from up here exactly what the function was there. But, yeah, shocking situation. Well, he is on the long snap. Braden Mann on the hold. It's going to be a slightly longer field goal attempt now.
29-yarder.
29-yarder indeed.
Great operation. Jake Elliott, good kick, straight down the middle. That's all he's doing is what he's asked to do. And look, he's had a really good day. 48-yarder earlier on, smacked it. I saw him hit a PAT over the net in the stadium, which I've never seen before. And it just shows that, you know, on a big day, you use your adrenaline, you use it to your advantage. It gives you that extra few yards in those pressure situations, and you can use your adrenaline to your advantage, or you can use that as a detriment as well. But yeah, great kick.
Brilliant stuff. 27-0. The Philadelphia Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs. You're listening to Super Bowl 59 live from New Orleans here on talkSPORT. talkSPORT. Will Gavin in stadium with NFL UK broadcasting legend Jeff Reinbold. Kicker for the New Orleans Saints, Charlie Smith. And we are witnessing a dominant physical performance by the Philly defense. They haven't allowed a point scored in nearly an hour of football between tonight and the NFC Championship game against Washington. KC with 5 minutes 18 left in the third quarter, with Patrick Mahomes, with Travis Kelce, with Andy Reid, are yet to score a point in a Super Bowl. It is truly, truly astonishing stuff. And as Greg said earlier, not all blowouts are made equal. Sometimes when you get a blowout, it's an entertaining affair. The Chiefs, if they have any chance of getting back into this game, it's not a hugely explosive offense, but you feel like they have to do something now. They have to get the ball, Jeff, in the hands of a playmaker and make something happen.
Yeah, when you look at your roster and you look at your depth chart, you're saying, okay, who do we have that can create? Who do we have that can make a chunk play? Xavier Worthy's that guy for Kansas City. They have to find ways to get he and Hollywood Brown the ball in space.
Well, Worthy and Hollywood Brown are split out right in this formation. Travis Kelce heads to the right as well in motion. Zone being shown. Mahomes rolls out immediately to that side under some pressure. Finds a man over the middle. DeAndre Hopkins out to the 40-yard line, right around the first down marker. And I think they're going to give him the first down on the spot here. 10-yard gain, DeAndre Hopkins. First and 10, Kansas City.
Yeah, we see a lot of the time.
So they're going into hurry up, all good. Mahomes in the gun. It's a low snap, but he still managed to get the ball off to Hunt. Hunt rumbling up the middle for about 7 yards on that gain out to the 47 of the Eagles. I think they're going to be going hurry up this whole game now if they're going to have any chance of getting back into this one. As I say that, they huddle up. So what do I know, boys? Go on, Charlie.
Yes, the last game against the Bills, Mahomes rolled out to the right a lot, to shift to the pocket. That meant that we got more time to pass the ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something like that, and getting away from the left-hand side of that line is going to help him massively. Hunt in the backfield, Brown and Worthy to the left. He's going to step up again. He's under some pressure, rolling out to the right, out to
Another
the 40, flag down in the back of the field. Mahomes still trying to make some magic. Mahomes up the middle, out to the 50, out to the 53-yard line. The ball is down! The ball is down! And I think that's an Eagles player who's fallen on top of it.
No, Mahomes got it, I think.
Mahomes
it's coming back, boys.
to grab
There's
it
a holding
back
call.
But there was a holding call, as Jeff called it in the moment, in the backfield. Yellow flag down, and that one's going against the Chiefs. Nick Sirianni feeling himself on the sideline, boys.
Well, I think all of Philadelphia is feeling themselves right now because this is a dominant performance. Mahomes, you can see, wants to put the team on his back and make plays. But right here, you just see their tackle, Kansas City's tackle, got just ran over.
Jawan Taylor manhandled by Brandon Graham, and now 2nd and 14. Ball handed off to Kareem Hunt. Hunt off that right-hand side. And there's Josh Sweat in the backfield to bring him down right around the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 14 it will be at the 38. I said this earlier on the 3rd down. We're desperate for a moment of Mahomes magic. When I said it on the 3rd down earlier, Cooper DeJean took the ball back for a 38-yard pick six on the next play. I know he can't force it. He shouldn't have forced it earlier in the game, but now the team needs something, Patrick. Mahomes needs to make some magic happen. He's in the backfield. One back alongside him in Samaje Perine. 2 receivers to the left. Goes over the middle. Finds Kelce right around the 45-yard line. Down to the 46. I think that play call, which picks up about 6 yards on the play and leaves him 4th and 4, is designed with 4 downs in mind.
There's no question about it. They wanted Kelce on the under route. Again, Mahomes put it on him. But you see right now where Kelce in that situation, instead of putting his head down and driving for extra yardage, he basically turtled on the play. That's not a good sign if you're Kansas City.
4th and 4 on this one. Noah Gray into the game. DeAndre Hopkins into the game. 4 wide, 2 stacked to the left. 2 wide to the right. Now we're going to see some movement across the formation. Looking for a man on the outside. DeAndre Hopkins broken up by the Philadelphia Eagles. Sensational play as it looked like they might pick up the first down, and getting it on that one, the nickel of Vontae Maddox shuts down the Kansas City Chiefs. They remain scoreless, and with 2:47 left in the 3rd quarter, Eagles 27, Chiefs zip. Wow, Charlie, wow.
What a play, what a play. I mean, I think that's fair to say we can probably call it game over after that now. Maybe it's still too early. I don't think it is, though. I think it's huge play. And it just Mahomes and his receivers just aren't on the same page all day. And look, he knows he has to get the ball out fast because of this Eagles pass rush. So, look.
You know, you saw the play, and they ran an out at Maddox to pull him wider. They wanted to get the ball to Xavier Worthy on an under route, where his speed, he could take it out the back door. He never got a chance to get to the under route because the pressure was there again, and he has to throw the ball. And out there is Maddox to make a great play.
This Eagles defense, man. The Chiefs are 0 of 8 on third down. They're now 0 of 1 on fourth down. Yes, they've given up some penalties, but in a game that the line of scrimmage has been so dominated by the Eagles, just Mahomes hasn't been able to make anything play. The secondary has come to play. How many times have we called Cooper DeJean's name today? Quinlan Mitchell with a huge play at the end of the half as well. On a third down, just time and time again, somebody steps up for the Eagles.
Well, you know, Red, when you talk about defense, you talk about your three levels of defense. Your defensive linemen who are doing a great job tonight rushing. You can pick any of them. They've won tonight. You go to the linebacker core. Zach Vaughn makes a huge interception in the red zone. Talk about your secondary, and Cooper DeJean picks the ball up and scores with it. When you score on defense, it's hard to beat people in the National Football League.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean, just to say, actually limped off the field ahead of that play. Avonte Maddox was subbed in for him, has barely played in this game, and makes that play on fourth down.
That's it, all about stepping up. Whenever you get your opportunities to play in these big moments, what you have to do is you have to make the most of it, or else you'll be back on the sidelines, you know. So, look, great play by Avonte Maddox, and the Eagles are absolutely rolling here. You know, coming into the game, the storyline we thought it was going to be was Spags v. Saquon, but we're really, you know, talking about the Eagles offense. Jalen Hurts, I think we've all forgotten how good he is, and he's shown it on the biggest stage. He's very cool, calm and collected.
He had his biggest game of the season, his best game of the season last week. Tonight, 4 of 19, 155 yards in a tutty. One on the ground as well. It's his 10 carries for 55 yards, that long of 16. Scrambles working time and time again. Designed runs as well. We've seen Kellen Moore call that brilliant quarterback draw behind Saquon Barkley and Dallas Goedert in the first half. Like, they are just in their bag. They've had 50 offensive plays to the Chiefs 30. They're outgaining them. They are out-muscling them. They are all over them.
You know, Charlie, for Who Dat Nation, this is a great audition for Kellen Moore. Saints fans will be excited to think about their offense doing some of these very creative things.
Yeah, for sure. And look, the Chiefs' defense has been brilliant in the run, but yeah, Kellen Moore, brilliant performance so far.
So back out on the field, 1st and 10 from the 46. Hurts drops back.
Yeah, there they go, touchdown.
He's got everybody there, every single yard of it. Devontae Smith into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles. Jeff saw it from an absolute mile off. Devontae Smith had his man beat, and Jalen Hurts with a 46-yard bomb to Devontae Smith, putting the cherry on top of this Super Bowl Sunday.
Devontae Smith from Amite, Louisiana, less than an hour away from New Orleans, playing in front of his home state, playing in front of his family. They build a formation. It's play action, hard play action. Great ball handling by Hurts, and he throws a dime on a deep post to Devontae Smith to absolutely stick a dagger in Kansas City's heart.
That was a magical throw by Jalen Hurts. Great catch as well by Smith.
Charlie Smith had just told us we shouldn't forget how good Jalen Hurts has been today. That was absolutely sensational as Jake Elliott lines up the extra point, puts it through the posts. That nearly went out of the stadium, and the stadium's got a roof on it.
Yeah, you can tell we got a kicker in here because the guy kicks the thing over the restraining net, and then he's fired up. My man is fired up. Yeah, you know how hard that is to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my biggest strengths is my ball height at the line of scrimmage. Ball height on the Jake Elliott stepped up in the biggest moments again. He has never missed a kick inside of 50 yards in the playoffs.
Let's just listen to those Eagles fans. Bourbon Street is going to be madness this evening. The whole French Quarter. I hope they've greased the poles, because these Eagles fans are going to be clambering all over this city. With 2:40 left in the third quarter, a 34-0 lead on the reigning back-to-back Super Bowl champions. And doing it in such just impressive fashion. We said it. Devontae Maddox comes off the bench for Cooper DeJean, makes one of the plays of the game on fourth down. Very next snap, Jalen Hurts, Kellen Moore, they call for the big one, they go for it all. This Eagles team are in their bag and loving life in New Orleans.
Another special teams penalty on Kansas City. A block in the back. But again, talk about the little things, the small edges, the slight wins. The kicker does an absolutely outstanding job. They drive the ball on the ground to make Kansas City return it, not give up, not take time off the clock. Yep. So what a great job. You mentioned how this young kicker is playing his, I won't say what, off today.
You said it, by the way, just to give you the call. Illegal block in the back on Jaden Hicks, the defensive back special teams specialist. As we see some of the international fans around the Monterrey, Mexico, their Chiefs heavy. We're going to Accra, Ghana, seeing that on the coverage. They're all Eagles. We saw Dublin earlier on, Charlie. And on the next break, we're going to talk a bit of Dublin that game you've got coming up there. But in the meantime, Mahomes dropping back.
He's got Worthy. He's got Worthy.
And he's deep, Worthy, and the 50 down to the 40. Chunk play for these Kansas City Chiefs, and finally something big, something huge on offense. And again, Jeff spots here, mile off.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the thing we've been saying all day. He's your weapon. He's your vertical guy. You got to find ways to get the ball in his hands.
51-yard completion.
You saw that 4-2 speed there?
Down to the 40. Ball snapped again. Mahomes, time in the pocket once more. Goes to that right-hand side, puts it in the ground, and that's going to be a 2nd and 10. Look, I said it just then. Just absolutely. Here's a man who can deliver a moment like that. There just haven't been anywhere near enough of them today. It's been astonishing how few of them there have been today. And yet, when Xavier Worthy beats Cooper DeJean with that little move upfield on that deep post, Mahomes found him first time. Finally, something positive for the Chiefs fans in this building. Of the 80,000 who are in attendance. Humphrey snaps the ball. Mahomes looking to his left, scrambles up the middle. Finds time, gets about maybe 3 or 4 yards on the play till he's tackled from behind. Brilliant clip tackle on that one from Jay Lix is having an absolute day today.
He is going to make some money, this kid is. Hey, you know, this is what happens in the biggest games. The things that you don't do well always come back and haunt you. Kansas City is not a chunk play offense, and they have trouble protecting the passer, and both of those things bit them today.
3rd down, 3rd and 6. Not a down the Chiefs have enjoyed today as Mahomes manages to escape the rusher. Rolled up the middle, out to the 35. Goes for a little shovel pass to Travis Kelce. It's a little bit of Mahomes magic down to the 23-yard line. And for the first time today, it required Mahomes, Kelce to combine for their first 3rd down completion of the afternoon down to the 24-yard line. They snapped that ball quickly, but whistles have gone from the refs. I don't know if the line hadn't set or they weren't ready to go.
Substitutions coming in, I think.
Yeah, but normally in that situation, the ref has to be standing over the ball and stopping you from snapping it. The Chiefs were allowed to snap it, so I suspect there'll be time on the clock and an untimed down potentially.
Well, it depends on if the Chiefs were making a player substitution, if they were going to a different personnel group. If you don't change personnel groups, the defense is responsible for getting on and off the field. So they should have had the right to snap that football.
1:02 left in the 4th quarter. This drive off the basis of the 50-yard completion from Patrick Mahomes to Xavier Worthy, finally getting rolling. Patrick Mahomes finding Travis Kelce with the shovel pass for 13 yards. And now 1st and 10 from the 24. Xavier Worthy goes in motion. Mahomes is a rarity today under centre. Fakes the handoff. Big hold on Brandon Graham, I thought, on that side, but they've let him get away with it. And Mahomes scrambling all the way down. Finds his man in the end zone. Touchdown, Xavier Worthy. Coming back on that that one to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and for the first time in this game, the Chiefs have points on the board. Just 1:25 left in the third quarter, 34-6 with the extra point to follow.
Red, you are exactly right. The Chiefs got away with one there. There was a hold as Mahomes broke out of the pocket, and obviously Andy has it figured out. You got to get the ball to one, because he's the guy that can get you back in this game if you got any chance.
Juju Smith-Schuster is dragging Brandon Graham to the ground like he's attempting to put him into an armbar or something. It was an MMA move, not a blocking move. You don't want your wide receiver going against Brandon Graham, as they are going to go for two here. Mahomes in the gun, man in formation. They fake it to Pacheco, go over the middle instead, looking for Travis Kelce. And the ball goes into the ground. Cooper DeJean in coverage. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson there as well. 34-6. The Eagles lead the Chiefs with 34 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Kelce has been an absolute non-factor today for Kansas City. If you're watching the replay on television, he's not ready for the ball. He's open. This is the right read. Patrick puts the ball right there, and he's not even looking for it. Kelce has not played well at all for Kansas City.
CJ getting a bit of argy-bargy after the play, as he loves to. I'm sure he's feeling himself on this sideline. Former Saint, of course, Charlie.
Yeah, that's right. I know I was talking to my teammates about him, and they have a view that he's definitely a personality, and he does like to speak out, and I have to say.
You're listening to NFL Live here on talkSPORT. The Philadelphia Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs 34-6 all week. Now, I even said it on Friday. I didn't think it was radio row-itis, because we do have a tendency, when you're speaking to smart football people, when you're poring over a single game, where every matchup you pick apart, left, right and centre, you have a bit of a tendency to flip-flop, to lean either way, to convince yourself it's going to be a tight game. But this was meant to be a strength-on-strength matchup. This was meant to be a Chiefs team that were perfectly built and an Eagles team that were perfectly built to almost complement what each other was doing, because kick goes short, going to be brought out on that left-hand side. Return out to the 25, out to the 30. Nice little return for Will Shipley, the fourth-round rookie out of Clemson, and that'll now be the ball out around 30 yards.
Yeah, you see in the play there, normally the Chiefs kick touchbacks, but I think it's another chance to potentially get a turnover. You put the ball in play, big collisions, potentially a fumble down in the red zone. I feel like that's why the Chiefs started to put the ball in play there.
It's interesting that he actually didn't fair catch that ball, and so the clock didn't run on the possession. But again, this is going to be interesting now. Kansas City, can you get a 3-and-out? Can you get a turnover before the fourth quarter comes?
29 seconds left in the third quarter, 1st and 10 for the Eagles. I have a feeling that in the I formation, we might be seeing a little bit of Saquon Barkley getting the ball here. Heavy set line to the left. Dallas Goedert goes out there as well. He's got about 10 big men in front of him. He had the edge out to the 33, 34-yard line. And eventually Saquon Barkley goes down for about a 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6 coming up from the 34. Yeah, I mean, that was as predictable as they come, but Dallas Goedert crossing the formation did make it. Plenty of big boys on that side, and we're waiting. All this game really needs now is a Saquon Barkley 50, 60, 70-yarder to really cap off a sensational performance from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
As we get to the end of the third quarter here on talkSPORT, 34-6, the Eagles lead the Chiefs. Will it be a procession home for this Philly side against their former head coach, or will the Chiefs have something unbelievable? It would require a near miracle to bail themselves out here. It's been a lot of fun here in this brilliant, brilliant city down on the Gulf Coast, and I'm delighted to say we'll continue to bring you the fourth quarter here on talkSPORT, live from New Orleans. there's a Chiefs fan on the screen singing along, but I have never seen anybody, and I know there are some people who rally against this song at sporting events at this point, but the poor mum sat between her two daughters, just clapping along politely, going side to side. They're not having a party. I wonder if they're going to be out on Frenchman or Bourbon or Market or any of those areas of the French Quarter tonight. I think the Chiefs fans right now, unless something miraculous happens, will be slinking off to bed early.
You know, you mentioned that NFL Europe and the way that the crowds in Germany sing. This is another one that I can remember back in the day was an NFL Europe favorite, Sweet Caroline.
15 minutes remaining then of Super Bowl 59 of this 2024 season, and the Eagles in prime position to claim their second title in 8 years. A swing pass to Saquon Barkley at the 30, down to the 35, down to the 40-yard line. Really good sideline work from Chamari Connor, but a 10-yard pickup and an Eagles first down out to the 40.
You saw the fatigue of Nick Bolton that time. He's running inside out to the ball, and it looks like he's running in mud. He can't even get out to make the play.
Yeah, unbelievable. I have to, every time Saquon Barkley gets it in anything like the open field, I'm so ready to commentate on a 60-yard touchdown.
We're so excited for it.
We have to say the Chiefs have done a decent job of restricting those explosives today, even if not a decent job of very much else. Devonta Smith going across the formation right to left. It goes back to Saquon Barkley off the left tackle. He is gang tackled down right around the 3 yards to gain. In on the tackle there, the big George Karlaftis. But it's going to be about a 2-yard gain, and 2nd and 7 they're calling it. 14 minutes ticking on the clock. Just running that ball, running that clock out.
Now is the time when the Kansas City Chiefs have got to start tackling the football. They got to start punching at it, grabbing at it, pulling at it. You got to get the football back. You need possessions in the fourth quarter.
The ball on the left hashtag, right on the shield of the NFL logo. Jalen Hurts in the gun. Devonta Smith again going from left to right. No motion from the Chiefs defense biting on that. 2 receivers to the right. A.J. Brown isolation to the left. Fakes handoff. And it goes to A.J. Brown out to the 45, down to the 43. Tackled by Trent McDuffie. But it'll be another Philadelphia Eagles first down at a nice blitz pickup yet again from Saquon Barkley.
A really nice job of shaking man-to-man coverage. He came up, gave him a little shake at the top of the route, and then used his body. Brown is one of the strongest receivers in the National Football League.
Another great throw.
First down from the 44-yard line. Hurts, and it's great throw after great throw. Charlie, you're absolutely spot on. Charlie Smith, Saints kicker, alongside me, Will Gavin. Jeff Reinbold in the booth with us as well. Tight formation. Goes to Saquon Barkley, makes a man miss with a little stutter step and a juke move. Justin Reed juked out of his shoes, but he doesn't get up to the second level and is taken down right around the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 11, they'll call it. 12:40. That clock still continues to run for the Eagles as they eke their way slowly but surely, it feels like at this point, towards another Super Bowl title.
That might be the best 2-yard run I've ever seen. The tackler is free right in the hole, not blocked, and Saquon makes him missed.
Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown to the left of the formation. 12 personnel with 2 tight ends to the right. Saquon Barkley in the backfield. Calcaterra goes on a little orbit motion, sets back up, showing blitz Spags right now. Then Dubin pressure with 4. Jalen Hurts stays in the backfield, now scrambling out to the right, out to the 45, down to the ball, stays in bounds, down to the 30, and goes out of bounds right around the 32-yard line. He said 11 yards. I'll take about 15 off you. Thank you very much, Kansas City, as his scrambling ability proves to be sensational yet again. And it's another Eagles first down deep into Chiefs territory.
Mike Dana had a chance, but really it's not a fair fight. You're a D lineman that's been trying to get to the passer all day. You got a quarterback who's full of confidence and feels good about what he's doing, and in the open field, it's not a fair fight.
They call it a 17-yard pickup for Jalen Hurts. Ball at the 27. He's under center, offset in the backfield. He's got a fullback in there alongside Saquon Barkley. Barkley jukes and makes a man miss and gets about to the 25, maybe a yard on the game. But the most important thing, snap the ball with a second left, take 40 seconds off. They'll call it 2, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, and you look at this time of possession stats here, that the Eagles have held the ball for over nearly 31 minutes of the game, nearly twice the amount of Kansas City's had the ball. The Kansas City's defense is just getting really tired, and it's shown here in the fourth quarter.
So, 11 minutes remaining, 16 seconds on the play clock. They are breaking this huddle as late as they possibly can as they get up to the line of scrimmage. Hurts will be in the gun with Barkley alongside him. 3 receivers to the left. Dallas Goedert, Devonta Smith and Jahan Dotson had that huge play in the first half. A.J. Brown to the right. Little juke move. Goes down in the backfield at the 30-yard line. It will be a sack of Jalen Hurts, but a sack that you feel like he was happy to take. He's not going to be making any hero plays a la Patrick Mahomes in that situation, Charlie.
On the clock stops, you know, you're still in field goal range. If you throw the ball, it's incomplete, the clock stops. He took the sack, the clock's still running. It's taking less and less time for the Chiefs whenever they get the ball back.
5-yard loss, Drew Tranquil in on the sack in the end. Ball at the 30-yard line as it sits right now.
It would be a 48-yarder.
Thank you very much. Getting that math done for me, Charlie. Appreciate it. Jalen Hurts in the gun. Barkley alongside him, gives it to Barkley, who was tackled a yard short of the line of scrimmage, meaning they lost a yard, meaning it'll be a
49-yarder.
Thank you very much, Charlie Smith.
Hey, those kickers, they know it. They're doing the math as they're running out on the field.
Brilliant stuff. Timeout taken, is that, by Kansas City Chiefs? Certainly there was a call from it. Steve Spagnuolo calls his defense off the field. 4th and 13, this situation. 34-6, the Philadelphia Eagles leading. It was indeed a Chiefs timeout as Jake Elliott walks his way off the field, and you're listening to live and exclusive in-stadium coverage of Super Bowl 59. Right, Charlie? We'll get to the 49-yarder. 2 field goals made for Jake Elliott today, 48 and 29. Let's talk some Dublin. How exciting to hear that announcement on Friday. The Steelers are coming to the Emerald Isles in 2025.
I cannot wait for that to happen. Obviously, I would love to be at it if I was a fan, but I'm a player now, so it would be a great spectacle. Here we are, 48-yarder.
Sorry, I won't disrespect the kicker by not commentating on the kick. I'll make sure that I give Jake Elliott that love. Ball snapped. Good hold. Ball is up, and it is through.
Look at the height of that ball, straight down the middle. Great day for Jake Elliott. But let's give a shout out to the snapper and holder as well. I remember against the Rams, the Eagles played the Rams in snowy conditions, and the Eagles' operation was one of the main reasons why they won that game. Braden Mann's holding was unbelievable out there in the snow. All these games matter to get you to the Super Bowl, and look, as a specialist myself, I look at the small details. Nobody looks at that, but look, the Eagles' operation, perfect snap, perfect hold, perfect kick, ball height of the line of scrimmage, unreal again. Great day for Elliott.
A 31-point lead for the Philadelphia Eagles with 9:51 left in the 4th quarter, 37-6 they lead. Right, Charlie, sorry, we were talking a bit of Dublin. I agree, we shouldn't have disrespected the kick. Let's talk about how exciting he is for that city.
Yeah, look, Ireland has been, the marketing that has been done of the NFL in Ireland this past year and a half has been unreal. Look, I've been very fortunate to have received so much support from everybody back home. You really feel the love of everybody back home. Everybody's now realizes what the NFL is. Whenever I first started out doing this, people were asking me, what is this that you're doing? What is this sport that nobody knows about? The game, the growth of the game has been huge, and look, it's no better team than the Steelers to represent, to play in Ireland. Obviously, with the Rooney family being from my home city as well, you know, it's just been a huge day for them. Croke Park, 82,500 people. Our national stadium for Gaelic football. I mean, that would be an unbelievable feeling if I ever got to play in that stadium and hearing around the vein before the game. It's just class stuff, and look, unreal.
Charlie, now you come into your first off season, right? Out of the IPP program, sign your second contract. What is the single biggest takeaway that you have now as a guy who is a professional football player playing in the National Football League? Somewhere, someplace in the world, there's another kid that wants to be you. What would you tell them if you had something to say?
Well, look, obviously, you know, I did the unconventional route, didn't play high school football, didn't play college football, but I knew if I had the opportunity to do it, I would felt like I had the skill set to do it. So, look, I said to any young kid, like, you know, whose dreams of, you know, achieving big things in their life, why not? Like, why can't you do it? There's always a way. Look, I manifested this for 5 or 6 years, and look, I'm not where I want to be right now, but you just have to trust the process. I'm doing this 18 months, so look, extremely fortunate. Can't wait to get into year 2 now and make a big push now in the upcoming off-season.
Just a quick injury update for you. Chris Jones, doubtful to return to the game with that knee injury that kept him out of the entire of that drive. I've been to lots of the college games in Ireland, right? I went to just one that was at Croke Park, which was when Penn State came over and played. I think it was UCF. And the stadium was absolutely rocking, and it was only the lower bowl that was full. I think we had seats in the upper bowl. They ended up moving down to the lower bowl because there were a few spare seats available. There were maybe 35,000, 40,000 people there that day. When there's 82,000 people in that stadium, and it's absolutely rocking. And from what we hear, rumours are the Steelers will be facing a pretty big name when they come here. Like there are just no hints, but there are a couple of names out there being floated, suggesting that it would be the game of the season in Europe, in Dublin. In the way that New Orleans has it, in the way that the Super Bowl takes over this city, in the way that you can just walk around and absorb the culture and meet the locals who are fantastic. I actually think New Orleans, I'm putting out there now, is the Dublin of the South of America. I think these two places are so similar, and you've seen the atmosphere in town this week. That's what Dublin's going to be like come 2025.
For sure.
Mahomes in the backfield and a sack yet again, and the ball is down. The ball is down, and the Eagles recover. The Eagles recover. This defense just continues to dominate at the line of scrimmage. Unbelievable play from Jalen Carter up the middle to get to it. Milton Williams falling on the ball, and that is going to be another Chiefs turnover on a horrid, miserable afternoon for them, and the Philadelphia Eagles continue to dominate.
Well, I tell you what, both guards got beat. Caliendo got beat over the top. He went long on to knock the ball away, and Jalen Carter, he just forklifted Trey Smith right back to Patrick Mahomes.
Milton Williams' second sack of the day. This one a strip sack. It's Jalen Carter, it's Nolan Smith, and it's eventually Milton Williams who falls on his own fumble. Sensational stuff, and the Eagles will take over in the red zone. I mean, I know that people don't like running up the score, but wouldn't a 50 burger in a Super Bowl be quite a thing to see?
Only if you get cheese on it.
Flag on the play going against Philadelphia. They retain the ball. Jalen Hurts, 72 rushing yards by a quarterback, is a Super Bowl record. His performance today on the ground has been absolutely sensational. 72 rushing yards, 221 passing yards, 3 total touchdowns. He breaks his own record for a Super Bowl rushing, for a quarterback rushing in the Super Bowl from 2 years ago. And now, well, they're going to have to start after the personal foul penalty 15 yards further back up the field. But do you know what? That's just more yards to run into to eke time off the clock.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the story of this game is that we've all forgotten how good Jalen Hurts is. Everybody was focused on how good Saquon and the rushing offense was, and he didn't have to do this much, whereas this game required him to be great as he has been.
Right in front of us on the 33-yard line, that's where this drive will start. Jalen Hurts hands off Saquon. Saquon makes a man miss, dances up into the secondary, goes down on about a 7-yard gain on the play, out to the 26-yard line, and that's going to be a 2nd and 3. Philadelphia Eagles, 9:26 left on the clock.
Well, without Chris Jones, it's going to be really tough to stop the run. We may be looking at being at 44 here in a second, because the Chiefs are arm tackling. That's a sign of their fatigue. They've played over 60 plays of defense, and we still have 9 minutes left to play.
Saquon Barkley has touted the rock 23 times today. Still only at an average of 2.5 yards, despite a couple of big ones. But he has been a workhorse for them, and he's in the backfield again with Jalen Hurts under center. Dallas got it, moves to the right of formation for a little crack toss. Barkley tripped up right around the line of scrimmage. Really nice play from Drew Tranquill to get to his man. But there seem to be those individual moments where somebody makes a good play on the outside, and yet they don't get off the field on 3rd down. They don't get the stops they need. They're missing out on the opportunities that they're creating for themselves. 3rd and 5 then from the 28-yard line. 2-yard loss on that little crack toss. Poor Saquon Barkley. His average rushing yards go down to 2.3 per carry. He's having a rubbish day, guys. How are they winning the Super Bowl?
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't screen the ball to him here. Try not to make a big mistake here. Take the field goal.
As I say, it'd be difficult to bring the ball to him. Kenneth Gainwell's come into the game, but on the third down, they do elect to take a timeout. The Philadelphia Eagles, with 8:13 remaining on the clock, 37-6, they lead. The real story of this game, though, 3 turnovers for Patrick Mahomes, a man so sensational in Super Bowl history. Today, much like that game against the Bucs, you get pressure to him, he makes mistakes, 2 terrible interceptions, a fumble in the fourth quarter, and Patrick Mahomes just hasn't been able to be Superman for the Chiefs today.
No, and when you start thinking about, okay, who's going to be the MVP of this thing, well, you automatically go to Hurts because it's usually a quarterback award. But I'm going to tell you something. You could take the whole Philadelphia defense and give them the MVP award, because this is a butt whipping by committee. I mean, there is everybody that's wearing green out there and playing defense has had a good day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, when you look at this Eagles defense, you have to look at, they've got so many pieces. You know, Zach Bond was a special teamer for the Saints for 4 years. Arguably should have been Defensive Player of the Year. And look, their defense has been unbelievable. You have to give huge credit to the general manager.
3rd and 5. Hurts hands the ball off to Saquon Barkley to the outside, manages to make Nick Bolton miss, but is eventually thrown to the ground. It's that man again, to Sean Walton, who has had a decent day of it, and that is going to be about a yard loss. But they call it back to the line of scrimmage. 4th and 5, 8:04 remaining, and the Kansas City Chiefs take their second timeout of the half with 8:04 remaining.
Looks like it's going to be a 45-yarder for Jake Elliott here, so this will be 3 field goals between 40 and 50 yards in the Super Bowl.
4 total, 3 between 40 and 50 yards. An unbelievable day for him.
It sounds like you're stumping for your man Elliott here for the MVP award, Charlie.
That's Kickers Union.
We are a little far out from that right now, but surely I think the rushing yards probably give it to Jalen Hurts.
Oh, for sure.
It's a quarterback award as a rule.
Yeah.
But this could be a day where you finally see a defensive player win it. Milton Williams, not a bad shout. 2 sacks, 18 yards lost on those, forced the fumble as well. Zach Bourne with the interception. Cooper DeJean had a sensational day prior to
another false start.
And another full start on this one going against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Jordan
Is this
Davis,
going to be?
I think it was.
I'm going to say, is this going against Rick Lovato again? Because if it does. Okay, at least it wasn't the same player that it went against on this occasion. It went against Jordan Mailata, in fact, the left tackle. I'm not sure he's going to mind too much. He's a man we're going to have to hunt down in the locker room later on, by the way. Just unbelievable Super Bowl championship for the man out of Australia. There's going to be so many people stumping for him in the IPP, so many people stumping for him back home, so many people who are going to love that he is going to be bringing home a ring. Right, 50-yard attempt. Long snapper is Lovato. Braden Mann on the hold. Ball is up.
Bang.
And
what a nice ball.
Absolutely drilled down the middle.
What a day.
40 points to the Philadelphia Eagles. 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter as they lead the Kansas City Chiefs by 34 points in Super Bowl 59, live and exclusively in stadium here for you on talkSPORT. Dedicated. Alongside us as we bring you live coverage of Super Bowl 54. It's a tough time down on the Chiefs sideline. Charles Omenihu looking absolutely devastated. But for this Philadelphia Eagles side, a dominant performance. 34 minutes 12 time of possession to 17:47, almost double, like you were saying, Charlie. Just every time they can get the red zone, it's touchdowns. They outscore first downs over the Chiefs 21-6. And it's without even going that well on third down, just 3 of 10 today. They've not had to go for it on fourth down once. 4 field goals for Jake Elliott. He must be having a whale of a time because he's not normally allowed to kick field goals. They only go for it on fourth down normally. 1 of 7 from 50-plus yards for him today. Hits a 50-plus yarder in the Super Bowl, Charlie. Yeah, like it's... Everything that could go right has gone right for them as the Chiefs do look to bring this one out from deep. Coming out to this right-hand side, it's going to be the brilliant kick returner, Remigio, who gets it out to the 26-yard line, but is eventually taken down. And I love that celebration from the Eagles. Jeremiah Trotter is having an absolute whale of a time. And all of those Eagles special teamers, Jeff Reinbold, I know I've got 2 special teams gurus here, but they are loving life.
Jeremiah Trotter covering kickoffs. You know, it's a great story.
Oh, no, I want to hear more about it, Jeff.
All right, I'm going to tell you something. The Eagle fans, they may not go to Bourbon Street. They're going to stay right here and party. They are having a great time tonight.
For sure. Mahomes with a quick completion to Travis Kelce, right on the numbers of the 30-yard line, picking up 9, maybe just ever so slightly short of the first down. They're on its second and short from... God, it's literally about half yard, isn't it, from the 34.5-yard line. Not looking to go quickly because of substitutions. Noah Gray coming into the game, and fair play to these Chiefs fans. Oh no, that's not the Chiefs fans. Oh, I'm never so sorry. That is not the Chiefs fans. The ones doing the tomahawk chop are the Philadelphia Eagles fans. Devastated 2 years ago, now absolutely elated. Pacheco out of the backfield, little screen pass, trying to get the ball out, gets it to the 40, gets the first down and rushes back inside again.
Well, they say payback is a lady of ill repute, and that's what exactly has happened right now. The Chiefs fans are sitting on their hands, and Eagles fans are mocking them doing the tomahawk chop.
I've never seen that done before. That's hilarious.
The Chiefs at the 39-yard line. Mahomes in the gun. Pacheco in there, kicks up the block. Mahomes throws to Kelce at the 40, down to the 45, gets to about the 47-yard line, about a 6-yard pickup. But this is the Eagles defense are just allowing them to play underneath, just happy. You pick up the chunks, you let the clock keep rolling. We don't mind if we concede another touchdown, but by the time we do, there's only going to be 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock. Mahomes in the gun again. Pacheco alongside him. He's got one receiver to his right. It's Xavier Worthy. He goes to Worthy, down to the 44-yard line, out of bounds at the 41. First down to the Kansas City Chiefs, picking up a good 11 yards on the play, and the Chiefs are into Eagles territory, down at the 41-yard line of those Eagles. Mahomes back in the gun again. 4 wide, 3 to the left. Xavier Worthy isolated to the right. He's in the gun. Isaiah Pacheco alongside him will be picking up the blitz. They go quick to Worthy again. Worthy looks to make a man missing. Darius Slay and is wrapped up around the 43-yard line, near the sideline. And that'll be about a 4-yard gain on first down, bringing up a 2nd and 6. But the clock just keeps ticking. 5:49 left on the clock. Now, I mean, I'm commentating on this like it's a potential game-winning drive because you want to tell everyone every play that's happening. It just feels so futile at this point. Mahomes in that gun. Samaje Perine alongside him, 2nd and 5, 5:32 remaining. Snap the ball. Mahomes looks for the quick pass instead, goes deep down the left-hand side, right into the ground. That's almost, I mean, I know Hollywood Brown's in the area, but that's such a bad throw, it's almost intentional grounding, boys.
That was interesting because they brought Worthy in motion to get in a stack to try and get him on a wheel route against the corner. The corner didn't bite, and Patrick had no place to go with the ball because Hollywood Brown broke off his route.
So now a 3rd and 5, and these Eagles fans who are just tomahawk shopping are all getting out of their seat. Like I'm watching across this top tier here. And fair play to the Chiefs fans for staying in the stadium. But the Eagles fans are treating this 3rd down like it's a 1-score game, not a blowout. Mahomes in the gun. Oh, they did jump. He's got a free play here. He's going to look to go deep, Mahomes. 2 receivers in the area. Picked off Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He's running it down that right-hand side, but he knows there was that penalty on the play as he dances at the 30, out to the 35, down to the 40, makes a man miss. 50, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Eagles! Except the players coming back because they jumped horrendously offsides earlier on. If that's now gone against the other team, I've just made the worst call in Super Bowl history. My sarcasm dripping through that run back.
He's going to have to take a break at the sideline now. They're going to need a new safety after that big run.
He says, get a guy in here, man. I can't run anymore.
4th quarter of the Super Bowl.
Offsides goes against Jalen Carter. It might be the most obvious offsides call of the entire season. And Mahomes went deep looking for a man, looking for that free play for Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown down in that area. Picked off by Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And he, in a stadium he knows very well, decided he'd have a bit of fun and return it all the way back.
Yeah, for sure.
Why not? Why
not? You're a DB, you don't get the ball in your hands a lot.
I'm always thinking to myself, I'm going to run for 95 yards for no reason. I guess the adrenaline must be pumping.
Hey, it's the Super Bowl. Get some TV time.
Hey, I'm not sure I could run 95 yards, whether it was the Super Bowl or not. If you needed me to do it to get this broadcast back on air, it's probably not happening. Right, Mahomes in the gun, hands it to Samaje Perine on a draw up the middle, down to the 24-yard line of the Eagles. That is a first down to the Chiefs as they get up and look to move the ball quickly. But you can see it in the body language. You can see the slump. Snoop Hopkins as he comes to the huddle. Travis Kelce as he comes to the huddle. None of them look like they are engaged in a way where suddenly something miraculous is going to happen. 4:40 left on the clock. Center. Snapping the ball to Patrick Mahomes. Samaje Perine leaks out as an option. Mahomes scrambles at the middle to the 25, down to the 20, makes a man miss, slides down at the 16-yard line. Good pickup from Patrick Mahomes, down to about an 8-yard scramble for him, and it'll be 2nd and 2 from the 22-yard line. You gents want to join in?
Yeah. You know, this is really a tough thing right now because you got Patrick Mahomes out there and he's getting banged around. Juwan Taylor just quit on a play and he got the quarterback hit right in the chest. This is your future. This is your franchise. You can't stop. There's another one. Just takes a free runner right to the face. You better be careful with your quarterback here. This game's over with. Your future is Patrick Mahomes.
And after an incredibly tough day for Travis Kelce, on this drive, Travis Kelce has surpassed Hall of Famer Jerry Rice for the most catches in Super Bowl history. That's despite 2 drops at least today, possibly a 3rd, but the postseason for this man is where he absolutely feasts, and it'll be fascinating to discuss when this drive is over whether, even with the loss, he might consider walking away. Mahomes in the backfield. He's got Xavier Worthy in alongside him. Worthy leaks out, and that's where he's going to go. Worthy with 2 in front of him, gets out to the 5, down to the 4, and pushed out of bounds in the end. Manning on it was Quinion Mitchell, fellow rookie to the excellent Cooper DeJean. Both of them brilliant this year, both of them brilliant today.
Well, Howie Rossman's got to take a bunch of bows and get flowers after this one's over with because he amassed the best roster in football. And I think that's everybody that's a football guy would agree with that. This team has very few weaknesses.
As Patrick Mahomes gets them lined back up, he's got Kareem Hunt in alongside him, a bunch of receivers to the right, and Xavier Worthy in motion, goes in an orbit motion, makes himself available. One across the far side, Hollywood Brown into the end zone. Touchdown, Chiefs. But there is a flag on the play. Wait until the play finishes, then shout pick. Come on, boys. At least let me call it in case it's on the other team. Otherwise, there's going to be a touchdown, and everyone's just going to hear you going pick. Oh no, it's not actually. Don't worry about it. It absolutely was a pick play. It was a terrible pick play, and no natural rub there.
No, that was not. That was an unnatural rub right there. That was just a block downfield. And again, Kansas City just shooting themselves in the foot at every turn.
Juju Smith-Schuster going across the formation, just absolutely. I mean, Blankenship is shoulder tackled by him there, and there are options available on the other side, but Second and 13 it'll be. 3:43 remaining. Back on the 15. Mahomes looks to his right. He's got a man crossing in. Xavier Worthing. Instead he's up to scramble. Gets back up to the line scrimmage, to the 15, to the 10, down to the 5. Slides down maybe 2-3 yards short of the first down marker. He'll be at the 7, and it'll be a third. Oh, it's about 3rd and 6, in fact. God, the first down marker's right the way down at the 1, so a 3rd and 6. Patrick Mahomes now faces.
That was number 55, Brandon Graham, playing his last football game of his life today, and he's going to go out a champion in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he's missed so many games all year as well. Coming back for the Super Bowl, have a huge impact that he has for his 2nd Super Bowl with the Eagles.
And Brandon Graham being shown on the big screen here. That's what that huge roar from the crowd was. It wasn't just Jeff referencing it. As Mahomes goes on a pass out to the left-hand side to DeAndre Hopkins. And it's a touchdown to the Kansas City Chiefs. Quick pass to that side. Man in coverage just couldn't get all over DeAndre Hopkins. And whilst Hopkins against Quinion Mitchell was a bit of a mismatch, comes back for the back shoulder catch down in the corner of the end zone. A nice moment for DeAndre Hopkins to win, to score a touchdown in a Super Bowl. A future Hall of Famer potentially. But how he's going to treat that one.
Yeah, he's had an unbelievable career. DeAndre Hopkins, one of the best receivers of the 2010s era, and look, a great moment for him as a veteran receiver getting a score touchdown in the Super Bowl. That's one he'll not forget.
Going for the 2-point conversion, sending a man out in motion. Mahomes rolls out to the right, nobody available, goes back across the formation, finds his man across the formation, picks up the 2-point conversion. Justin Watson with the catch, and it'll now be 40-14. Nope, there's another flag on the play. Why all this laundry late in the game?
You know, I sometimes wonder because, you know, the officials are responsible for obviously officiating the game, but they're also responsible for game flow. And, you know, it's really frustrating when you see flags on the field, particularly in a game like this with so little time left to play.
Flag goes on the Philadelphia Eagles for illegal hands to the face. So the 2-point conversion is successful. And it's now a 40-14 game. The Philadelphia Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs with 2:54 remaining. Brandon Graham is one of those guys who has had a sensational career. 2 Super Bowl victories now to his name. A wonderful servant under both Andy Reid and this run of coaches now. Where does he sit in the pantheon of great Eagles, and does he have any conversation? I'd probably say personally I think he's Hall of Very Good rather than Hall of Fame, but he's one of those consistent contributors who've been so brilliant for that city.
Yeah, for sure. And even he made the huge play of Super Bowl 51, getting that strip sack on Tom Brady. That was really the deciding factor of that game. Both teams' offenses were going back and forth, scoring. But the huge play of that game that everybody remembers, obviously along with the Philly special, was the Brandon Graham strip sack on Tom Brady. That was a moment in Super Bowl history that the Eagles fans will never forget. Brandon Graham will never forget. Comes back this year, having missed most of the season with a bicep injury, I believe. And look, a great moment for him. He's going to be a 2-time Super Bowl champion now.
They're already celebrating down on the Eagles sideline, by the way. Looking below us
kick
here at the Superbowl, we are going to get an onside kick, and actually Harrison Butker, who's out in the formation, and it's going to be Justin Watson to kick it. It spills out, it goes forward. Leo Chenal, they fall on the ball. It's going Philly's way, I think, but it was actually Leo Chenal who came in on the play. Harrison Butker with a little razzle-dazzle moving out of the formation. Chenal ends up kicking it and nearly falling on his own kick.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I've never seen the kicker laying up to hit the onside kick. I've seen kickers motion, maybe bringing in the punter and the kicker. Maybe one's a lefty, one's a righty. But in that time, that was very, very creative from the special teams coach, Coach Dave Todd. And look, it almost worked out. You get a strong linebacker, bunts the ball down the field. The chances of him recovering the kick, if you kick it straight down the middle of the field, is much higher than obviously Harrison Butker.
So what are you saying about Harrison Butker now, Charlie? You're in the kickers union. You're not taking a shot at your guy here, are you?
I saw Harrison Butker. They had a kickoff in the preseason that was returned for a touchdown. I saw his effort on the play. I was like, you know what, that guy does not fancy getting himself injured. You know, what about Charlie Smith? Will
Charlie Smith, would you say, hey, coach, let me go get that ball?
I mean,
look at him, he's a unit.
I'm 6'4", 215, so I would like to believe I would put myself in the mix, but look, I mightn't get it.
Devontae Smith and AJ Brown sneaking up behind Nick Sirianni. They had the Gatorade, they were ready to do it, and here it comes all over the head coach. The Gatorade is spilled, the big moment happens. They caught him nice and early, soaked to the skin. It was yellow Gatorade for those people with a prop on at home. In fact, you're listening to the Super Bowl live on talkSPORT with 888 Sport, made to excite, made to unite, and made to play. 18+, begambleaware.org. But already that sideline joyous below us here, and we're right above the NFC sideline where we're positioned in our commentary position here. And for the entire of the last quarter, you've had guys just dapping each other up, hugging each other, making sure they see every single member of the team and give them some love, and that is only going to continue right the way through the night.
And one of those guys down there dapping people up and hugging people is Howie Roseman. He's down there right now hugging players, all the guys that he brought together to create a really, really special team in Philadelphia. Much of this credit has to go to Howie Roseman.
For sure. And Nick Sirianni, who would have thought that he would be getting the Gator thrown over him with 2:47 left in the fourth quarter. We all thought it was going to be a tight game. It just goes to show how dominant the Eagles have been today.
And the Eagles have the ball at the 50-yard line. Jalen Hurts is in the gun. Takes the snap, hands it off. In fact, it's Kenny Pickett into the game. I apologise, Kenny Pickett into the game. Jalen Hurts' day is done, and they hand the ball off to Kenneth Gainwell for a short gain.
Great to see Kenny Pickett. He was at the Steelers there recently. Comes in with the Eagles, sits under Jalen Hurts. Gets some snaps in the Super Bowl. Great for him.
Ball only gained maybe half a yard on the play. Ball at that 50-yard line. 3rd and 5 just inside the 50, right on the F of the NFL shield. The Philadelphia Eagles all in their green and white, going from right to left. Hand the ball off on the outside to Gainwell. Gainwell is swamped by Kansas City Chiefs players again today. To Sean Wharton in on the tackle. Nick Bolton in there as well. And with 1:59 left in the game, we will take the 2-minute warning to wrap this thing up. So we will talk Howie Roseman after the game. We will talk about the head coach Nick Sirianni, because for context, and I'm going to save it for the post-game, but just for context for people, this is a team who had a horrible losing streak to end last year, completely collapsed. We're 2-2 this year, and the city was baying for the man's head. They've come here to New Orleans and put their stamp on the NFL to prove they are the best roster, the best team, with brilliant coaching, with brilliant play from their coordinators. This Eagles team have been sensational.
Yeah, and you look at going back to just the international program for the Eagles, GM and everybody involved in that front office to identify the talent that is Jordan Mailata. You know, he's been, personally for me, he's like a trailblazer. But look, there's so many examples of the Eagles bringing in players. The likes of Zach Bond is here, as I said. You know, seeing special teamer for 4 years. Now he's defensive player of the year. There's more of the offensive line. The draft, this year's draft with Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter getting drafted last year, hitting in all these picks, having a young core along with a lot of great veterans, the likes of Dickerson, Lane Johnson, and other players we got as well, you know.
And this is a team that really has had a roster makeover since they were here 2 years ago in the Super Bowl. And I think that's an indication of a great organization. They constantly work to upgrade their roster.
The Lombardi Trophy is sat at the 2-yard line, right in front of the Kansas City Chiefs end zone. Colleen Wolfe, the brilliant Colleen Wolfe, who is an Eagles fan herself, I'm sure will be so angeling in that ticker tape in the not-too-distant future. Approaching the Lombardi, celebrating for the city of Philadelphia as it's pulled off the plinth, getting ready to finish this game inside the 2-minute warning. I said it once already. As House of Pains jump around goes, as the Eagles fans all around us flap their arms like the winged eagles they are, scream at the camera, get ready for a huge party down in New Orleans. Jeffrey Lurie on the sideline hugging AJ Brown. working his way along, shaking the hands of everyone who he can give some love to. Absolutely unbelievable. Goes and meets Jalen Hurts. The turnaround from where this team were midway through last season to where they are right now. But wouldn't it be great to cap it off with a big run, a big touchdown, just some big play to celebrate to end this game?
It certainly would, and you know, when you think about Jalen Hurts, here's a guy that has suffered through a lot of criticism in Philadelphia. There were a lot of people that said he's not good enough, he can't process well enough, as not a good enough passer. Well, today, he silenced, at least for a little while, a lot of those critics.
For sure. Look, you have to, in order for him to be able to play well, he needs his time in the pocket. And look, you look at the Philadelphia's offensive line. It's just been such a team effort by everyone involved in Philadelphia. I believe they've only punted once as well, which has been huge for them. You know, their offense has just been on fire.
So out they come, 1:59 left on the clock. Philly have a timeout. I'm not sure they're going to use it. Kenny Pickett in the gun. Kenneth Gainwell alongside him. Two receivers left, two receivers right. He goes to Jahan Dotson on that side. Incomplete pass. Trent McDuffie in coverage. And that means they're going to have to punt the ball away. The Chiefs, one last drive. See if they can bring it within 20 points.
I believe that was 4th down. It might be a turnover and downs.
Handing the ball back over, you're absolutely right, handing the ball back over at midfield. What do they run on 3rd and 5? This is how the end of this game has gone. I'm all over the shop. Look, we'll let the Chiefs see this game out as we get towards the final moments. But the sideline is ready to be flooded. The cheerleaders are prepped and primed, ready to get out onto the field. The cannons in the corners, I can see, have come out as Mahomes looks for a deep shot all the way down the field. A huge 50-yard bomb. Absolutely sensational to Xavier Worthy, the rookie receiver. And whilst the consolation, what a consolation to throw that ball, must have gone 60-plus yards in the air.
You said you wanted a big play to finish this one off, and Patrick Mahomes did not disappoint you. Xavier Worthy, he's well over 100 yards tonight, but too little, too late. It was not until the second half that they figured out they got to get the ball in his hands.
It was thrown from the 40 and caught 4 yards deep in the end zone. That's 64 yards in the air.
What a throw.
Absolutely unbelievable from Patrick Mahomes. So 40-20, they are within 20 points. So they go for the quick pass out to the left-hand side. DeAndre Hopkins bringing that one in, and it's now a 19-point game with just under 2 minutes remaining, 1:48. Quick score, quick 2-point conversion, onside kick to come. So you're saying there's a chance?
Not much chance, but there's a chance. All right, Charlie, how many onside kicks do you guys carry into a game? Because the trouble with it's hard to practice. You don't anticipate using a bunch of them. Now they're on their second onside kick here.
Yeah. Look, and the onside kicks are something that you go over every single week in your game planning. You have a plan for a particular week. You'll go in and you'll do it in your Saturday morning walkthroughs. That's what we did. We practice our onside kicks every week. Obviously, with Rizzy as our interim head coach and special teams coordinator, he has a lot of power in the building, and he's done a really good job with our special teams. Our special teams has been, number 1, number 2, top 5 in this past ever since Rizzy's been here. So look, it's a really important part of the game. I feel like it often gets overlooked, and something to be fair with the Chiefs that they have been so good on all year wasn't their onside kicks. And look, here's a different variation of an onside kick. It looks like.
Bucker scooping out to the left. It'll be claimed by a Philadelphia Eagle going to ground. Getting in on hands team. Looks like it's Grant Calcaterra, the excellent backup tight end. And if the Eagles fans weren't already celebrating, they will take literally any moment to celebrate here. 1:47 left on the clock. The Eagles lead the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. And whilst the Chiefs, they have to run a play. That's the thing. They can't just take knees. Victory formation should be the plan here. Unless my maths is totally off here.
Kenny Pickett's in.
Kenny Pickett is in. As they do set up for the greatest formation in the NFL. A knee is taken. A 1-yard loss goes on his stat sheet as the clock continues to tick. 36 seconds remaining. Ready with the trophy, the Lombardi primed. Jalen Hurts strolling up and down the sideline, embracing Howie Roseman with a huge embrace. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson getting in the face of a coach and giving him a huge kiss and a hug on the cheek. All of the action down below us, that these guys absolutely baying to get onto the field. I've just seen Jay Lix, who's had a sensational game, chasing A.J. Brown around like they're kids in a schoolyard as they get ready to snap the ball again. 1:05 remaining, taking another knee. Victory formation for the Philadelphia Eagles, and one more will do it. One more knee will take the Super Bowl to Philadelphia. A season of upsets, of surprises, and tonight all but a blowout in New Orleans. We're down below 40 seconds. They're taking their time. We're seeing again on the screens Nick Sirianni being doused. But as Kenny Pickett gets under center, picks up this ball and takes this knee, the Philadelphia Eagles are your Super Bowl 59 champions. This stadium absolutely erupts. The sidelines empty, and the story of this season was not to be one of the Kansas City Chiefs making history. Less than 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts meet at midfield in a show of respect, and as we hit the zeros, the Philadelphia Eagles 40, the Kansas City Chiefs 22. The Eagles are your Super Bowl 59 champions. Finally, the lights go down. Those wristwatches light up in the green and white, and Fly Eagles Fly booms out around this stadium. Just a few short months ago, this team started their season 2-2. They finished last season losing 5 of their last 6 games and going out in the first round of the playoffs. The Philadelphia media, the fans, everyone questioning whether Nick Sirianni had the temperament, the coaching ability to take this team to another championship. And yet, under the stewardship of the brilliant GMing of Howie Roseman, with the most unbelievable signings, the first GM in NFL history to sign 2 all-pro free agents in the same offseason, to draft 2 stone-cold starters at defensive back at the top of this draft. Maybe an offseason for the ages, and it culminates in the silver and green confetti firing out of the cannons here in New Orleans. The party has been going for at least 2 hours already, but now it can truly get started, as for the second time in their history, the Philadelphia Eagles can say they are Super Bowl champions.
There's no question, if you are a Kansas City Chief, you're absolutely gutted, devastated at all the hard work, all the hours in the weight room, all the meeting room hours, all of the time, all the injury, all it takes to get here and to walk off that field. And I've done it 4 separate times. Championship game, can't finish. It rips your absolute guts out.
And whilst I talked about the sensational rookies, and while I talked about the sensational free agency signings, and Saquon Barkley transforming this team's run game, Zach Bourne transforming what that team did at off-ball linebacker, we have to talk about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts becomes just the 3rd quarterback in the history of the NFL to win both a Super Bowl and a national championship as their starting quarterback. Him, Joe Namath, and Joe Montana. It's not a bad list to be on.
That's good company, baby. And here's a kid, you talk about resilience, you talk about mental toughness. He's at Alabama, he gets beat out by Tua, he has to go to Oklahoma. He's not drafted in the 1st round. He finally gets his chance in the Super Bowl, makes a critical mistake that cost his football team, but the criticism never made him waver. He never blinked. They kept saying he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that, he's not this, he's not that. But today, he is something way more important. He is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and I think will be the MVP of the game.
Yeah, what a magical moment for Jalen Hurts. You know, like, this guy, he gives off this cool, calm, collected aura about him, and look, in the biggest moment of all, he proved that he was cool, he was calm, and look, you have to say, what a performance by him and everybody involved with Philadelphia. One thing he did say in interviews was that he was happy enough to let everybody else take the credit. He was happy enough to do anything that it took to win. And if that meant handing the ball off to Saquon Barkley and the Eagles were going to get success through that, then that's what the team needed, but he was happy enough. Whenever he was needed today, he delivered, and what a performance.
Saquon Barkley ends the season with the most rushing yards in NFL history for a season and postseason combined, beating Terrell Davis's record. And yet today, 25 carries, 57 yards, 2.3 yards per clip. He does have 7 catches for 7 targets, 6 receptions for 40 yards on top of that. But it was the rushing prowess of Jalen Hurts. 11 carries for 72 yards, beating his own record from 2 years ago to become the quarterback with the most rushing yardage in a single Super Bowl game that really carried this team. And you add to that the big touchdown shot to Devonta Smith, 17 of 22 for 221. 2 touchdowns and an interception. As much as this defense, which we'll get onto, was sensational, if Jalen Hurts does win the MVP, it's going to be difficult to argue against it.
No question, because they needed, Kansas City was doing everything that they could do to stop the running game and Saquon Barkley. And we said it in the second quarter that they had to get the quarterback run game going because of the structure that Spags had put against them. Kellen Moore did a great job of letting his quarterback make plays, and give credit where credit's due. Jalen Hurts twice saw 2-man coverage, knew that there was nobody to count for the quarterback, and made plays with his feet that changed drives.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, what a performance from Jalen Hurts. What a performance from everybody. And look, our guy, Jordan Mailata, is also now a Super Bowl champion, MVP. You know, huge inspiration for everybody involved with that. And look, the growth of the international game, if we're going to talk about that, has just been unreal. And look, class. It's been, what a week for international NFL people.
And listen, Patrick Mahomes is still the greatest tools perspective physical quarterback I've ever seen play the game of football, and I still think has that chance to etch his name truly into history. He's right up there already. If he'd won MVP today, it would be him, Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal. No one's ever done it in the NFL in 3 straight seasons. Like, he's that kind of on the cusp of greatness guy. He is the one guy maybe who could one day catch Tom Brady. But today, 2 bad interceptions went under pressure, the fumble as well, and with the Chiefs' offensive line proving a real issue for them, that Eagles defense absolutely feasted.
We said to you that, you know, let's be honest. Vic Fangio, he doesn't have to take a backseat to anybody. He has been a great coordinator on defense his entire career in the National Football League. You can say, well, he didn't have a great career in Denver as a head coach. It doesn't matter. He has been he's put great defenses on the field everywhere he's gone. And one of the things that Roseman did that was so outstanding is he said to his head coach, step back, I'm going to bring you in some experience on your staff. And he brought Vic Fangio on defense, and he brought Kellen Moore on offense, 2 seasoned NFL veteran coordinators, and you saw the difference in this football team.
On that Vic Fangio point, and this is coming down again to the matchups, I always thought to myself, and I still convince myself of this, when it comes to Bill Belichick, everyone talked about how giving Bill 2 weeks to plan, you never know what he's going to throw at you. I always thought actually it reduced what he did, because he's so good at game planning that in a week he could do what most people do in 2, and what you're doing is allowing somebody else 2 weeks to try and play a little bit of catch up with him. For me, the fact that Vic Fangio had gone 0-8 against Andy Reid offenses up until today. 0-8. He'd lost 8 straight games when he faced an Andy Reid called offense. And today, his defense absolutely dominated. Sensational stuff from him.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance from Vic Fangio this season as well. And really goes down to the fact as well that he's got the players. You know, we've got these players where we can do all these, you know, different defensive schemes and plans, and the players have to take huge credit as well. You know, everybody in the front office with Philadelphia, what a performance. I mean, you know, 3 Super Bowl appearances in the last 10 years, you know, they're doing something right over there.
Just to tell you what's happening on the field right now, the ticker tape flew. I can see members of the front office staff doing their snow angels in the ticker tape down in front of us, and the Eagles players have just been allowed to break through the security line where they've been setting up the stage. And this isn't your usual small stage we've seen in the past. This is a version of the stage that they built for that amazing New Orleans pre-show. This is huge. I think they're going to get the entire 53, the practice squads, all of the coaches are all going to get up on the stage. And yes, at the front, the MVP, their head coach, the owner and Jeffrey Lurie, they're all going to be there front and centre. But look at the players as they begin to swarm their way up to the podium where the Lombardi Trophy stands ready to be presented. Friends and family on the fields, cheerleaders on the field, everyone elated. And these stands, what's still 60% full, at least our side of the stadium. I barely see an empty seat, and I see a lot of Kelly Green for sure.
And nobody wants to leave if you're an Eagle fan. You know, think about this. For the fans, they dreamt about being a Super Bowl champion. They probably dreamt about playing in a game like this. But now, the fans are Super Bowl champions, and every one of those guys up on that stage dared to dream. As a little boy, I am going to win a Super Bowl. When they played in the backyard, when they played on the street, when they threw the football at the beach, dreamed about a moment like this. And dreams do come true.
For sure. I mean, you look at all these guys, you know, put in so much work all year. You now say you're Super Bowl champions. Some of these guys are two-time Super Bowl champions. What a dream come true for everybody involved in Philadelphia. I remember we played Philadelphia in week 3, and the Bourbon Street was just completely green, and now it's only in week 3 of the regular season. What's it going to be like tonight? It's going to be absolutely crazy.
It's interesting you raise that. We came into town last Sunday, so we've been here over a week now. And as much as you expected it to a slight extent, because the Chiefs have been here 5 of the last 6 years, they've now won 3 of the 5 that they've been in. That's an unbelievable run. They're a dynasty. They're up there in the best of all time. They're still in the conversation with the Patriots. Well, both the Patriots dynasties, really, that they created. They're still in the conversation with the Steelers, the Cowboys, the 49ers, those teams who are able to win 3 in a 4, 3 in a 5-year span that really make that dynasty work. But the Eagles were here from last Sunday. The fans were here from last Sunday. Every bar you went into, every restaurant and cafe you went into, you couldn't help but get into an argument with a hug with an Eagles fan. They were absolutely loving New Orleans. This is, for me, the greatest Super Bowl city. The fact it took 12 years to come back here is astonishing. I understand everything that happened last time here with the lights going out, and we have our own few difficulties this evening as well. But the fact that we're going to spill out of here, and this isn't going to be like, I remember watching the Patriots beat the Seahawks in the first Super Bowl I went to, Super Bowl 49. And Phoenix is such a disparate, wide place that you couldn't even find where the party was going on. Here, everyone is going to work their way out of the stadium. They're all going to take the short trudge towards the French district. They're going to be climbing the poles. They're going to be over the bars. They're going to be dancing to the music. They are going to be having the wildest night. This is the city of Mardi Gras, and yet tonight might be the wildest night of the year.
No question, and I think that this is a little peek, just a little peek, at what we might see in Dublin next year when those black and gold helmets of the Pittsburgh Steelers come out of the tunnel at Croke Park.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. I mean, yeah, the game's come to Croke Park. And this has obviously been my first experience, you know, of experiencing the Super Bowls, you know, and obviously it was great for it to be in my home city. Yeah, it's strange calling it that, but yeah, the city where I live in New Orleans, I've had a great time. The city has been absolutely buzzing, and the friendly atmosphere and just the structure of the city allows it for it to be a great time for everybody. Everything's within walking distance. And as you mentioned, Jeff, you know, the game coming to Dublin next year too, that's going to be another great party for sure.
It's not quite the whole team up there, because half the team are still down meeting Bradley Cooper and his children and trying to get up onto the podium. But I love that this podium has been built that fits almost the entire team. Their T-shirts and hats are on. Is Nick Sirianni still wearing his headset? I think he might be. You don't need to call any plays anymore, Nick.
It's over, Nick.
You've got a
Enjoy
few
it,
months
baby.
on now. Just enjoy yourself. The Super Bowl ice is around the necks. Some of the players can't believe it. Tears in the eyes of Landon Dickerson there, right on the front of that line. It's absolutely beautiful to see as we get ready for the trophy presentation of the Lombardi Trophy, named after the brilliant Vince Lombardi, so successful in the early days of his career. And I can't help but think the way this was won in the trenches, the way this was won with physicality, that Vince Lombardi and those teams of the 60s would love the football the Philadelphia Eagles are playing.
And you know, I lived in Philadelphia for a year, and if they're anything, they're tough people, and they love tough football, and this is a tough football team.
This team is Howie Roseman's masterpiece, and we see him with Jalen Hurts, with the commissioner, as they get ready for the trophy presentation. Let's head over and hear what Roger has to say.
You're straight and your hospitality. But tonight belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles. Your organization, the coaches, the players, an amazing performance tonight. Starting in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and you ended up with Super Bowl champions. Take the Vince Lombardi home to Philadelphia.
The CEO and chairman of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, lifting the trophy to the sky. More ticker tape, more green and white and silver confetti flying in the air. And Terry Bradshaw, a member of one of those dynasties we mentioned, comes forth to interview Jeffrey Lurie and get his impression, and the trophy begins to get handed around. Jalen Hurts is a very serious man. He's someone who doesn't give a lot away, somebody who doesn't smile a lot in press conferences. That's the biggest grin I think I've ever seen on a young man's face. Like, imagine telling somebody 7 years ago, when Jalen Hurts is on that sideline, is having to look at transferring, is out of the position that he was in as the starter, that he was going to be a Super Bowl MVP in 7 years' time.
Yeah, and you know, it was a kid that his dad was a high school coach, and he grew up around the game. He understood the importance of team maybe better than most kids do. He loses his job at Alabama to Tua, and he still perseveres. And I love those stories of guys that have to fight through adversity in their career and end up on that stage.
And you've got to say, postseason runs rarely get as dominant as this one for Philadelphia. Brilliant down this stretch, sensational in the NFC Championship game. Deserved every win, deserved every yard. Nick Sirianni now speaking to the crowd, and just an unbelievable performance today. I think the first true blowout we've seen in the Super Bowl since Super Bowl 48, the Seahawks-Broncos, and this defense, as good as that Seahawks defense, possibly even better. Jeff Reinbold, brilliant to have you on the call today for the whole game. UK broadcasting legend, CFL coach, college football coach, absolute legend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you and talkSPORT, and you know, Red, that you are my guy. You talk about legends. That's tossed around way too much. You are a true legend, and again, thank you for everything that you do at talkSPORT to help grow this beautiful game.
And look, Greg Rosenthal in the first half of NFL Daily, absolutely sensational. Charlie joining us for the second half, brilliant from you. Can't wait to see what you do next season, young man. And look, I'll see you tonight on Burton Street.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
But I can't wait to see you in Dublin come the autumn as well.
Yeah, look, this is, it's been a good opportunity for me to come on to talkSPORT, and thank you very much, Will, for asking me, and everybody involved in talkSPORT. It's been a great time this week. I'm looking forward to getting my head stuck back down into my own training and making a push on for that job. But for now, it's been a great experience. Thank you for everyone involved, and I've really enjoyed it. And even working with you, Jeff, as well. It's been brilliant.
My pleasure, man.
It's good to finally meet you as well.
Oh, look, there's plenty of time for the niceties off air. Don't forget, talkSPORT does have its own dedicated NFL YouTube channel, talkSPORT End Zone, where we'll be putting up lots of brilliant coverage, a review of this game from the stadium, which we'll be doing after we've got back from the locker room. Now, The last time I went into an Eagles locker room, I came out covered in champagne. So I cannot guarantee that I'm going to be dry come that. I can't tell whether the walk to Purple Street or the Eagles locker room is going to be wilder this evening. But one of them is going to be. So I'm going to head down there shortly. We'll bring you exclusive interviews from inside that Eagles locker room and look at what it is like to be inside a winning locker room as Jalen Hurts is confirmed as the MVP. As Eagles Fly rings out around the Superdome. A huge thank you to everybody here who made it possible in New Orleans, to our brilliant team, to Will Varney, our producer, to Joe Andrews, to Tom Scholes, to everyone who's done brilliant work on the ground. Paul Prenderville, Brian T. Smith from the website, sensational work from them all week. To Alex Irons, Martha and the team back in the studio as well. This NFL season has been sensational. We'll be back with more exclusive NFL content tomorrow morning on the talkSPORT network. And don't worry, we'll be back next season for all those international games, all Sunday night games, and back at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco next season. In the meantime, Fly Eagles Fly, followed by the Rocky theme. After this dominant defensive performance, could there be a more perfect way to see you out from Super Bowl 59 live on talkSPORT.
Well, delighted to be back on Radio Row, and this was a nice little surprise. He just came over to us and offered to have a chat. It's a beautiful thing.
Told you I'd be back.
I love it. I love it.
It's our yearly reunion right before the Super Bowl.
Beautiful. Multiple-time Super Bowl champion and son of not just one but two players in the son, father of. What did I just say? This is clearly the worst start to an interview I've done all week. Father of both Christian and Luke McCaffrey as well in the NFL. The brilliant Ed McCaffrey is with us. Ed, how are you doing, sir?
I am doing great. I forgot I had this. You mentioned Super Bowls. I forgot all about it. But you want to try a ring on?
Of course I want to try a ring on. How many of them do you have with you?
I only brought one.
Which one out of interest?
I hope I have it here. That would really be upsetting if I didn't have it. There it goes. So I got 4 rings.
Yeah.
Not 3. I played on 3 teams, but I got a 4th one as a member of the media. Did you know you could do that?
Yeah, it's so fun. You know, MJD, the former Jaguars. So it's your 50. I tried on Ryan Harris's one of these a couple of years ago.
Although you have some mitts, I don't know if it'll fit.
It's a beautiful ring. I'm going to put it on my little finger.
There you go.
There it'll go.
Look at that.
Look at that, boys.
Just a little thing.
That's Super Bowl 50 ring.
They get bigger and bigger every year. So it went from Super Bowl 29, 32, 33, and then I got one as a member of the radio broadcast team for the Denver Broncos. After Super Bowl 50, John Elway got me my 4th ring. Thank you, John. He was the GM of the team. But it's the biggest one, so I'll wear it around. Plus, it's not one that I earned as a player, so if I did lose it, I could probably replace it. But I hope I don't. I'm going to have to get that back from you.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You're not going to lose it here. Your final hit of the week before you head to the airport. I promise we're not going to steal your Super Bowl ring. That's amazing. Thank you. We've actually got the little Super Bowl 50 paperweight on the on the desk as well, so it all ties in lovely. Look, actually, that's a good place to start, Ed, because what really stands out about Super Bowl 50 is the going out on top nature, right? Peyton Manning wins the Super Bowl, rides off into the sunset. So I sometimes think because of Peyton Manning, people forget on the other side of the ball there was a pretty good Hall of Famer in DeMarcus Ware who also rode off into the sunset after winning a Super Bowl. There's some talk about this weekend. Could Travis Kelce, as a particular example, go, right, done the three-peat, body's clearly not what it was, I'm just going to go and enjoy my life now. Firstly, how great is it when a player gets to go out on top like that after winning a Super Bowl?
It's incredible. I mean, John Elway, right?
Yeah, that's another great one.
John Elway, when I got to the Denver Broncos, he was already a living legend. He was already a Hall of Famer, but he hadn't won the big one. And, was he going to have to go through the rest of his life as the guy that couldn't win the big one? And it wasn't that he couldn't, it's just teams win Super Bowls, not players. So as great as he was, he hadn't won one. And after Super Bowl 32, which was my favorite of all the Super Bowls, I got to line up in the victory formation. So I'm in the backfield behind the quarterback. The clock's ticking. I just want to make sure a D lineman doesn't slap the ball and I have to scramble and fall on it, right? Because that's why I'm back there. It seems routine, but it could happen, right? There's a chance. And I'm back there. I'm looking at John, looking at the clock, looking at John, looking at the clock. And the pixelation of the numbers was just going this slow. Like that moment's frozen in time. It took so long for them to snap the ball. But when he took a knee and turned around, he had every emotion known to mankind on his face. That was his first Super Bowl. You could see it was like a lifetime of work, a lifetime of fulfillment. And he was crying, he's laughing. I wanted to pick him up, but I had a knee injury, and I'm like, if I drop John Elway after Super Bowl 32, it's going to be ugly. But we celebrated, we dapped up, and that was his first Super Bowl championship ever. It was the first Super Bowl championship in the history of the Denver Broncos, and that's special, right? Fans, granddads had gone with kids to games. Some of them weren't even still alive anymore to experience it, but they have memories and pictures, and it's so important to the fan base, so important to the city, so important to John and all the players, and that's why Pat Bolin, may he rest in peace, said this one's for John. It was for everybody, but John had worked so hard and for so long and did so many great things for the Denver Broncos that everybody knew this was more than just a moment. This was a historic moment in the history of the entire program.
I absolutely love that. And look, from your perspective, just looking at that team now before we talk more about this game, how much are you a Bowl-lever? How impressed have you been with this year of year 2 of Sean Payton? I have to say, we always knew it was going to be a project. I think I did not expect them to be a playoff-worthy team in year 2.
Oh, I did. I thought they had a chance to make the playoffs for sure. Now, I know it came down to the last game, and they beat Kansas City, who rested all their starters, but how appropriate. Beat the team that's been in the last, 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls and owned your division to get into the Super Bowl. The last playoff game they played in was Super Bowl 50. That was a long 2015. Peyton Manning, who rode off into the sunset. They hadn't even been to a playoff game until this year. But I didn't watch a lot of Bo in college, but I watched a lot of him after college when he was trying out. My son Luke played with him at the Senior Bowl. I got to watch him throw the ball around, and I also got to hear from Luke, who said, hey, this guy's the real deal. He throws the ball really well, but also he's a leader in the huddle. You know, these are little things you can figure out about people before the draft, because in those all-star games, you know, the coach is from a different team. He'll give you like a long, drawn-out play, like red, right, Z motion, 24 bingo pick. I mean, just long lists of plays, and sometimes it's hard for quarterbacks who are used to one-word plays, like shock. That's the play, and you just memorize it. To hear the play call and relay it to the players in an efficient way. And Luke said he didn't miss a beat. He called every play perfectly. He got people lined up. He even you know, talked back a little bit to the coordinator, because there wasn't a clock that cut them off in the Senior Bowl, whereas in a real NFL football game, the coach can't talk to you right up till you snap the ball. So he's like, I got it. Don't worry. I got to call the play. So he said he showed great leadership. So I think he got a very mature quarterback. He had a lot of college experience. He's not like your normal rookie. Played a lot of games. He came in there. He ran the offense that Coach Sean Payton wanted him to run, and he ran it the way he wanted to run it. And I think old school coaches like Sean Payton, they really want you to run the play the way they drew it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I get that.
And not all quarterbacks do.
No.
And it's okay if your play caller gives you that autonomy. If he builds in autonomy or decision making in, for instance, Patrick Mahomes. Like Andy Reid's a brilliant play designer and play caller. There's some plays where Patrick Mahomes makes it his own. He deviates from the script. Well, when you have Patrick Mahomes, maybe you build that into what you're doing. But I know Sean Payton, especially early in his coaching career in Denver, wanted the quarterback to do what he asked him to do. He didn't want him to take sacks. That was a big issue the year before. And he was one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the league, which means you're not off track and you can keep play calling the way you want to down the field. So I think he can throw.
Rhythm and timing, baby.
He has rhythm. He has timing. He's going where, if Coach Payton, who was a former quarterback, right, he's thinking like a quarterback and a coach. I want you to go with the ball where I would go with it. Right, he did that for him, and so I was really happy they made it to the playoffs, and I think they have a bright future with Bowl LIX at quarterback.
Yeah, anticipation's the other thing that caught my eye about him. Those are the things that it's very difficult to teach, but when you're in that kind of Sean Payton system and you've got that structure, it can only just increase that. It can only just improve that ability. So that's wonderful. You mentioned Luke there. We got a chance to speak to Luke ahead of the divisional round. What a nice kid. Like, what a lovely guy. And I have to say, like, it caught me slightly off guard, as we explained last year, with the radio broadcast partner of the 49ers. So we've had Christian on a couple of times, and Christian's always great, but he's a very business guy, he's very straight-laced. Luke comes across as much more of a, like, very different personality, and I was like, it's really interesting that, you know, we know you a little bit, and we know Lisa a little bit, and it's like, they're very, very different guys, but I think both seem just absolutely great.
Well, thank you. As a dad, that means a lot, so I appreciate hearing that. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know, right? I'm not in those interviews or around him when he's with his team. But, yeah, I agree. He's a great kid, and all four of my boys have different personalities. And it's funny. You're like this DNA roulette goes on, and then you're part mom, part dad, part relatives, and everyone comes out differently with different personalities. The one thing they have in common is their work ethic, and Luke is every bit as serious about football as Christian is. But he is very gregarious. He's very social. He likes talking. He likes
gregarious is a great word for it.
Meeting new people. And he had a really fun year. What a great year. He teamed up with Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels. What a home run they hit at quarterback. And the receiver room was really cool. As a dad and as a former player, that was important to me. Like, what are the other guys like? From Terry McLaurin on down, he had a really good receivers room. And that's important. You're in the room with those guys every day. If you don't get along, it makes for a long season. But that was a great group of guys. And Bobby Ingram is the wide receivers coach. He played when I played. And just a great group of people. And again, it starts with people. I think it starts at the top with ownership and Josh Harris making good decisions for the team. And then your head coach, Dan Quinn, who he hires and who he coaches as his coordinators, right on down the line to your players. But that missing piece is the quarterback. If you don't have the quarterback, it's tough to win in this league. And, man, they struck gold.
Oh, didn't they just? With Christian, with the 49ers, obviously he had all his health issues this year, but we're expecting a bounce back next year, right? Give me some hope here, Ed.
Yeah,
come on.
I'm really confident. If they just get the players that were hurt back, they're going to make another run at it. Right? People forget, Christian didn't play most of the season. It was such a frustrating, miserable season because he had such high expectations. They wanted to bounce back from losing a Super Bowl to winning a Super Bowl, and it just wasn't in the cards. Some years are like that. What are you going to do?
Well, what are you going to do? That team over the last 13 or 14 years, they either make the NFC Championship game or they finish fourth in the NFC West. That has been the only two results that have happened to that team.
And I know they went to the NFC Championship game 2 years ago,
right?
right?
NFC Championship game and beyond, obviously,
right.
I mean.
But went to the NFC Championship game, and Brock Purdy got hurt on the 4th play of the game. I thought that was their year. I thought that was the year. I've never seen a game in my life, especially a championship game, involve a team that didn't have a quarterback. All their quarterbacks went down. The Christian and Kyle Juszczyk were going to have to play quarterback. Have you ever seen that in a championship game?
No.
You don't have a quarterback. And I thought that was going to be the year, and unfortunately it wasn't. But what do? They bounce back. They go and beat the Philadelphia Eagles Week 13. They win the NFC Championship. They get to the Super Bowl, and I was sure they were going to win it. And I think in a different universe they would have, but they didn't. So then, for 2 years, they had the shortest off seasons in the planet, and they played football at the highest level without actually winning a Super Bowl. And then it caught up with them, and a bunch of guys started getting hurt. In that Super Bowl, by the way, it kind of started in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. If you remember Dre Greenlaw. To me, it doesn't get talked about enough, and I'm hoping they re-sign him. Please, John Lynch, please re-sign
We had
Dre.
Fred Warner sat there the other day basically making the same plead.
He's like, I don't know how to... He's like the Mike Tyson of the defense. You know what I mean? Like, he's the guy. He's the enforcer.
You had the enforcer, then you had Robert Saleh back on the sideline. Like, that defense gets tougher in an instant.
And if you watch the Super Bowl, he was laying the hat on some people. And right, he was having a great game, and then he's out of the game. And that was where it started. Okay, now how does that happen? No one hit it. He just was bouncing around. It's just unlucky. Like, there is an element of luck. I don't care what anyone says. Luck does play a part. The ball bounces your way, it doesn't. You get an injury, you don't get an injury. You get a call, you don't get a call. Luck plays a part. It's not everything, but it plays a part. And they just had some bad luck in that game, and they didn't execute when they needed to. They have to be accountable as well. There's some plays in the game where they didn't execute, but they had as good of a team as there was on the planet, and they didn't win the big game. So we thought they would do it this past year. I don't have the numbers, but they were missing starters in all 3 phases for most of the season. Trent missed a bunch of games. Debo missed some games. Christian missed a whole bunch of games. Hufunga didn't play till about halfway through the season. Dre didn't play basically the whole year. You're talking about all pros. You're missing 6, 7, 8 all pros, and so no
Brandon
wonder
as well.
Brandon was out like almost the whole season, right? He played the first few games, and he was their outside the numbers receiver. So the list goes on and on. I'm forgetting people, right? They missed so many star players. The good thing was they found some young guys that can play. They got experience. So when the guys get healthy, and they also have those young guys with experience, they should be better. I'm also hearing rumors around here they might sign other players like Myles Garrett, or we got Trey Hendrickson. There's some other.
Don't put that in my head either. I can't handle that.
There's some other good players, right? They're going to sign a couple of free agents, and they're going to have a draft. And I got to give credit to John Lynch. He is scouting his tail off right now, trying to bring some more talent into the team. The average team rotates about 60% of the roster per year in the NFL, right? That's a lot of players. So half of your team's different. Say 50. Half of your team's going to be different. So getting those guys for depth and potentially as all-stars is going to be very important.
Ed McCaffrey, you've got a flight to catch.
Yes.
We could sit here and chat for hours. Check out the McCaffrey protein bites, by the way. We'll get that plug in because they look excellent, and I'm going to be having some now to try and get me going for the day.
McCaffreybrands.com. I promise you they're the most delicious, healthy snack you'll ever eat. And please try them afterwards. You won't have to say it on the show. I don't want to do a live taste test in case you chew it wrong and start choking on air. But they are absolutely delicious. But I'm going to follow up with you, and you got to let me know what you think.
I will do so. Thank you so much, Ed.
Thank you.
All right, back on Radio Row, talkSPORT ahead of the big game this Sunday, live and exclusive on talkSPORT from the stadium. Myself, Greg Rosenthal, Jeff Reinbold will be bringing you live coverage of Super Bowl 59 between the Chiefs and the Eagles. But the world of football doesn't stop for something like the Super Bowl. There's so many other stories going on and so much happening in the world. And I'm delighted to say that joining us now, not only the first draft pick and Hall of Famer from the Jacksonville Jaguars, a good friend of ours, Tony Baselli, but now the EVP of Football Operations. How does that feel, hearing that tagged on to your very long title?
Listen, it's exciting. I mean, I've been a part of this organization since 1995. I mean, it's part of who I am. And when Shad gave me the opportunity to take this role, it was a no-brainer. So I'm really excited. I'm excited about the direction of the organization and kind of how we're doing things. And we're resetting everything. We got a new head coach. We'll have a new GM here pretty soon. And then here comes me. So I'll be right in the thick of it. And so it's a huge privilege and honor that Shad trusts me with this role. And I'm excited to get to work. And we've already been at it. And really excited about Liam Cohen. I mean, that's the guy we wanted. We got him. And the fact that he's our head coach and working with him for the last week plus now is I'm even more convicted that he's the right guy for the job, and he's going to do great things for us.
Still, quite a wild circumstance to how he ended up there, and yeah, he goes back to Tampa Bay. Trent ends up leaving the organization. Just talk us through from your perspective how that played out and how it all kind of ended up working for you.
Well, I mean, listen, these things are never a straight line. You know, sometimes from point A to point B to get to where you want to go, you have to take some detours, and things happen. And the thing that jumped out at me, it really showed the leadership of Shad Khan and how we went through the process. Was it perfect? No, but rarely is it. And as we went through it, it was clear kind of the direction we wanted to go. We knew we wanted to get an offensive-minded guy. Trevor Lawrence is really important to this organization. We've invested in him, and we have a strong belief, conviction that he is our quarterback and that he will lead us to a championship. So we wanted to make sure that we thought about that, get the right leader, a guy who could communicate clearly, had a clear vision of what he wanted to do. And so as we went through the process, and there was a lot of great candidates that we interviewed, a lot of really good football coaches, but I think everyone felt like Liam was the guy. And there were some bumps in the road, but that's okay, because we ended up getting to where we wanted to be.
We've seen, obviously, the quality of his scheme this year, the quality of the play calling, very strong for a guy doing it for the kind of first time at that level. The game scripts were unreal, and all that stuff's great. All the football nerd stuff's great. But what about Liam Cohen, the man? What about when he was the person sat in front of you guys made you say, yeah, that's our guy?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because I think a lot of times you think about in this hiring process is the play or the stuff on the field, and that's really important. But we knew Liam Cohen could call ball games. Mm-hmm. We knew he was a good ball coach. I mean, Tampa was the only offense in the top 5 in passing and rushing last year, and people forget that for a large portion of the season, didn't have his 2 best receivers, Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, 2 of the best in the league. And so he did it with a lot of different guys. He had a rookie running back and took that group from 32nd to top 5 in rushing. So we knew he was a great ball coach. Like, he'd do it. So the question now is, can he lead the whole building? Can he be the guy out in front that can get everything together, pull a staff together, lead the staff, and be the voice of the building? And that's really what I wanted to see. And when we sat down with him, boy, it was clear. I mean, this guy has a presence. He understands what he wants it to look like. He's been in really successful organizations and programs. I mean, he's in Los Angeles with Sean McVay, so he saw how Sean did it. In Tampa with Todd Bowles and that organization, he saw how they did. They had success. And so it was pretty apparent that he was the guy, for me at least. And I think the thing that I loved, because so often you get these coordinators, offensive coordinators, what do they want to do? They want to talk about throwing it down the field. That's the game today. And he immediately, we talked about the quarterback and all that, but he immediately went and said, listen, the most important thing, the point of emphasis, we got to get the offensive line right. And we got to get the
yeah. I mean, he knew his audience when he was saying that to you, right?
And so when he said that, I was like, oh, because it showed up on tape. He understands if you can't control the line of scrimmage, you can't win. You can't have sustainable winning. And it's on both sides. We got to get the D-line strong, stopping the run. And as we've gone through the process of hiring our staff and how we've gone about it and being right there with him and assisting however I could and can, he means it. I mean, that's a point of emphasis and it's a focus, and we're going to get that right, because if you win the line of scrimmage, because we believe in Trevor Lawrence. He's our guy. You got BT outside. You got a lot of great pieces. And now let's get those lines of scrimmage right. Let's win there, and we'll be just fine.
It's wonderful to hear that you believe in him, and obviously you have that huge investment. But at the same time, that needs to translate onto the field, right? We need to see it in the performances. So
well, it's all about that. Yeah. Like, what happens on the grass is all that matters. Mm-hmm. This is a production business. You're going to be judged by your wins and losses.